Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Once again, we're here for meeting 57 on this Saturday programme, live on the Jcsa English-speaking channel. My name is Mark Francis. We'll be hosting the 12 races we have to bring to you today over the next 6 hours at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. But I'm not on my own. I've got a very, very useful guest to my right. Rory Delaghi is back for more. 12 more races here today, Rory. Not as many odds-on favourites, but plenty of competitive action throughout.
Yes, there's a couple of tricky races. We've got those two auction races for the fillies and the colts and geldings, which are a real mixed bag. But there's some very, very good races later in the day. Maybe not the most stellar Saturday we've seen, but we were blessed with a very, very good first 2 days of this meeting. So the quality's been spread out among the 3 days, which is no bad thing.
Plenty of money, of course, on show today. Mitalea might be one of the standout horses in the first in this Fillies Open.
Well, it's certainly one of the shortest priced favourites of the day. A Fillies Open, and Mitalea does look to have outstanding claims against a fairly modest bunch. But we've seen every really short price favourite we've had here has been turned over. Indeed. Every single one, it seems. So the shorter they are, the more worried you are about their chances.
Indeed, we had a 2-7 and a 2-9 shot, both beat here yesterday on their respective returns. Of course, you can get in action today with the show. Get involved on the YouTube page. That is the Jcsa English-speaking channel. Any comments you can get through to us, we will give you a readout throughout the show. Any opinions, selections, or if we just want to say hello, of course, make sure it's in English and we will shout you out. The third member of our team is somewhere behind me in the parade ring. Might be a role in handicapping in the future, but for now, our Paddock reporter is Callum Helliwell.
Thanks very much, team. Yeah, not sure whether handicapping is in my future, especially after talking to Salman Al-Dahani yesterday. I'd be too afraid to be a handicapper after hearing from him. But yeah, a very good day yesterday for that trainer and the owners as well. I'm sure there'll be plenty of other major owners and trainers who are green with envy after yesterday's action. But hopefully we move forward to today. Tricky racing, like we've already said, but there's a race I'm really looking forward to. It's the Ministry of Interior Cup, a local breds Group 3 contest, and it features Hayna Baha, who I absolutely loved last season. She's only won one of her 4 starts, but that was one of the most impressive debuts you'll ever see, and she was not disgraced in much tougher company all the way through the season. Today may not be her day. The White Stable runners seem to be taking a few runs to get to their best, and she's having her first start up this season, but hopefully she can put her best foot forward and certainly give us some indication that she's kept her ability. She is one to follow in race number 10, but a cracking card to look forward to. The horses are in the pre-parade behind me ahead of our first, and the man to take us through the runners and the riders is Mr. Anthony Ennis.
Thank you very much indeed to Callum. Yes, good to hear from Mark and Rory as well. Yeah, we're looking forward to this car. Got a short price one, as Rory was saying here, around 4-9 I think on the international markets. Mitalea, number 1. This is a local bred Fillies Open to kick things off on the dirt for these 2-year-olds, 7 furlongs. So Mitalea, ridden by Farhad Al Faradi, is number 1. Number 2 is M. Hal for Camillo Ospina. Number 3 is Joharat Al Wasil, Abdullah Al Kradis. 4 is going to be Julieta, written by Ali Al Mutib. 5 is Mandabat Hillstone for Alex Moreno. 6 Motorafeh for Mohammed Al Hubail. Number 7 Mohija Nawaf Al Fairuz. Number 8 is Sha'ia for Salman Al Rashid. So the smallest field of the day, 8 runners, hot favourite the 1, Mitalea, as we go back to Mark and Rory.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Enzo. Great to have you with us here today. Seems to be a trend, doesn't it, the last few days? The smallest field of the day tends to be the first race of the day. Yeah,
it does tend to be that way, especially with the open races for the youngsters. They tend to be the fields that don't fill. But as a result, you end up getting quite a lot of maidens running in those races, because the connections will often take the view that it's better to run in a sort of an 8-runner race for a horse with limited experience and not get battered around a little bit. So even though you're often against a short price favourite, it's a better introduction than it can be. So.
And money for the top 5.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, obviously you got money for first prize places for all races here at Riyadh. So there's always a chance of picking up a little bit of money, even if you're 20 lengths behind the winner.
Let's go through the international markets then. As you can see, the runners in the pre-parade ring. Callum's waiting patiently for them to arrive into the paddock proper. Mitaleya then 4-9 at the top for Fahed Al Faradi at 2 wins from 3 starts. Mfal for the White Stable, 4-1 second choice. Mandabat Hillstone for Alex Moreno from stall 1 is third pick in the market at 5-1. Mohajer 9-1. The other quartet are all big prices. Shair 25s, opened up 20s. Johorat Al Wasil 33s with Julieta. And Motafar is the 40-1 outsider for Mohammed Al Hubail. So Rory, we've had 2 1-3 shots beat, a 1-4 shot beat.
A very good performance. The filly who finished 4th here came out and absolutely bolted up in a maiden race on her next start. The winner's clearly smart, and she's pulled clear of the rest. She's run all the way to the line. No sign of her showing fatigue at the end of this race, and she won her first 2 in Taif really well, which had worked out. So again, she picks herself.
She certainly does. That is Mitaleya at the top of the
standpoint. She's absolutely gorgeous, and we're looking forward to seeing her in action here. Standpoint, she's absolutely gorgeous, and we're looking forward to seeing her in action here today. To be honest, she's walking out well enough. She's a bit jiggy today. To be honest, she's walking out well enough. She's a bit jiggy. Obviously, she's leading. So it won't be the easiest for her, and she's very, very on her toes. Won't be the easiest for her, and she's very, very on her toes, but I wouldn't say she's sweating up. She's totally fine from that perspective, and she is the one to keep sweating up. She's totally fine from that perspective, and she is the one to keep on the right side of. We'll go back to Mhal here, horse number 2. We'll go back to Mhal here, horse number 2. A very different type on paper, and with plenty of experience and only 1 career win from the 6 starts. The last 2 efforts have been in tougher races than this, no doubt, but you say from a physical standpoint, she's a much bigger individual here. She's a big girl. She's still got to fill that frame. She's not as precocious as the horse we've just seen previously, horse number 1. One that did catch my eye was the 5, Manabat Hillstone, who's just coming towards me. Oh, technically not in order, are they? Where did Manabat Hillstone disappear to? That's always frustrating when a horse doesn't make an appearance. But we can have a look at horse number 8 here, who is Shayar, who's just coming towards me now. This is Shayar. I thought this horse looked really well in the coat.
certainly not one of their best in the yard, but held in both starts so far at Riyadh this season.
Yeah, she won a Taif Maiden in September over 1,400 metres. She wasn't at all disgraced when 3rd on her debut here at this track last month, but was below form when beaten 22 lengths in a winner's race here last time, and she's beginning to look exposed. She's not an obvious one to topple the favourite, but obviously because she represents a top yard, she's popular enough in the betting order.
Mandabat Hillstone for Alex Moreno, number 5, gets an excellent draw today.
Yes, was beaten a fair way on debut, but was actually in front of Mhal that day, and you'd have thought that Mandabat Hillstone would improve for that debut effort. So it was beaten 21 3/4 lengths behind Falat Kerr. Falat Kerr looks very good. That was a good contest. To be making your debut in that kind of contest, obviously you've got to bear that in mind. So I think she'll improve a fair bit. I prefer her for second to Mhal.
Mohajer is number 7. We see a lot of Requintos here, don't we? She's got a couple of placed efforts to her name. Still a maiden though.
Yeah, she's looking pretty exposed as well. She improved on her previous poor form when placed in winners' events at up to 1,400 metres in Taif in August, and then she ran behind Mitaleya in the Taif Cup last time out, and she's clearly well held by Mitaleya on that form.
Shair, the one below, 0 from 4. She was second last time, but was absolutely stuffed in the process.
Yeah, she's beaten 12 3/4 lengths by Kawa Phil, who looks an interesting sort. That was in that 1,200 metre open. So you see open company second, that looks pretty good on paper, but when you're beating best part of 13 lengths in a race like that, you're not achieving an awful lot. So she needs to take a big step forward to be competitive here.
3 more to discuss, including number 3, Johorat Al Wasil. Abdullah Al Kredis is a 1 kilo claimer, drawn in stall 6, 1 effort so far.
Tailed off in July, Taif and off since, so a couple of negatives there. A, the performance, and B, the fact that she's not able to get back to the track until now either. So I mean, you can always forgive a debut effort, and you can say that a horse might not be nearly ready to run a Taif when they have their first run. It's just for experience, and then they're put away to strengthen up, and they might look a different horse next time you see them. But there's no obvious reason why you can make that argument other than to throw it out there as a thing that sometimes happens.
Jcsa, number 4, is a debutant, drawn in stall 7, which, you know, even in a small field is not ideal.
It's not ideal, and obviously she lacks experience here. She's a half-sister to Fanar, who's won twice here.
Yeah.
The dams produced 4 winners, none of them superstars, but it's always useful to see a dam able to produce winners as a broodmare, so that's at least a tick.
I guess the same comments from Jawharat Al Wasil, number 3.
On board the very talented 1 kilo apprentice. He will be riding instead. That's a late jockey change. I thought Malabat Hillstone looked very well in the parade ring. A late entry, but looks in really good shape. A very athletic type.
Rory, as you said earlier, well, you've got a very short price favourite. I'm not just going to be against her for no reason, because if you can't find anything to beat her, there's no point trying to take her on.
You have to.
There's no point trying to take her on.
You have to. Basically, it's the old buyer beware. Every time.
We are indeed, team. Yes, hat-trick on Mitolea. I think the difference between this horse and Fodea, I think it was yesterday, who was beaten at short prices. The first thing I say is this horse looks really fit. I wasn't confident about Fodea in the parade ring yesterday. I thought the horse was carrying a bit too much condition. Didn't look to have carried over the physical shape that he's shown in Riyadh. Forte, I should say. I've got the name of that completely wrong. Forte. That horse was just for me, didn't blow me away in the parade ring. Mitolea has. I have no concern from the parade ring. Yes, a bit jig jogging. You can still see behind the start, still remaining a little bit jig joggy, but that's not a concern for me. Jcsa, the debutant, you're looking at the connections and thinking that's not connections that tend to be very good with their 2-year-olds, so I'm allowing that to slide. I think Malabat Hillstone is the one I'd be most concerned about. No Alex Moreno. I'm trying to speak to the stewards and find out what the situation with Alex is, and I will let you know when I know more. Cheyenne, the bottom horse here, number 8, was probably the other one that caught the eye in the parade, and that looked very well in the coat. You've got a good jockey on board there with a 2 kilo claim, but I'm sticking with Mitolea, which means it's a triple kiss of death in the opening race here on Saturday at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. Anthony Ennis, it's over to you. Can you call us home a winner?
Well, the market says that I will beat Callum, but as you were saying yesterday, there's a couple of surprises, so we'll see what happens here. It's number 4, a bit edgy there. Jcsa, who's just circling around. They're going to try and put the hood on, I think, for Stall's entry quite early here for her. These fillies about to load up. They're on the dirt here for our 3:20 opening race. Smallest field of the day here. 1,400 metres, 7 furlongs. Going here, Mitolea, odds on the international markets to land this race. She's certainly looked pretty good so far, what we've seen. Daughter of Mitole, who's a real standout sire in America, sires a number of dirt winners. Mitole, usually over the sort of sprint to long sprint distances, but we'll see how she gets on here. I mean, this trip should be ideal for her on pedigree. Right, they're loading up. Just waiting for Jcsa to get a bit organised here. Already in there in the blue and red is Motorefar. It's gone in, as you heard that jockey change. Abdullah Al Saidi now on Mandabat Hillstone. There is the favourite in those yellow silks. Backing away now is Jawharat Al Wasil. Abdullah Al Kradis. This is Jcsa, who's been the one playing up at the start. Now she walks in very quietly. Almost. Jockey's got his feet out the irons there. She has now gone in. Jcsa, having been a bit edgy at the start, they're taking the blindfold off now. And she might have had some sort of equipment on there as well to load, but she's gone in. Now the one playing up is Jawharat Al Wasil. Favourite's been very well behaved, must say, Mitolea. There's Camille Ospina riding M. Hal. They'll be joined by Jcsa, who's about to go in there in the green, yellow and white. So just this horse is getting a bit stirred up now. Jawharat Al Wasil. Blindfold required for her as well. Let's see if she'll go in. She's the last one. 8 runners, almost set. She's not quite there yet. And now she's here. They've got the gate shut. We're ready for race 1. Here we go, our 320. 7 furlongs for these 2-year-old fillies, and they're off and racing. Favourite got off to a clean getaway towards the outside stall. That's Mitalea in the yellow and red colours. Also breaking well towards the inside with Jcsa, and towards the inside also the red and blue is Motorifar. Motorifar perhaps just in front in the blue and red. Goes on by a length now to racing up there in second place is Mohija in the purple and white. Racing in third is Mhow, the white blinkers. Very wide, the market leader Mitalea, but she's prominent in the yellow and red, just being followed by Jcsa in the blue and white colours. Then comes Jcsa, who can't go with them. And then comes Mandabat Hillstone. The back marker is Johara Al Wasil. They're really turning on the taps now around the crown of the home turn, and they go towards halfway. The leader, Mohija, but here comes Mitalea on the outside, full of run. Between them is Mhow for Camillo Ospina, who's trying to mix it up with the favourite. And Mhow is right there, but Mitalea on the outside looks to be going well as they turn for home. Still got 4 at Hillstone in 4th place. So another turn up for openers here. It's Ospina and Mhow who take our first.
They didn't have the success that they wanted yesterday, but the White Stable starts Saturday off with a bang as Emal turns over the favourite Mitalea in quite easy fashion towards the end. I can't wait till the boys have a look at this, because I think this is Camillo Ospina riding at his absolute best, and Farhad Al Faradi getting a little bit found out. Why, oh why do you go 4 wide around the bend when you've got a horse that's got to turn a foot? Just tuck in behind and let them fall away. They were going far too fast. But Mhow has managed to maintain that speed all the way to the line. Shahai was your horse that ended up finishing second. Mitalea held on for third, and Malabat Hillstone finished in 4th. The second and the 4th, I think, will definitely step up for a step up and trip. The mile will be for them in the future. But let's take nothing away from this winning performance from Camillo Ospina, who is riding at the top of his game since returning from his ban, and that is another winner for him. I don't think the team really expected that one, but they got it and they did it well, and celebrations all around for the White Stable, and well done to everybody involved. A very good performance to start us off with. She's a nice big filly. I imagine she'll come on with time. She's only 2 and you can see the size she's got. She's a filly that will grow into that frame. She's by Hainfield. Again, we mentioned this earlier on in the week, the White Stable just changing their breeding strategy a little bit.
The White Stable, and thanks God we won the race.
And you've won the race with the team there, and you've won your race yourself here to start with. Hopefully you can have a big Saturday as well.
I hope. God willing, we do something today.
Thank you, well done.
Thank you very much.
Great to hear from Camillo Ospina, who has got his afternoon off to the best way possible after a couple of disappointments here yesterday. Of course, a treble here on Thursday.
And keeping the horse relaxed, but Mitalea has now been really shaken. He'll book out of the window, and we've seen that constantly. That, you know, track position is very important here.
Yes.
And not getting hung out on the wide on the track is very important. And sometimes you can forget that because things look straightforward, but wide on the track is very important. And sometimes you can forget that because things look straightforward, but even on an odds-on favourite, you've got to ride the track as well as you can.
Indeed, Emhal is our open.
By Abdullah Al Kradis. Number 8, Masood Al Kaladir, Mohammed Aldaham. 9 is Mostab Sil Al Kaladir, ridden by Naif Adanazi. Take out the 10, so 11 is Own for Camille Ospina, looking for the quick double. 12 is Suwaiti Khalid Al Kaladir, Abdulaziz Al Faradi on board. Scratch 13, scratch 14, so 15, Mutahaja Afbar, Asal Al Sahani. 16 over the page, going to be Rakud Al Ansari, Abdullah Al Khamis. 17 is a runner, Shafa Al Hazam, Abdullah Al Rashid. 18, Suhamiyat Al Kaladir, Abdullah Al Saidi. Scratch 19, 20 is Shamka Al Kaladir, and that's ridden by Al Hussein Al Harith. And 21 and 22 don't go. So we go back to Callum, having a look at the runners.
Thank you, Enzo. Yes, I'm here joined by Lucas Gaten, who has not a wager at bar in this contest. Around 4-1 on the international markets, but must have a very good chance back at this level.
Yeah, she's a very good filly. She has a lot of speed. A bit concerned about her last racing time. Since the start, she was not the same filly that day. Oh well, she was training better now. So we'll see. We expect a good race for her.
Did you manage to find any reason why she ran below par in Taif, or did she just not like the track?
No, she doesn't have, I think, a problem with the track. She won there, but well, that day she was not in her best. She was a bit nervous that day, I think, also. So well, we expect she can recover today.
Are you surprised she's now found herself back at this sort of company, at this level?
Yeah, I was not expecting probably a tough race like this one. 4 or 5 very good horses at least. Looks like a cup. But well, I think she has credentials to be in this race.
Yeah, we're good seeing her in short as well, and she does look very well in the parade, and she's a standout, isn't she?
Yeah, she's very strong for an Arab filly.
Started off sort of running in open races and then turned into a cup sprinter.
Yes. Since at least one season he's running at a high level. Always, if not winning second or third, he's a warrior for us. So well, we expect a good race, and hopefully he can keep the cup another year at his name.
Keeping everything crossed. Enjoy this race, and best of luck with race 8 as well. Thank you for taking the time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, best of luck, Lucas Gaetan, today with 2 leading players. Basul looking for another victory in the same race later, and also Mutwahija Athbar here, who is 5th choice in the market, Rory, rated 110, the same as the market leader.
And I think she's got a very good chance of bouncing back. And you heard from Lucas Gaetan there, suggesting similar. So I think she's got a very good chance here. She would have been top rated if she hadn't run last time out. She was dropped from 115 to 110 for that run.
Yep.
And if you simply take the view that her Thai form is not as good as her Riyadh form, then she's the best mare in this race.
Jamran Al Kaladir is also rated 110. This is number 5. This is the market leader by Laith Al Kaladir. Abdullah Al Lawfi is a prolific winner.
Yeah, won twice over 1,200 metres this year, including the Sprint Championship Prep at Taif earlier in the season. Was 3rd behind Rakud Al Ansari in that race this time around. But she's got a chance of revenge here. She's certainly one to bear in mind. I thought she was a tiny bit disappointing when 5th to Al Hareth here last time out. But the balance of her form says she's got every chance.
You can see Katir Al Kaladir getting very worked up. We have got some form to show you, including this horse, Katir Al Kaladir, and Masood Al Kaladir. Masood Al Kaladir running down Katir Al Kaladir late in the piece. They are drawing the width of the track apart here today.
They are, and they're in reverse order here, if you like. Masood Al Kaladir in those familiar Sheikh Abdullah Hamoud Al Malek Al Saba colours, runs down Katir Al Kaladir late in the day. Looks at this stage just hanging a little bit in behind Masood Al Kaladir, that Katir might be able to hold on, but stamina really kicks in late in the day, and Masood Al Kaladir gets up to win. You'd say that at a slightly shorter trip that would have been a different result, even though the jockeys are clearly riding specifically for that distance. I thought Katir Al Kaladir has got more natural speed, but Masood has got a little bit more stamina.
Yeah, I'm sure Enzo will remember that race as well.
This morning, but there are 3 of them now on a very similar rating, and Rakud Al Ansari, arguably the most reliable of that trio.
2 more Al Kaladirs to discuss, starting with Suwati Khalid Al Kaladir, which is number 12, carrying the colours of Al Kaladir Stables and Naif Mutlaq. 5 wins from 19 so far.
Yeah, it's got a bit to do on this season's form. Still has a rating of 100, but that's gradually ticking down, and arguably not quite the force of old. 7-year-old now, Soweti Khaled Al Khalidi, was behind several of these in the Sprint Cup at Taif.
To Hamiat Al Khalidi towards the bottom, number 18, Abdullah Al Saidi. Any chances here? 2 wins from 32.
Yeah,
record.
She doesn't win races. She does tend to give her running, and usually picks up some sort of share of the prize money. And I imagine she'll be plugging on into fourth or fifth later on. But there are several who appear to have more going for them in terms of the ratings. 104 is her rating, so she's got about £6 to find with the top ones here. And to be honest, there's no obvious reason why she'd be turning the tables on this. This turns out to be a bit of a burn-up, and the pace collapses later on, as we occasionally see.
There's plenty in with a chance here, particularly with Jcsa now a non-runner. I mean, it's now 7-2 the field. I guess we can start thinking about selections. Where are you leaning towards?
I'm leaning towards Mutwahija Afba, number 15.
Nice price.
Yeah, I think it's a nice price. It's the draw is not particularly kind and still 15, but this mare is better than she showed last time out. Essentially, if she hadn't run last time out, she'd be top rated here, and she'd be a much shorter price. What would she be? Just simply for not turning up last time when she didn't give her running, she'd be maybe a 2-to-1 shot here.
Yeah.
But now she's 7-to-1 on the back of one poor run, and you've got to look at these horses on the balance of their form rather than just concentrating on one run.
Particularly runs here, I guess, as you say. Number 15, Mutwahija Athbar is the selection of Rory Delagi. I'm with the one below. That's Rakud Al Ansari, who had an excellent summer in Taif, and hopefully can carry that form through to here. 15 for Rory, 16 for me. Callum Halliwell, it's over to you.
Thank you very much, team. Rakud Al Ansari is going to be the pick for me. I think I like her every time she steps forward onto a track, but Rakud Al Ansari is definitely the play. Looked the best in the parade and didn't get a chance to have a good look at all of them. Obviously, I was talking to the trainer of the 16 here, but Lucas made some very good points all the way through there, but I thought Rakud Al Ansari looked well. I thought Masood Al Khalidiyah, the horse for Tamar Al Dahani, that horse looked well as well. That's horse number 8 on your race cards, coming here on the back of a win. That was a very positive, looks very fit. Mohammed Al Daham, I think he's underrated in these purebred Arabian contests. Asil Al Sahani, the rider of Mutwahija Ashba, is really talented as well. He's hard to miss because he's got that very big scar on his face from a riding accident, but he did very well in Taif last year. Sort of lost his way a bit in Riyadh, I thought, last season, but seems to be back to his best at the moment, always chipping in with a couple of winners. So well worth having this jockey on side. You'll notice that no Alex Moreno on this one. I think the team are leaning towards this rider with the That Bar horses now. Lucas Gaetan seems to be a big fan. But the paddock pick was Rakud Al Ansari, just a very typical strong individual, and I think she finds herself with a race here that looks very winnable from her stand. Now, if Mutwahija Ashbar comes back to form, you suddenly think that she could be in a bit of danger here, but yeah, Lucas couldn't find a reason for the fault last time out, so hopefully they'll find a bounce back today. But horse number 16 is the pick for me. Anthony Ellis, it's over.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, 16 for you. Okay, right, they're loading. Yeah, a lot of runners here to have a look at. Big field, 16 pure Arabian breds going in. You know the blue cap there for Soweti Khaled Al Khalidiyah. And first colours for the 5, the black cap, and the white cap for number 9, Mustapsil Al Khalidiyah. They've loaded pretty quickly up here, these runners. They're waiting for the last, maybe 1 or 2 to go in now, so we're almost set. We're going 1,200 here, so 6 furlongs on the dirt for our second race of the day. 3:45 will be off bang to time, I think. We're almost set. Ready, and they're off. Starter lets them go. Great start on the inside for Own, who flew out from stall 1 to show speed. Also up there early on, Soweti Khaled Al Khalidiyah as well. These two race on and go on by a couple of lengths. With up towards the outside is Hamiat Al Khalidiyah, who's also showing a bit of speed. Now just takes back. as they go through the first 300 metres. Advancing to the green sleeves and cap, that's Masoud Al Kaladir, goes into third place now, very much improving. But up front it is Sawaiti Khalid Al Kaladir, own on the inside rails in the blue and yellow, is right up there too. Looking a bit wider out, Mustabsil Al Kaladir, the white cap is very prominent too, and right in that vanguard is Masoud Al Kaladir with the kind of gold noseband. They make the turn though, the leader is just about Sawaiti Khalid Al Kaladir. The rider has looking behind, thinks he's going well on the horse number 12. He certainly appears to be. On the outside, running on now from the back of the field to get a lot closer. Right down the outside comes horse number 15. That is Mutahajer Athbar, who's flying down the outside now in the black colours. But the leader got first run. That leader, Sawaiti Khalid Al Kaladir, still leads by a length. The danger, Mutahajer Athbar still running on with a lot to do. The leader's drifting off the fence but leads. Sawaiti Khalid Al Kaladir will win it. Mutahajer Athbar in second, and running on for third was Own, who ran a good race, ran in snatches slightly but was third. They were clear of the others, headed by the likes of Katir Al Kaladir. The winner, number 12, Sawaiti Khalid Al Kaladir. Jockey wore the blue cap, Abdulaziz Al Faradi. He was confident, wasn't he? Looking round on the home turn. He had one horse to worry about, that was Rory's Fancy. He ran really well. Mutahajer Athbar just drifted out, the leader. Well clear at the time. The winning time 1 minute 20.31 seconds. Winning margin 1.5 lengths. 12 the winner, Sawaiti Khalid Al Kaladir. Beats number 15, Mutahajer Athbar. Own ran a good race, was up there early on, kind of dropped away and stayed on again. So it's 12, 15, 11, and fourth was number 5. That was one of the favourites, Jamran Al Kaladir. 12, 15, 11, 5 the numbers. It's Sawaiti Khalid Al Kaladir who beats number 15, Mutahajer Athbar. Number 11, Own, in third.
Yes, taxes and an Al Faradi riding a winner. But this time it's Abdulaziz Al Faradi who has partnered Sawaiti Khalid Al Kaladir to victory here in this open contest over the 1200 metres for these older Arabian horses. Interesting, it's another horse by Laith Al Kaladir, the super stallion that is the sire of all the very good Al Kaladir horses. Laith Al Kaladir still doing the business for the team here, and certainly a very, very good looking individual here as well. Very similar look to Afsan Al Kaladir, of course, probably Laith Al Kaladir's best runner here in Saudi Arabia at the moment. But Sawaiti Khalid Al Kaladir clearly can handle himself at this sprint division. 7 years old now, but still got a little bit in the tank, I imagine. Only had the 19 official starts here in Saudi Arabia. There are some unofficial race courses that these purebred Arabians often find themselves at, so don't take 19 for granted. It might have a few more runs than that, but that's a 6th win from the 20th official Saudi start. Quite a good track record, and again a typical of the Laith Al Kaladir. Strong, built low to the ground, bright grey type, very attractive and doing the job well. But good for Abdulaziz Al Faradi, who we've yet to see ride a winner on the channel, and certainly a jockey to keep on the right side of. Yet another one of the Al Faradi boys. There's 3 of them, and all 3 of them are chipping in with the winner. He's hit the crossbar a couple of times recently, and we're going to have a little bit of a circle because we're going to wait for the big bosses to turn off. Now if Mudlak doing the training of this horse as well. Just watching this horse circle around. While we're circling, we'll grab a word with Nawaf very quickly, Nawaf. Well done, very nice horse.
Thank you so much.
This was a sprint trip for this horse. Is he a sprinter through and through? Does he like 1200?
Yeah, he's won. Well, 1 mile and 1 is today.
He's got plenty of space about him. Congratulations, well done.
Thank you so much.
No problem at all. Yes, we've just got a nice word there for the trainer. I'm a big fan of Noah. They've not had the success that they arguably had last season, where they were really mopping up with everything, but that's because a lot of them are being held back. The talented horses, Tilal Al-Kaladir, Ahsan Al-Kaladir, they're all being held back. They had a racecourse gallop a couple of weeks ago, and here we see the big teams are all arriving on scene now, and just going to make sure that everyone can arrive for the trophy presentation. Not the trophy presentation, but the winning photo is what we'll need to do. Boys in the studio, it's an interesting race there. This horse had form over the mile, but winning at sprint trips as well. I think Nawaf was very happy with that.
Over all sorts of trip here, the winner, Sawati Khalid Al-Kaladir, and has bumped into one or two good stablemates, including Tilal Al-Kaladir twice at Taif this summer. We've seen Sawati Khalid Al-Kaladir to great effect here, Rory. Banged out to the front and kicked on clear on the turn for home. Sadly for you, Mutwahija Atbar's late challenge was to no avail.
Yes, it looked like the runner-up might get there at one stage, but this was a decent ride from Abdulaziz Al Faredi, who's gone quite strongly through the contest, but just kicked at the right point and stole a couple of lengths after the turn, and that ended up being crucial in the end. A few of the Sawati Al-Kaladir handy there. Rakud Al-Ansari was well positioned, but didn't really go on with things. Mutwahija Atbar has not come from that far back. I think she's got outpaced at a crucial stage of the race and then run on again. You see that he's under pressure at this stage. It's not like he's waiting, thinking he's going to pick the winner up. So he's in full flight now. But our winner has bounced back from a couple of moderate runs. Was actually in front of Mutwahija Atbar last time out in that Taif Sprint Championship. But they're both disappointing, 7th and 9th on the day, and they've shown themselves better than they did that day back on this faster surface. And I did suggest this Sawati Khalid Al-Kaladir might not be quite the force of old, based on those performances this season. He's been running into some very good horses, obviously, but it's been over a year since he won, and his last win came in a handicap here last October.
But it's the kind of horse that does pop up every season and nicks a victory somewhere and runs in pretty competitive races throughout the campaign as well. He's always got a win in him, and now he's a 7-year-old. Might get one or two more from the career.
Yes, possibly. As Callum said, he's not had that much racing for a horse of his age, and the purebred Arabians do tend to take time to reach maturity. So the fact that he's 7 doesn't necessarily mean that he's coming towards the end of his career. I just thought that his recent efforts were just a little bit below what he was doing this time last year, which is always obviously a concern with any horse. You suggest that if last year you were at this level and this year you're down a level, it suggests that you're gradually regressive.
Sawati Khalid Al-Kaladir then is the winner. Any sort of excuses with the eventual second? I think it's one to keep on the side of now we're back in the capital.
Yeah, she'll definitely win races here.
Yeah.
But I think the crucial point here was she was well enough placed, and then when the winners kicked for home, she just got a bit outpaced before staying on again. And so it made it look like she had a bit too much to do, but she was never in a bad position, really. No. Just couldn't quicken at the same time as the winner did.
Sawati Khalid Al-Kaladir is the winner, beating Mutwahija Atbar in second, and Own was back in third place. We are switching back to thoroughbreds here ahead of race number 3. This is a local bred fillies maiden due off in 15 minutes time. 1,600 metres back to Enzo.
Thank you, Mark and Rory. 20 runners this one, so plenty to have a look at here for this fillies maiden. Here we go. Number 1 is Ablik Mohammed Al Habail. 2, Aziri Abdullah Al Kradis. 3, Bin Al Fakama Osama Al Sharani. 4 is Dozan for Thab Al Tamat. 5, Fajr Al Janub Mohammed Al Yami. 6, Frank Leia for Abdulaziz Al Yayesh. Over the page to find number 7, Habat Al Lulu for Salman Al Rashid. 8, Loyan Azra is ridden by Ayad Al Turisi. Number 9, Manak Al Hossam for Abdullah Al Saidi. 10, Rahik Al Jazeera, ridden by Talik Al Mansour. Scratch 11, so 12 is Sahab Al Monktara for Abdullah Al Lorfi, now riding that one. Nathan Anazi rides number 13 here, Tab Thil. That's what's 13. 14, Takmeen for Khalid Al Mamoni. 15 is Tjeb for Mohammed Aldaham. 16 is Thran Najd for Camille Ospina, looking for a double. 17, Peshawar for Fawaz Wanas. 18 is Tajeb Al Laylam for Rayan Altoesh. 19, Wada Al Arab for Alex Moreno. 20 doesn't go. 21 does. Nakada Fahad Al Faradi. 22 is a runner as well. Jayat Kem for Nawaf Al Fayrouz. Take out 23, take out 24. Big field of runners though for Mark and Rory to talk about.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Enzo. You can see the runners in the pre-parade ring currently, but they are now filtering through to the paddock itself. We'll get back to Callum shortly. International market currently speaks in favour of number 1 Ableek. Opening mark of 66 after 3 efforts so far. 9-4 the market leader. Tijeb, number 15 on the programme, second choice at 7-2. Sahab Al Mokhtar is the third pick at 5-1. North Amudiani back from his suspension. 19 Wada Al Arab is next in at 8-1 with Nakada number 21 the same price. Tajeb Al Laim for Rayan Al Taesh and Gaith Al Gaith 10-1, and it is bigger prices about the remainder. Let's start with Ableek, Rory, right at the top of the race card, and indeed the international markets. We were expecting improvement the last day. Sadly, we didn't get it.
Yeah, Ableek's best effort came when runner-up in a 1600-metre maiden here last month, which was beaten 14.5 lengths in a 1200-metre open last time out. The step back up and trip is definitely in her favour, though, and it's hard to find anything with a solid profile in this race, so you're very much inclined to forgive that last run and suggest that that she will get back on track and back at this trip. So no surprise at all to see Ableek in as the favourite.
Well, if we put a line through that run, we can see the better effort, which was her second on penultimate start, was fourth, as you say, over 1200 metres next time out. What do we make of the second here? Was showing up for a long way.
Yeah, it looked like winning for a long way and got run down late on the piece. It wasn't the strongest race of its type, but it was a stronger race than this on paper, and I thought Ableek has beaten the rest pretty easily, so you'd be pretty positive about this. And just got done for pace by the winner, really. Keeps running on to the line, so it's not a case of it falling apart late in the day, and I would have thought Ableek would be hard to beat here, unless there's one very interesting newcomer, and that is Sahab Al Motara, who could be anything.
Yeah, we'll get to her very shortly. Callum, have you had a look at the favourite yet?
Yes, in the parade ring here ahead of this local bred fillies maiden. I'm not going to lie to you, team, I've not got a bunch of horses to put on the short list here. We'll start off with the top one though, Ableek, horse number 1. She is a fairly imposing individual. She's a big, tall girl. She's still got plenty of growing to do, only the 2-year-old here, but you can see why they're running her over the mile. She's definitely a horse with a stamina-laden future. She's all leg, and that's not necessarily a bad thing because she's showing plenty of signs of fitness and is carrying very little condition, but you can clearly see she's got so much growing to do in behind. Just look at her hind quarters. They're not that big rounds type that you usually see with horses that have filled the frame. She still has plenty more growing to do, but if you look at it on form, she's the one they all have to be. I imagine she'll be much, much better as a 3-year-old. Let's go back to horse number 8. This was a horse that really caught my eye. Leon Azra, just coming towards me now in the white noseband with the yellow colours with the black disc. Just walking towards me now, a very nice individual here. I thought she had a very kind head, a nice eye. She's only had the 1 start. Physically, she's looked in very good shape. Certainly in front. Yes, there's still a bit of growing to do in behind, but she's a little more of a precocious type than what we've just seen. She's better, she's more put together now. Again, she's still got some growing to do in behind. And you could argue that she's still got to come forward fitness-wise, not seeing too much of a poverty line in behind in her hindquarters. She's certainly a horse that I like the look of and looks really well in the coat. We'll go back now. Oh, we're all getting a bit jigged up, mainly because the outriders have come by and all these fillies have got a bit jiggy. The 10 wasn't what we wanted to see. We wanted to see the 12. This is Sahab Al Mokhtara. If we're talking about horses that look ready to go today, at the debutant, Sahab Al Mokhtara is the one, but is not walking well at all. I would say, whoa, silly, calm down. Calm down, calm down. You're all right. Hey. Every time she sees the outrider, she gets in a tizzy, but she's fine. There you go. And that's why I always tell my cameraman Mustafa to keep his distance, because sometimes these horses will try and kill him. But we're okay. Sahabat Mukhtara, as you say, she's not behaving at her best, and she's certainly not the best walker you'll ever see. But I thought she was quite well put together. You're surprised sometimes when you see a red stable runner in this type of maiden. Clearly they've got better at home as well. But this horse needed to have a run, and they're going to give it a try. I'd be looking elsewhere personally. I think there's much more excitement in this field, but she certainly makes the shortlist. She's very well put together. The front end of her is superb. She's got a strong shoulder, good powerful neck as well, and hopefully she can put a good race together. You'd just be a little bit concerned about the walk. She's not the most fluid of movers. Let's go back to the last horse, which is actually the Paddock eye catcher. That's the 18. Absolutely drop dead gorgeous. Tejab Alim is the horse we're looking at now. This is the horse that's well put together. Look at this. The neck is a bit long and a bit ungainly. That'll grow into, but the back end is superb. The shoulder's great. The hind quarters work. You'd ask for a little bit more muscle definition, but again, I'd say we're asking for too much here in a race of this quality. You're just hoping for a half-decent looking individual, and we've got one in the shape of the 18, Tejab Alim. This will be the play for me team. The pick of the yard is horse number 18.
Thank you very much for those observations, Callum. We'll get back to you just before the off. Oblique now 2-1 at the top. We've already highlighted the chances about this 2-year-old filly who is starting on the racecourse for the 4th time. 3 efforts so far, including the 2nd place finish we saw in the VT a few moments ago. Let's speak about a few others, Rory, if we may. Tijeb, number 15, gets the draw next to Oblique, and clearly, according to the market, has leading chances.
Yeah, shown ability in both starts, beaten 9 1/4 lengths from 6 of 17 to Al Brock in a 1200 metre maiden last time out. Ought to improve for a longer trip on pedigree, and the fact that it's shown good ability twice in a row immediately makes it of interest in a race like this. Normally you'd be a little negative and say, you know, maybe needs a little bit more time, but in this lineup with so many of them having shown very little, Tijab must be of significant interest.
Which then brings in 2 of the newcomers, including one for the red stable, another one by Requinto. Northa Mudiani back here today after serving his ban. What can you tell us about number 12, Sahab Al Mokhtar?
I can tell you that she's out of a half-sister to a horse called Al Nader, who you may remember won the King Abdulaziz Cup, also won the King Abdullah Cup for local bred horses. So that's a good pedigree and makes plenty of appeal on paper. But Callum did not like it at all in the parade ring, and that's a little bit off-putting. As I said, pedigree-wise, very interesting, but physically it didn't catch Callum's eye.
Next in the market is also a newcomer, 19 Wada Ale Reb for Alex Moreno. This is number 19 on the programme. Tundstract for debut.
Yeah, is a Hainesfield house sister to Bin Rantham, who's a 3-time winner, and also Lei Oyunak, who's a fair maiden, been placed in several times without getting his head in front. Does make enough appeal on paper to be of interest in the parade ring. We'll see if she catches our eye again.
Elsewhere, Nakadar gets in, number 21, Farhed Alfaredi. Very well drawn in stall number 3. What did you make of her first start at the racecourse? 21.
Yeah, well, the dam was well bred, was winning in the UK for Godolphin. She ran here last week. I thought she showed a bit of promise when 6th of 18 to Oak Saham over 1200 metres. Bred to be suited by this trip, and I thought was one of the more interesting ones. Was beaten 16.5 lengths first time out, but beat the rest of them. It beat most of the field well enough. And that 6 furlong trip would have been too sharp on pedigree. So, yeah, definitely shortlist material for me.
Speaking of shortlist, we can see the comments on the YouTube page. Idris has got in touch to say hello, so too has Saroja. Adil or Adele had the Gaytan horse in the previous race, so burnt fingers there. Although a nice big price at 7-1, may have got a little bit back each way. Do get in touch on the YouTube comments if you can. We're here for the next 5 hours or so plenty of time to say hello. Any selections you want to flag up ahead of any of the races later on in the programme, then do let us know. As we can see, Wada Ale Rab to be mounted for the first time at the races by Alex Moreno. Seems to be taking it all in her stride, and she will pop out of stall number 14. I know Callum quite like the chances of number 18, towards the bottom, Rory. This is Tajeb Alain, who showed much more last time, has been very well supported here today. Possibly the biggest gamble in the market in this race, 16 to 1 into 17 to 2. Not your money.
Ran a little bit, no, definitely not my money. Ran a bit better last time out. She was well beaten the first 3 starts. It'll be embarrassing for the handicapper if she wins, because she's been given a rating of 35. And if she's the best in the field, then it's not a very good race. But it's possible. We have seen horses who just badly need experience who get a handicap mark, and then when they run better, the handicap mark goes up like 2 or 3 pounds. And I think sometimes that's a little bit unfair on these. And we've seen quite a few horses going from having a mark in the 30s to suddenly being rated 60 odd when they go and beat horses like this. So she might be better. The first 3 runs were very poor. The last one was a little bit better. So she might be going in the right direction, but I thought she had a bit to prove.
There's one more I want to ask you about, which is a much bigger price. This is number 4, Dozan, Thurb Altimyat, 28 to 1. I know you fancied a Harlington debutant here yesterday, the same colours. Are you going to make the same choice here?
I made the point of writing, say, the dam, actually, this isn't very interesting on breeding compared to the couple of them. We had 2 in these colours that run disappointing in the last couple of days.
Yeah, we have.
And the dam of this raced once and didn't show an awful lot, and she's got no record as a broodmare. So while the other 2 were really interesting on paper and they were related to good winners, this one isn't. It'd be ironic if this is the one that runs well from the stable. Coming out of stall 1 though, so that's a good posse to be in.
Indeed. You can see Sahab Al Mokhtar under North Amudiani slowly making her way down to start.
Not a good mover in the slower paces, but it'll be interesting to see what she looks like when she's cantering, because you do get some high quality horses who don't move well when they're walking or trotting, and certainly there's nothing particularly appealing about the way she's moving like a crab.
Like a crab, really,
as she goes to post. So that's a bit of a worry, but she's got that pedigree, as I said, local Group 1 winners in the family, and in a race lacking depth, you thought that might be really interesting, but she's not showing the signs of her classy breeding so far.
Okay, let's start thinking about a selection. Either of us yet to strike today. Of course, you lead the way with 10 winners. I'm chasing you closely on 9, Callum back on 6, but certainly not out of contention. What are you going to go with in race number 3 then?
I've got to go with a Blake here. We might not be mad to be siding with these horses at short prices, but I didn't find enough positives in any of the others to be with them, and the newcomer that I thought might be interesting has got a black mark from Callum, so a Bleak it is.
Okay, Oblique, that's right at the top of the race card, and indeed the international markets. Now 15 to 8 for Oblique and Mohammed Al Hubail. That is the selection of our top analyst, Rory Delaghi. I'm going to take you on with Tijeb, number 15, with Mohammed Al Daham next door in stall number 5. So number 1, Oblique for Rory. Number 15, Tijeb for myself. Callum, what are you siding with here in race number 3?
I know when you boys are struggling to find one, when you hand over to me and they're not even past the stalls yet, team. This is a fascinating one because there's so many paddock negatives in here. A lot of these fillies were on their worst behaviour, taking their impressions of Drake, the music artist, for a great song, Worst Behaviour. Thurb Al Mokhtar is an awful mover. Hopefully she gallops better than she walks or trots. Absolutely awful mover. Abdullah Al-Orfi in the plate now for Midiani, I imagine still facing that ban. But Thurb Al Mokhtar is ridden by Abdullah Al-Orfi, who'll be looking for some success here. I thought one that you might be able to play of a debutant, Sarah Najd, horse number 16. This has got Camille Ospina on debut by Commissioner. We tend to know that commissioners do well here in Saudi Arabia. Makes debut, jumps out of 17 would be a negative for sure. But Camille could get this thing just out in front and rolling, and that might be enough to win in a race like this. I cannot stress how badly behaved a lot of these young ladies were, and it was pretty poor all round. Not very many paddock positives, so it meant that horses that did behave themselves really stood out. And those are the ones I mentioned. The 18, Tajeb Alain, that was the play I'm going to make in this one. Certainly the best of those. Another by Commissioner, funnily enough. So Tajeb Alain is the one I'm going to hit. I think Sarah Najd could run a big enough race. I thought the 8, handled the prelims very well. Leon Azra, that is a horse from Fame and Power, having the second career start today. She'll be looking to take a step forward from that. She's got one duck head next to her name. Oblique is a very big, rangy filly. I imagine that if there's one that's going to be the best of these at 3, it's definitely going to be Oblique. So watch out for the back end of this season and next season as well for Oblique, who's got decent enough connections. We call these the Colgate connections for horse number 1 because of the toothpaste-like lines in the middle of the body. So Oblique is the selection for Rory. I think Mark Francis wants Tajeb, horse number 15, and I like horse number 18, Tajeb Aline, jumping out of 15. So hopefully keep your eye on the high draws because we're coming. Anthony Ennis, it's all yours.
Thank you very much indeed, Callum. Okay, so it's Tajeb Aline for you, number 18. Just looking at the international markets a moment ago, it's Oblique sort of was the top of the betting. Tajeb is the second favourite. The international markets around 7-2. Horse number 15, that's Mark's fancy. Jockey Mohammed Aldaham. They're the top 2. Third in the market is horse number 12 here, Abdullah Al-Lawfi, as we were saying, now riding Sahab Al-Moghtar. I think this horse has got a bit of a chance here. Drawing 10, probably not too bad for the field this size, towards the middle. You can see stall 10 there. And fourth in the international market, number 21, Nakadar, is around 7.5 to 1 at the moment. And she's had the 1 run so far, daughter of Haynesfield, another one of these American dirt sires. Right, they're loading up then for our third race. This is our 410, 2-year-olds here. These fillies, locally breds, going the mile, 1,600 metre start. First prize 25,000 Saudi Riyal. There is number 21, Harder. To load up, so we're getting through loading. Max Moreno runs number 19 here, Wardat Ale Reb. I think the last one's coming in here, so we're almost set. Just waiting for Sahab Al Moghtar to go in. Ready, all in. Final checks from the starter across to the stalls handlers, making sure everybody's happy. Flag goes up, we're set, and they're off. He's let them go. A pretty good start for most of them. 1 or 2 a little bit sluggish, including towards the inside there. That was Dozad, who completely missed the break and trails them early doors. One that broke well is the well-fancied Oblique with the red and white stripes towards the inside. Oblique is going to lead them here to Sahab Al Moghtar. Got off to a nice beginning too in the red colours. So number 12, Sahab Al Moghtar, just nosing on now from Oblique. 2 of the fancied runners are first and second. Racing out wider in the dark colours, the stripes, that is Wardat Ale Rab, who's racing now back in 3rd place, horse number 19. Further back to find Malak Al Hosn, who's towards the inside in 4th place. And then in 5th is Thra Naj for Camille Ospina, who's trying to get a bit closer. Further back on the inside is Tisawa. Also well back at this stage is Nakada in the light blue. Front 2 are pressing on though. Front 2 are Sahab Al Moghtar and Abdullah Al-Lawfi, who leads a length clear. Oblique is racing in second, the favourite for Mohammed Al-Hubayl in the blue sleeves and cap, now manoeuvred off the rails. Quite a big filly, Oblique, and she's making ground pretty quickly on Sahab Al Moghtar. The front 2 are nicely clear. 3rd place now for Malak Al Hosn, but here comes Oblique with a big stride on the outside. She's dwarfing the horse on the inside, Sahab Al Moghtar. These 2 are clear. Back in 3rd place at the moment is Malak Al Hosn. Staying on from the back of the field, we have Thra Naj, who's trying to get into it, the pink cap down the outside, and Nakada is also keeping on, but the leader is Oblique, and she's gone clear by 3 lengths. Oblique in front, Tisawa running on. Here down the outside comes Thra Naj, and Camille Ospina, he can sense the victory again. Thra Naj down the outside, beautifully timed. Double for Camillo. Thra Naj is up in time to beat Oblique, who's second, and third was Tajeb. They were away from the others. Camillo Ospina, he's red hot again. Double on the day. He was flying when I was calling last week. And he's ridden 2 winners already from 3 races. This is a debutant, Thra Naj. And she really picked up in the straight because Oblique was going well turning in. Look, the winner under Mohammed Al-Hubayl in the red, white and blue, but just got tired and beaten by perhaps a nice horse here. First time out, Thra Naj, number 16, the winner. 1 minute 43.98 seconds, the winning time. Second place will be Oblique, who got really tired. He just hung on for second, number 1, beaten 1 3/4 lengths in the end. 16, Thra Naj, the winner. 1 Oblique was second. Mark's pick stayed on really well. That T-Jeb, red and white colours, never really in the race. But plugs on to get third and fourth. Another eye catcher, Nakado, was quite well fancied. Finished fourth, number 21. So the numbers are 16, 1, 15, 21, Thra Naj, Oblique, T-Jeb, Nakada, the 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 3/4 lengths. It's Thra Naj. It's that man, Camille Ospina, at the double.
I thought there could be something to do with this jockey booking. Camille Ospina on a debutant, not for the White Stable, in a race where a lot of these horses just didn't do much in the parade ring. You thought maybe there could be a play here, and there certainly was in a race that could be broken down into probably 2 or 3 individual sections. I thought Sahabag Montara showed blazing early speed, which is lovely to see considering she looked awful in the prelims, and then you saw the eventual favourite Oblique running a stormer, an absolute monstrous performance from Oblique, who would really bang up there in good fashion for an awful long way, and then began to fade and eventually finished second. And sweeping around the outside, Saranaj doing the winning for some jubilant connections as well, which is absolutely lovely to see. Saranaj, proper good horse, and what a group we've got here as well. Trainer and Trainers Connections all joining up. Give us a wave, come on everybody, give us a wave. You've got to give us a wave. Give us a wave now. There it is, that's what we want to see. Perfect shots there. And we'll go and grab a word with Camillo, our winning jockey as well, who's guided this horse to victory on a very sneaky jockey booking. So we're very happy with that. Make sure Camillo gets weighed in correctly. Camillo almost got away from me there, got him though. Camillo, this was interesting because we don't usually see you on an outside ride. Debutant, what did you know before you got on her?
No, you know, always when I can, I ride for the outside, you know. Sultan, Abdulaziz bin Jalal, he always they give him some chance to win the races. And this field is first time run, but he told me, Camilo, she's lazy, but when you give him, she's coming, you know. And thanks guy, I know this job, and he's coming very good. He coming in the last meter very strong, and thanks God she won the race.
And Sultan's been doing quite well over the last couple of weeks. I think that's his second winner in 2 weeks, and he clearly, with the horses at this level, he seems to be thriving.
Yeah, I know, yeah. It is, I think this field is his first time, you know. Yeah. And he will see, you know, there are some horses from outside, you know. Now the priority is the stable, you know. I ride many horses from the stable, but I try to ride the horses from outside, and I give him all my best job.
And the front two pulled a very long way clear early on, but none of the other jockeys seemed to panic and worry. You all seemed that you would catch them anyway.
No, you know, my way is this one, you know. I try to give it to the 100% to the horse, and never get out, you know, until wire. You know, after the wire, okay, you lose, but before you never, I never think, you know. I try to do my best job until wire.
Well done. You certainly did. 2 winners today. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, double on the afternoon for Camilo Ospina. You can see with the pink cap, launched wide here, emerged from stall number 17, has got the job done. Takes the gold medal on debut here. Thra Najd, who was driven down the outside to score late on. I think Rory, time was up for Oblique at this stage. Didn't really get the impression that she was going through with it. 1 or 2 closers, including the eventual winner. Oblique, you can see head to one side, was eyeballing the eventual winner, Thra Najd, who has collected the prize in game style. Currently 1 from 1. We'll take it from the off though. Oblique was very, very well away.
Yes, Oblique had a good draw and got a very good start, straight into the lead from stall 4, much faster away than those in stalls 1 and 3, which made it look like an absolute flyer. But she was joined very quickly by the newcomer from the Red Stable, who we talked about having a very good pedigree, but she didn't impress with the ways that she moved in the parade ring or on the way to post, but she can gallop pretty fast.
Definitely, yeah.
She did get quite warm just before the start of the race as well, and was racing on her nerves a little bit. But what she's done, she's actually got up and got past Oblique, and then she's crossed over Oblique and got to the rail. That made it difficult for the favourite. Her jockey did the right thing, Mohammed Al Hubail, by pulling her wide again and just giving her half a chance. In an ideal world, it's difficult to do in this situation. In an ideal world, he doesn't want to be going as fast as he is there, but the other filly is revving him up and making him do that. It's quite difficult to take back at this stage of a race and sit 3 or 4 lengths behind the leader, which is what you want to do ideally. You don't want her getting you going faster than you want, but that's the way it is, and it's the cards that Mohammed Al Hubail has been dealt in the race. He's got Oblique wide again. She's going to win the battle with Sahab Al-Mutara, but she's now gone hard and she gets tired. I wouldn't crab her attitude in the closing stages here. Horsey carries her head to one side right at the end. Pure tiredness. She's trying to get air into her lungs, but she's gone harder than ideal, and she's now on fumes at the end of the race. And the others see her there, and she's essentially acting as a target for them. And Camilo Ospina doesn't need too many opportunities to come past. And this newcomer has gone and won. I must say I couldn't have had it on pedigree. It was interesting that Camilo was riding, and I looked through the pedigree. The dam ran 17 times. She never won. And she's produced 6 foals, and none of those had won before this. So there weren't too many positives in the pedigree, but that's not always the best guidance. We've seen a couple of well-bred flops here recently, and this modestly bred filly has produced a winning performance first time out.
Quick word on Tjeb, who has run on into 3rd in the closing stages.
Yeah, just got outpaced Tjeb and stayed on strongly late on. Couldn't go the pace they went earlier on, but has plugged away. That was a step up on the 2 promising runs she's had to date, and she'll surely find a little race. But again, you couldn't rate her too highly on this.
Indeed, Thra Najd is our 3rd race winner, a double on the day so far for Camilo Ospina, and plenty of chances still to come. Fillies Maiden coming up at 4:35, 1,600 metres again. 2-year-olds in action. Let's go back to the commentary box and rejoin Anthony Ellis.
Thank you, Mark. Yeah, sadly, Camilo's intended rider non-runner here, Nath the Thom, so that's a little bit unfortunate. But here are the runs that are running. Number 1 is Al Dana. It's a fillies maiden, by the way, 1,600 metres on the dirt. Alex Moreno on Al Dana heads the runners and riders. Number 2 is Al Moghtara for Khalid Al Mamoni. 3, Anud Al Riyadh for Abdullah Al Saidi. 4 is Asaf, who's one of the favourites here, Fahad Al Faradi. 5, Desert Gold, Abdullah Al Kradis. 6 is Medagesh for Abdullah Al Fairuz. Over the page to find Milad. Number 7, Mohammed Saeed on board for the Al Dahasi stable. Number 8 is Motawathibar, Rayan Al Toesh. Number 9 doesn't go, sadly. Nath the Thom is out. 10, Arub for Osama Al Sharani. 11 is Renad for Mohammed Al Daham. 12 is Shakra Al Miyad, ridden by Muhammad Al Nassar now. He's on board that one. Number 13, Saroon for Fawas or Wanas. And 14 does run. That's Talika for Nawaf Al Fairuz. So they are the runners for this fillies maiden. Let's go and catch up with Callum.
Thank you very much, Enzo. Al Nud Al Riyadh is the first horse we're going to have a look at. That's number 3 on your race cards, and she is very well put together. A lovely short back type here who's had plenty of racing experience, not carrying a lick of condition. Looks very, very well. You could say could do with a bit of more muscle definition in behind, but she's only a baby. She's very effeminate, well put together, a very light mover. She certainly makes the shortlist. Let's go back one more, very different type here. Asafar, horse number 4. Now she is a very big girl. Big, strong type. She's well muscled all over. She is carrying a little bit of condition, but she is certainly built to do better with time. She only makes her second start today, came 5th on debut. She might not be a winner today, but she's certainly one to keep an eye on. She's a big frame and will do well going forward. Still carrying some condition. Probably today's not the day, but one for the future. Let's drop back to horse number 6, who we're going to have a look at now. This is Medagesh, who we're seeing now come towards us. Another chestnut who looks in very good form. Completely different to what we just saw. You can see much more fit, a lot tighter, still a little less muscle definition than we saw on the 2. And also, I would admit, probably a very long type, actually. She looks quite long. Maybe in the future for her. Maybe today might not be today. We'll go back to horse number 8 for the white stable. This is Motawasiba. We've seen this horse before, finishing 4th last time. Another one that's very well put together. I would say not as long and ropey as we saw earlier on with our previous horse we looked at, and well built in behind. I would argue that she could come forward fitness-wise for this contest, and hopefully she will. But she's a nice type. She's certainly built to do well at this stage of her career. She's not a big grower. She's a nice looker all the way through. Like her quite a lot. Horse number 8. We'll go back to 2 more. We're going to look at horse number 11 and horse number 12 here. Horse number 11. Sorry, we're going to look at horse number 10 and horse number 11. I'm sorry. Mustafa, my cameraman, gave me a dirty look because he knew I got it wrong. Yes, horse number 10 is Orub here. She looks fit, isn't she? She's a very fit individual. She's got the hood on. That's not a concern for me. High hip pointers. Another one that's very well put together. Precocious type will do well here. Looking forward to seeing Orub making the second career start. And finally, we'll go to Renat, horse number 11. This is the filly, who is also very, very long. I mean, you could fit 2 or 3 on her back, but she's well put together. She's got good hindquarters. She's clearly built like a dirt horse. She walks out well. She's got a good shine to her coat, and she certainly captures the eye. But team, the paddock pick is horse number 3.
Which is Anud Al Riyadh, third choice in the market at 9-2. 2 rivals above her in the international markets, Safa at 3-1 and Motawathiba 7-2, numbers 4 and 8. Anud Al Riyadh 9-2 with number 1 Al Dana for Alex Moreno. 13 Saroon is next in at 7-1, followed by Al Mogtra number 2 at 9-1. The rest are all double digits and bigger. Plenty of pluses in the parade ring from Callum, Rory. Asafa, though, carrying a little bit of extra condition than ideal, is only a second-time starter here and finds herself at the top of the betting.
Yes, I suppose we've got to listen to Callum when he says that he thinks it's carrying a little bit condition, even though not everyone agrees with that point of view sometimes. But yes, I thought Asafa was a very likely improver, having finished 5th on debut. Kept on well, went 5th to Le Ayun A's in a 1200 metre maiden at Taif, but that was back in July, so it has actually been off the track for a fair while. And often, some horses carry condition naturally, and when you've seen them run recently, and you get the comment that it seems to be carrying condition, I tend to ignore that, and take it as the horse's natural build. But when a horse has been off the track since July, then that is a little bit of an issue. I think she should win races, but I will take Callum's advice and take her off my shortlist.
Okay, let's talk about the white stable pair. I know one of them is a non-runner, number 9. Camilo Ospina was due to ride in a flat tom, who's rated 52. Is it a surprise to not see him jump on Motawathiba, who's rated 62? But I guess earlier on, he'd already had first pick and sided with the flat tom.
Exactly, I think that has to be significant. Motawathiba was runner-up in her first 2 starts before being outclassed in the Taif Cup 2 starts ago. I think that's fair enough. Beaten 11.5 lengths, went fourth to Sama last time out, and actually finished in front of Anud Al Riyadh on that occasion. But very interesting that this was down to be ridden by Rayan Altuash and Camilo. You know, Callum asked him earlier on, you know, do you get told what to ride? Do you pick what you ride? And he said, well, you know, sometimes I pick the wrong one. But he didn't suggest that he was ever told what he should ride in the race. So we have to believe that he chose against Moto Atiba. So that's a bit of a negative for me.
It is. Although she's very much shortlist worthy, isn't she?
Yes, she's certainly shown the form. She's got a rating of 62. She's shown the form to get involved, but she hasn't progressed from those early runs. What you have to say with the White Stable is where some of them seem to have stopped progressing or have disappointed after winning in lower grade. We definitely saw a lot of the horses from that yard run below form because they were sick early in the season, and some of those will do better, and some of them won't. So worth bearing in mind that you can't necessarily read that the form as just them flattening out in terms of their development. Sometimes there's another reason for it.
You convinced me. I'm going to go with Moto Atiba, which we'll come back to because Callum has some news.
Yeah, just a bit of housekeeping for everybody. Horse number 10 in race number 7, which is Salal Al Rayla. That horse has been a late scratch, the debutant there for the same connections as Rakud Al Ansari. That horse has been scratched. I imagine that might be due to the fact of Rakud Al Ansari's below poor run. Maybe there's some sort of virus around the stable. In this contest, the 2 has absolutely bolted down to post, Al Mukhtar. That was a horse that didn't really catch my eye in the parade ring. For very good colours, the FMQ team know what they're doing, they know the time of day. But for me, didn't look like a Paddock eye catch, and an absolutely locked on going down to the start. Has been settled now, very well ridden by Khalid Al Mimoni. Has got this horse to settle back to a walk, or at least a jig jog to get around to the start. Aldana went to post very nicely under Alex Moreno, obviously full of confidence after his cup win last night aboard Riyadh Central. And looking back on that race, the more you watch it, the better the performance gets. I was slightly concerned that horse was paddling, but I think Rory Delagi was right, idling in front of a good field there. 1 to watch. Anud Al Riyadh going down to post very well. That's going to be the paddock pick for me. Moto Atiba is the pick for the boys as well. Totally understand your selection there, team. Rayan Altuash, I'm pretty sure keeps the run. Didn't get a chance to peek at everybody, but I'm pretty sure he stayed on, despite the fact that Camille Ospina was without a horse. But by the looks of things, all is staying the same. Orub, horse number 10, that was another positive for me. I thought Orub looked very well, and you've got Osama Al-Shahani on board, the red-hot 3 kilo apprentice. I imagine this will be the last day he's ever a 3 kilo apprentice. I imagine next week we'll see him down to 2. Renad as well, that's one that I imagine for the future. Horse number 11 only had the 1 start. She is built like a London bus, very, very long, but hopefully she will continue to grow into that frame and thrive in the future for decent connections. They're circling at the start here. The play for me is Anud Al Riyadh. And boys, I know you like a Moto Atiba.
I do. We'll get Rory's confirmation shortly, but I think there was a hidden apology in there somewhere, Rory, from Riyadh Central last night.
I spotted that. Yes, I'll take it. I won't make a big deal out of it. Yeah, I would have been with Asafa here in the first place, but I'm not so pig-headed that I won't listen to Callum's advice in the paddock. So I will switch from her and go with my second choice originally, which was Aldana, the top one. I noted making late headway when 8th behind Moataza on debut over 1400 metre last week. You know, a fair way back in the field, but I thought that shaped okay in a better race, and I thought Aldana would improve markedly for it. Needs to on the book, but Alex Moreno on board here. I'll give her a chance of making that big step up.
Okay, Aldana for Rory then, who is starting her second race here after an 8th place on debut. 4-1, 4th choice in the market. We do now have joint favourites, Asafa and Moto Atiba right at the top, 3-1. Moto Atiba is certainly my selection. Hopefully she can get away from that dark cloud at the White Stable were under on her opening run here of the campaign. They're very much now back to form, and I think she's definitely the best filly in this lineup. So it's Anud Al Riyadh number 3 for Callum Helliwell. It's Aldana number 1 for Rory Delagi. It's number 8 Moto Atiba for me, as we all go in search of our first winner of the day. Let's get up to the commentary box. He's got chicken tikka masala for dinner. It's Anthony Ellis.
Yeah, looking forward to that, Mark. I'll put that aside, though, till after our final race. Yes, it's in the fridge, but it's ready. Right, okay. We've got an interesting race, as you say. It's been tough to find the winners today, isn't it, so far? It's, Rory liking Al Dana here, number 1. So Wathabar, Mark's fancy here for the white stable, number 8 on the card. Yeah, looking at that international market, pretty tight between Asafar and Motta Wathabar here. They are loading up. Number 9, the absentee here. 2-year-olds here, 1,600 metres. We're going the mile for 4:35, and they're loading up. Already got 3 in the stalls there. Shakra Al Miyad by Muhammad Al Nassar. Red blinkers for Saroon. Already in the stalls as well. Number 4 is Asafar, one of the fancied runners. Here's number 7, Milad, going forward in the blue and white. Just getting a little bit edgy there is number 14, Talika. That one just having a little bucket of kick, but it appears to have calmed down now. 11 is Renad. Blue noseband on. Very light colours of Al Mogtra. Yeah. Silver colours there. That's come forward. The Khalid Al Mamoni, I think, will be the last one. So here we go, race 4. This is our 4:35. 2-year-olds going the mile. We are ready to go. And they're off. They've jumped away. Step to the right for Al Mogtra out wide, and carried a couple out even wider there. Towards the back of the field we have Orub early on, who was slightly affected by that manoeuvre by Al Mogtra. But Al Mogtra's in front, the light silver colours, trying to get across towards the inside. I'll tell you what, Al Dana got a great start. He's now moving forward towards the rails under Alex Moreno. So Al Dana is going to pick it up here, that bright pink jacket. So on the outside, the silver of Al Mogtra. They're 1-2. Renad is racing in 3rd. The white stable colours, that's Motta Wathabar. The green cap racing in 4th. The grey is Desert Gold in blue and white, also handy. Back towards the inside then to find the white cap of Medagesh, who's further back in the field. 2 legs to Asafa, got a yellow jacket for that one, ridden along towards the outside to try and get a bit closer then is Talikar in green as they make the run towards the halfway point. And up front on the inside it's Al Dana, who has a fractional advantage. Al Mogtra just hanging a bit towards the outside of the wrong lead. Going to 2nd place now is Motta Wathabar for Riyadh Altawash. But around the turn, Al Dana has controlled the pace, still travelling well in the pink and white, leads a length clear. Al Dana will turn them for home by a length to Motta Wathabar under pressure in 2nd, looking for any closers, and Nud Al Riyadh is beginning to stay on past 1 or 2 beaten rivals, but work to do to catch the front pair, who are Al Dana and Motta Wathabar. Won't go away on the outside. The green cap is running on now, Motta Wathabar, and has got a real shot at taking down Al Dana. And all of a sudden, Al Dana looks very tired, has been passed by Motta Wathabar, who's now striding clear for the white stable. Motta Wathabar 2 legs ahead. Al Dana trying to switch but can't recover. It will be Motta Wathabar who wins here. Motta Wathabar is too good for Al Dana in 2nd, and 3rd place going to Medagesh, who stayed on. They're ahead of Anud Al Riyadh and Renad. Mark Francis with a winner. Gets off the mark for the day with Motta Wathabar, who was one of the joint, around 3-1, 7-2, that sort of price. International market has won. Horse 8, wearing down Al Dana. It's a double for the white stable as well on the day. They had that winner earlier on and are in great form. Flying along. Is that a treble in fact for them? They're flying, aren't they? Camille's had 2 already. And now a winner for Riyadh Altawash this time. I thought Al Dana had every chance really, but maybe did too much in the early part of the race. Finishes 2nd. Winning time, 1 minute 43.62 seconds, 2 1/4 lengths. The winning margin, 8 the winner, Motta Wathabar, 1 Al Dana was 2nd, 3rd was number 6, Medagesh, and 4th in the green with a white cross towards the, 3rd Medagesh, the green and white. 4th place was Renad in the end, number 11 in blue cap. So it's 8-1, 6-11 here, 1 minute 43.62, 2 1/4 lengths. It's Motta Wathabar who wins race 4.
Wathabar is your winner here under Rayan Altarez. She kept the ride despite Camille's runner, I should say, being a late withdrawal. But a good performance here from Mota Wathabar. Reels in Aldana and then goes away to win well in this mile contest. Again, Mark Francis made the very good point. This horse has shown 2 very promising runs and then was beaten when the stable was out of form, and you can draw a line through that performance, and you can now see what that means for Connections. That is a big win, and it's now 2 wins for the White Stable so far today. 2 wins for Camille Ospina, one with an outside ride, obviously, and now Rayan Altarez has got in on the act with picking up those rides that Camilo would have had when he was banned, and has been very successful. We can see Talal Al-Shraim holding the White Stable saddle cloth for Prince Mitab. They had a difficult day yesterday, and we will speak to Talal about that now. We will try and get Talal straight away once these photos are all done. He's just going to talk over some instructions with the grooms and find out more. Talal, we'll grab a very quick word with you. Well done, a double for today. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks God. Alhamdulillah. She ran very well today. I think it's first time in 1 mile. She in the training, she was in good form. Alhamdulillah, she ran today with the import filly, and she did it.
Yeah, she seemed to really enjoy the mile. Once she passed Aldana, she kicked on and went again.
Yeah, and I like her sire, Blue Burner, one of the best stallions in Saudi Arabia. And hopefully, inshallah, she will continue, inshallah, with good work.
Keep kicking on. We must talk about yesterday, because Carmel Road, Daydan, both ran very good races, but had to settle for second. Now the dust has settled. How do you feel about those 2 performances?
I hope, inshallah, they will be okay. We have to race them. We prepare them to the big races in the future. Carmel Road is good, inshallah. Inshallah, he gonna to run after 1 month. Same thing to Daydan. Both of them, they run a good race, and they have to run because, you know, the summer season they were here in Riyadh, and inshallah they will improve, inshallah, in the future.
They both still, I imagine, got very big cup targets ahead of them. Nothing will have changed with those defeats.
Yes, for sure. And the winner, Wakid from last season, I was thinking, I trust him for the long distance. So inshallah, he will be good horse, inshallah, for 3 and 4 years, inshallah.
He's a big horse, Wakid, as well. He's got to grow into that frame, and he's clearly stepped forward from last year.
Yes, and last season, 2 years old and premium type special. Some horses big size, they need to run them the 3 and 4 years. But inshallah, Wakid this season, inshallah he will be good horse, inshallah.
Very exciting for the future. Thank you for taking the time to talk to us, and well done for today.
Thank you, I appreciate you, thank you.
Always appreciate you, thank you.
Yeah, double on the day for the White Stable. This time, Rayan Altarez on board. So if they had switched, Camilo would be on a treble right now, you'd imagine. It's not as straightforward as that, but Rayan Altarez is certainly a decent jockey in his own right. Has come through to challenge Aldana, your selection, Rory. We're well clear of the remainder, but Mota Wathabar, I think, just edged the class in the closing stages. That said, your horse has certainly run a decent race in defeat.
Yeah, she's got unbalanced about a furlong from when you see she collided with the rail briefly there. She got tired and then struggled to gather herself back up. But she got a little tired, having shown a lot more pace than on debut. And she just got a bit too much in front, to be honest, and it's her lack of experience that ends up getting her beat. But she got away, actually not particularly only 2 horses behind her, but she shows really good speed to come between horses here after half a furlong and get a good position and get across to the rail. And you have to say, the work that she's had to do there to come from near the back of the field between horses and then crossing over to get to the rail, that might have left her short for the finish.
That to me suggests that 1,400 metres would be really good for her, perhaps even 1,200 metres. I think she's got plenty of speed and just sort of idled in the closing stages.
I think the trip's okay for her, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, I'd certainly give her another go. I mean, just because we tend to assume if a horse wins at a trip, that trip must be ideal for her. No, the horse that comes second, it's not. But if you have 6, 7 milers against each other, 6 of them are going to get beat. They're still milers after the race.
Essentially, yes.
So
but
she's got caught later on, but this is only her second start. And I think it's a lack of experience and a lack of race hardness that has cost her in the end. She's not shown blazing speed, not gate speed. she's shown.
But to be from that far
ability,
back and
yeah.
through the first furlong, getting from last to first,
Yeah,
I think she's got so much early speed. I know she was slowly away. But you're right here. She does take a bump on the rail. I think the second angle we'll see in a minute. We'll see her just sort of there,
Yeah.
bump into the
And
rail.
then that
just opens the door.
She's
doesn't it?
lost her momentum. Now, obviously, she did that because she was getting tired. It wasn't just a random event. She was just struggling to maintain her momentum in the right direction, and then has taken a bump from the rail, and that's given the winner the chance to come past. And what any good jockey does in that situation is you get past, and you make sure you don't give the second a chance to rally either. So she'd have had to pull wide if she was capable of rallying, but she was tired. But in fairness to her, she's run on very gamely to the line, and I think this trip will be okay for her in the end.
Yeah, Motawathaba, the winner, certainly on the shortlist next time.
Yeah, obviously it's all about placing these horses as well. This wasn't the strongest maiden on paper, so you wouldn't want to see either of them thrown too high. But clearly, Aldana will continue in maiden company. Winners have won next time for Motawathaba.
Motawathaba is the winner then. Aldana in second place. Up for third was Medagesh, and there is Rayan Altaesh with the helmet on the wrong way, but he is a winner here at meeting 57. We've got one of these sponsored by Jcsa for fillies sold at auction in 2023 contest coming up. Callum Helliwell can tell us a bit more.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. Interesting couple of races coming up. They're racing for 500,000 Saudi Riyal, which is the equivalent of about £100,000 if you're talking about UK sterling. And the reason why you might be thinking, why are they running for so much money? It's because these horses have been specifically bought at a Saudi Arabian auction. So these are fillies in the first race and then colts and geldings in the next. They were bought at an auction. That auction takes place tomorrow, Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. So there's plenty of horses to be sold, around 400 going through the ring, and everyone at that sale will be looking to buy the winner of this race for a share of 500,000 Saudi Riyal. Anthony Ennis, take us through the fillies in this first of these valuable contests.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, fabulous prize money, isn't it, available? If you are involved in these runners, you certainly get richly rewarded if you get a winner. Right, number one does not go, by the way, this race. This is race number 5. It's the 5 o'clock for 2-year-olds over the miles. A scratch, Dej Rana. So we'll start with number 2. It's also now ridden by Camille Ospina, which might not have been some of the early publications. That's Naira. Camille Ospina looking for a treble is on board. 3 is Sahabat Deem for Abdullah Al-Ordib. 4, Arabat Al-Majd Al-Tayar. 5 is AZT for Muhammad Al-Nassar. 6, Agira, Alex Moreno. 7, Marjed, Selman Al-Rashid. 8's been scratched, Atayeb. So 9 is Bishar Central for Ahmad Al-Shra. Number 10 is Blue Nail, Naif Al-Anazi. 11 is Gayafa, Muhammad Al-Yami. 12, Hafmar Zamani, Muhammad Al-Habib. 13, Mark Murray for Fawaz Wanas. 14 is Nazra Tharkbar for Victor Gutierrez. 15 is Nidleep for Khalid Al-Mamoni. 16 is Owat Far for Abdullah Al-Hussein. 17, Smith Khana for Tariq Al-Mansur. 18 is Samal Al-Thark, Thab Al-Tamat. 19, Taza Al-Nazaren for Mohammed Al-Mazid. 20, Wadia, Abdullah Al-Kradis. 21's a runner, Zur Salah for Fahad Al-Faradi. And 22 is a runner as well, Tasale for Abdullah Al-Saidi. Scratch 23, scratch 24, and also take up number 8 as we go back to Callum.
Thank you very much, Anthony Ennis. The first horse we're going to look at is horse number 5, AZT. This is my paddock pick straight away. She is gorgeous. Have a look at her. What a specimen. She is really good looking. She makes her debut today. She looks well enough in the parade ring. She can come on fitness wise. She's carrying a little bit of condition, but in a race where they don't all seem as strong on paper, she is an absolute paddock pick for me. What a gorgeous, gorgeous individual. We'll go back and look at the next horse. It's going to be horse number 10. We're going to be able to have a peek at here. This is Blue Nael, who has had the one start, finished 8th on debut. She's coming towards me now, just a gorgeous dapple grey individual here. here. She's almost blue in this type. She's absolutely stunning. She's taking all the prelims in her stride well. She's a tall, leggy type, and she stands out amongst this field of fillies, and she certainly would be one I put in the shortlist. You can see the hip pointers are on show, and she's got a squidge of a poverty line available too. I would not be put off if I liked horse number 10, Blue Nail. We'll go back to this little Diddy Chestnut in behind. This is horse number 14, Nazra Sarkbey. This is a horse who's had plenty of experience with a rating of 50, having come 5th last time out. Has the tongue strap on, but she's a gorgeous petite type. And you see again, hip pointers on show, not lacking any fitness. I would say horse 14 is not lacking a single drop of fitness. Very ready for today, and Connections will be looking for a big prize. And then finally we'll go back to horse number 21, which is just the only paddock negative in this field, getting very warm, horse number 21 in your race cars. You can just see just a bit jig joggy. I wouldn't say nothing too concerning, but this is the horse Salah, who is just coming towards us now, has got a bit warm in the prelims. Now you'd be surprised by this because she's got experience, but you can sometimes tell that once they've been racing a few times, they know what's coming, and this is just excitement. But she's getting very warm, very sweaty, and a bit jig joggy. She looks fit enough, she's got the hip pointers on show, but she's a bit of a negative in the paddock for me, team.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Callum, for this race. Sponsored by Jcsa for fillies sold at auction in 2023. And Callum highlighted the conditions just before we went to Enzo for the runners and riders. Look, it's not going to be the strongest field here, Rory, but we are playing for 500,000 Saudi Riyal. I mean, that's an excellent prize fund, isn't it?
It is, yeah, really good. And like again, it's very similar to the various auction races, sales races we have in the UK. The Weatherby's events and the Golf's Million and all the rest of it, races that are worth an awful lot of money, and give horses who are not necessarily the highest rated a chance to get their owners a big pot. So it obviously encourages action at the sales as well. And we're seeing a lot of horses here, who aren't necessarily. I think the fillies race is better than the Colts and Geldings race.
100%.
Who aren't necessarily superstars, give them a chance of actually picking up that big pot.
Okay, let's look through the market. Neira has now more inherited the title of favouritism, with Dejrana now a non-runner. Neira is 7-4 at the top, followed by Sahabat Deem, the unbeaten 2-year-old, at 7-2. Zor Saleh at 5-1. Aghira is 4th choice at 10-1 for Alex Moreno and Gaith Al Gaith. We can see Aghira in action coming up shortly. Was a long way behind the leader, Rory, but did run okay. It certainly caught the attention of the VT department, who have been in very good form this weekend.
Yes. And we'll get to see. Oh, we are getting to see, which is nice. Aghira, as you said, comes from a long way back here, 2/3 of the way down the field at this stage, but runs on strongly into 4th place. Not the most eye-catching piece of footage, if you like, but this is good late headway in a race that, to be honest, she wasn't particularly entitled to win. I'm slightly concerned about the dive towards the rail there when she was in clear sailing on the outside, but she does keep running on. She's been consistent. She's hit the prize money in 4 of her last 5.
Neira here, 1 from 1 over today's distance. This was back on the 12th of September. She was outclassed next time in the Taif Cup, but this was her victory.
Yeah, and this is not a bad performance. She ran into Mitolea on debut and built on that when winning second time out. They've all finished a bit tired here, and that's one of the issues with Taif, that some of the races on that deep surface can take it out of the horses, and they don't always go on. So it's a little bit concerning. Obviously, she was below this form next time out, but it wasn't a much tougher race. So you'd like to think, given a break, she could bounce back. But of course, we have seen a shorty already today, Mitolea, who she raced against on debut, failed to show her Taif form here in the opening contest.
Okay, we should speak about Sahabat Deem, number 3 on the programme. Won her maiden over 1,400 metres in Taif. Runs in new colours today. Stall 20, though, is hard to ignore.
Stall 20 is tough. She was drawn badly on debut, though.
She was,
wasn't
she?
To get across
18,
from
17
that
or something?
So she was almost as badly drawn. Obviously, slightly smaller fields in Taif, but she got across to win over that 1,200 metre trip. She is bred to stay further, but it's a big ask, as you said, stepping up to 2 furlongs on trip with the widest draw here at a different track. Not necessarily going to be as easy to get across runners as it was then either, but she's clearly got ability and lots of it. just in case whether she can back that up on her first start here.
With Dejrana out, I'm pleased to see Zor Saleh get in, number 21, this daughter of Mucho Gusto, who's run in some very hot races recently. She was third to Dubamine last time. We've seen those two clash here, what was it, a couple of weeks ago?
Yeah, that's right. Again, she showed her perform first time out and then has just been a little bit harder to place in stronger company. Not a bad effort, as she said a couple of weeks ago, when third, and this is probably a more realistic task. She sneaks in here as first reserve, and she's a player. She's about 5-1 in the international market, and that gives you an idea of what her chances are. Tough race, this, isn't it?
It is a tough race. It is a tough race. As you highlighted, it's better than the Colts race. I'm annoyed Dejrana's not in there because I think she had every chance and was, she's been one of the best improvers in terms of ratings this season. She was off the mark in the low 30s, wasn't she, a few months ago? Now rated 72, but not here, so there's no point going through it. Naira, though, does set the standard, I guess. She does set the standard, and she's been well found in the market at 7-4. Sahabat Deem 130, Zor Saleh 11-2. We've highlighted Aghira. Bisha Central, number 9, we should also highlight. It's a 10-1 chance. I didn't really see many leading claims from Bishar Central, also with stall 17 as well.
Yeah, I mean she's got it to do on collateral form, having run a similar race to this last time out in Taif, the Taif version of this. She's been behind Mitalea earlier on. She's got it to do with Naira and Aghira here on her last piece of form. So she could improve still. But the figures don't lie. She's a short enough price for a filly with a rating of 46 as well. It's only 10-1.
Also getting into the race is Tesale. Zor Saleh inherits stall 12. Tesale gets 3. She's 0 from 3 so far and has finished in the money on all 3 occasions.
Yeah, she's got a decent enough chance on the figures. Tesale, she's shown the ability to win a half decent race, and she strikes me as making more appeal than the one we just talked about, Bisha Central, and she's a bigger price, Tesale. So with a good draw, with 3 in-frame efforts or in the prize money efforts, and a good draw to work from, I thought she was an interesting outsider.
Okay, the runners are getting their way down to the mile start here ahead of this, sponsored by Jcsa for fillies sold at auction in 2023. I feel like it's still a few words short in that sentence, that race title. A very, very valuable pot. Who's going to take it, Rory Delagi?
I'm going to take a chance that Sahabat Deem is able to get across from her wide draw as she did on debut. The longer run to the bend here over 1,600 metres will help her in that regard, and she's clearly got a bit more tactical pace than some of these. It's still a bit of a gamble whether she'll be as well suited by the track, as well suited by the trip, but you've got to go with the positives rather than the negatives when you pick the one here, and Sahabat Deem, I hope, has got enough positives to make her the winner.
There is the scene here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. The sun has set here, the floodlights are on, but what a spectacular view it is here at the racecourse. And of course, turf racing back in now a fortnight's time. Really looking forward to the return of racing on the grass. Absolute carpet here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. But it's dirt racing all the way through from here on in. And of course, through next week's programmes, where our new presenter, Tom Humphreys, is very much looking forward to coming out here. He likes Aghira here. He's had a look at some of the racing here today, and he thought Aghira was worth a shout, having watched some of the form. Tom Humphreys, a name you will see here on the Jcsa English-speaking channel next week. Okay, confirming selections. Rory is with the unbeaten Sahabat Deem to get across from stall 20 to the front and to win. 11-4 second choice. I'm going to side with Zor Saleh. I'm very pleased to see her get into the race at the expense of Dejrana, who would have been my selection, but you can see number 22 there to Saleh. Is just jig-jogging around. 21 is my pick, Zor Saleh. 21 for me. Number 3 for Rory. Let's go see what our reporter likes. Callum Helliwell.
Yes, team. Looking forward to this one. I'm sticking with the 5. I think she's absolutely drop dead gorgeous. As ET is the play for me. She caught my eye magnificent in the parade ring. I think the 10 also, Blue Nail, the very good looker too. That's got the experience by the side. Nazra Sakbar will be red hot and ready for this. Look, the prize money going down the field is incredible. You've got 250 grand to the winner, 100,000 for the second, 75 grand for the third, 50 grand for the fourth, and 25 grand for the fifth. You're earning more in these races than you could get in any maiden, which is why we're seeing a full field for this and the Colts race, which looks a cracker on paper as well, the race coming up. But the 5 for me, AZT, jumping out of stall 13, Mohammed Al Nasser on board as well. Looking forward to seeing how this 2-year-old filly by Power Broker gets on. Like I said, if you're looking for one a little bit more exposed, but probably at a better price on the international market, I think Nazra Sakbar would be the play. They were much better behaved in this than they were for our local bred fillies contest earlier in the card as well. They've really settled down now. I think it was just the change of conditions that caught everybody off guard, but they were in a real state a couple of races ago, but they've been totally fine around here today. The only one that got a little bit worked up was the 20, Wadea. That horse got a little bit worked up in the prelims, but everyone else was good. Anthony Edis will be even better, and he can give us a call for this really valuable fillies contest.
Thank you very much indeed, Callum. Quite a build-up there. Yeah, the one you were talking about, Nazra Sakbar, by Victor Gutierrez from stall 11 here. Looking at the international market, Camille Ospina, no surprises on the favourite here. This Naira, number 2. Second favourite is Rory's Fancy Sahabat Deem, number 3. And Mark Francis's pick here, which was right down the bottom of my card, number 21. I think he's about third in the market. Has been some money actually, international market-wise, for Zur Saleh. What's number 21? And runners are loading up here. As you say, the floodlights on now. Wonderful picture of the track when the floodlights are on here. And they are loading up here, so it won't be too long. Last one, I think, or last 2, 16 we're waiting for, aren't we? Yeah, I think it's just number 16 to go in. Oak Far for Abdullah Al Hussein. So we are going over the mile, 1,600 metres. We're just about ready for a start here, I think. Working on that Oak Crop. I think we're happy now. Flag goes up. We're ready. Here we go. Race 5. They're off. Racing here at Riyadh under the lights. And 1 or 2 a little bit behind the others, including Oak Far and Wadia, also just missed it a fraction as they go for the first 200 metres. Sahabat Dean trying to get across from a wide draw, also trying to do likewise as AZT, and these two are up there early on as they go through the first couple of 100 metres. Arabat Al Maj, another one trying to work its way into contention here as they begin to sort themselves out. So up front, Arabat Al Maj has narrow command in the grey and blue colours, racing just ahead of Naira, who's very handy towards the inside. Camillo has got this horse in a lovely position now against the rails with those yellow cheek pieces on. These two now race ahead, are backing behind them in third. That's AZT in the turquoise jacket, who's now just being ridden along. Making a bit of ground up is Tasale, number 22 on the inside, got quite a good position as they head around the turn. So up front the leader is Arabat Al Maj, down in front still by a half length, but now Camille Ospina can wait no longer, and the leading rider puts Naira's nose in front, and Naira has got to the front here, this favourite, and goes well too. Naira kicking on now, goes a length clear, but around the outside here comes Sahabat Dean, the second favourite, to throw out a big challenge. The race is on here. Naira against the rails. The big danger though, the white cap of Sahabat Dean, and Abdullah Al Odid is throwing out a big challenge and now goes on with the noseband. So Sahabat Dean has readily picked off Naira, who's trying to counter on the inside, and they're well clear. Back in third place is Tasale, staying on from a long way back is Zur Saleh down the outside, but it's surely Sahabat Dean for the big prize out in front here, and Sahabat Dean just drifting towards the rails, getting a bit lonely late on, but will do enough. Sahabat Dean beats Naira, second this time Ospina. From the clouds, Aguirre came through to get third under Moreno in the green and white colours. One for Rory, good shout that, wasn't it? Sahabat Dean from Rory, our analyst, tipping this one up for you in the grey and white checks. Ran down a lovely target because Naira just made the pace and set the race up perfectly for the closer. Sahabat Dean has come through to win. Looks a really nice type as well going forward. And Naira, every chance in second. One for the notebook, perhaps Aguirre, although it has had 7 runs, but did stay on well to get third, number 6. might find a race in the coming weeks. 1 minute 43.44 the win time. Sahabat Dean, number 3, the winner. Second, number 2, Naira, the favourite. And third, the running on Agira, number 6. Fourth place, by the way, that went to number 22, to Saleh, just ahead of Zur Saleh, who didn't quite get home. 1 3/4 legs, the winning margin. 3, 2, 6, 22 the numbers. Sahabat Dean, Naira, Agira, Tessaleh. A win for Sahabat Dean, tipped up by Rory here, goes on to win race 5.
Sahabat Dean remains unbeaten and is now 2 from 2 in the career and has won well from Mohammed Al Ali, who has guided this horse to victory as the trainer, and this horse has secured 250,000 Riyal to the winning connections after a very impressive victory here. The race was set up with Niera, horse number 2, coming out of stall 10, setting the fractions in front and almost cruising into the race. You could argue, the boys will look back at this, but you could argue that horse travelled too well and just had nothing left in the end when Sahabat Dean came through and won. I'm not going to lie, team, these races are usually not the highest quality, but I think we've seen a good one here and a good 2 horses, really. The first 2 here are probably all worth keeping an eye on in the future, and well done to everybody involved with this horse as we see him being brought around here. She's a gorgeous individual, and she's done that from stall 20, which is very impressive. So I'm sure Connections will be over the moon with this success as well. And Mohammed Al Ali is your winning trainer. He's just being interviewed very quickly, and we'll wait for the photo, and then we will try and grab him after the photo. What's wonderful here is now there are thousands of children gathering by the gates wanting to have their photo with the horse. And now we're having an issue with the security because the children all want to come in, and here they come. Here come the children. This is, it's like merry men here. Look at this, unbelievable. I am the boss. It's written on the t-shirts of the kids as well, which is lovely to see. We'll grab a word with Mohammed as well after this photo too, because this is a big moment as well, and it's wonderful to see so many connections here celebrating this horse, and they've got a good one on their hands here, and we'll talk to Mohammed and find out whether selling the horse in the future might be an option for him as well, because clearly that could be on the table too. Mohammed, let's grab a word with you very quick. Mohammed Ali, lovely to meet you, Mohammed. Firstly, well done for Riyadh Central last night. Very impressive.
Thank you. I'm very happy for that week, and we got luck. Thanks, God.
And this horse here, 2 from 2 now. Very impressive.
Yeah, first race he was with the other trainer, and we bought her 2 months ago. And she's nice filly, and we have good faith with her, inshallah.
What made you want to buy her? Was she very impressive with how she looked? She's a strong filly. She's a strong 2-year-old.
Yeah, she's mixed between US bred and her dam by Henry Navigator, and she mix of speed and stamina, and that's what she showed, because she ran fastly and tight. She lead the horses, and today, as you saw, she carried it and she just keep moving. And hopefully she get good rate for nice races in future.
And we've seen plenty of really talented 2-year-olds change hands and go to different owners. Prince Faisal buying plenty of them for the Red Stable. Would you be interested in maybe selling her on again?
I'm looking for nice horses. I hope my owners didn't sell anyone.
Hoping to keep them.
Yeah, I'm happy for that only.
Well done. 250,000 for the owners as well. What a fantastic day.
Thank you, Callum. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Well done.
Have a nice day.
Delighted winning connections here. The first start for Sahabat Deem in new colours. And what a performance on stable debut. It got across from stall 20 to sit handy, served it up to Naira and went past Rory in the style of a very, very useful looking filly. 2 from 2 now.
Yeah, this is very much job done, isn't it? This is a filly who's been laid out for this race. As we said earlier on, you're not quite sure if they've been off for a while and they were running at Taif. Will this track suit? Will the trip suit? But she was impressive on debut and she had to overcome difficulty to win. Whereas a lot of these impressive winners first time out in Taif are horses who are sharp enough in the boxes, from good draws, and they can look very impressive without having to achieve an awful lot or not seeing another runner. But she's done this nicely. I wasn't sure if she would stay the mile, but clearly Connections thought she would. She came off the bridle briefly coming into the straight, but picked up really nicely. And there's the check.
That check. You like that, wouldn't you?
500,000, so thank you very much indeed.
That's what the Delagi check looks like at the end of November.
I try to keep them smaller than that. They don't if you turn up at the bank with one of those,
Hey, look at
they
that
don't
jumper.
like it.
Look at that jumper.
I should have got one of those. I won the Racing Post Naps competition a couple of years ago, and they don't give you a massive check anymore.
Sahabat Deem.
Just transfer it into your bank account. Very disappointing.
There's the winning check. Virtually paid back the price fee for new connection. Sahabat Deem. Stall 20, bottom right as shot. Not the best away, but I guess could be anticipated getting away from that wide post. And you can already see Abdullah Al-Odib forcing the issue, trying to get forward, but also trying to get across.
Yes, again, ideally, whoever's inside him showing pace is going to go across the rail, but they don't do that. There's a gap between the two who've come out of middle stalls and have raced handily and the others. So he's had to sit in a fairly wide position until this point where he just settles off the leader, sits in 4th place, not going too wide, because as we said, if you're going 6, 7, 8 horses wide, that makes life very hard for you. But he's just tucked in behind the leaders and he's hoping that his filly will have the class to move into a challenger position and find enough in the finish. The favourite Naira going well at this stage, and we're now moved into 3rd place. At this stage, she come under pressure, and I wonder, what will she find here? Will she really stay? But actually, when they turn it into the straight, she picks up the 2nd quite quickly, and I thought, okay, it's game on now. It's a fairly straight match between her and the market leader, and she battled well, but she got the better of Naira reasonably quickly when they've straightened up for home, and then she's kept on strongly to the line to record quite an impressive success.
Yes, indeed. Sahabat Deem then goes on in the closing stages from Naira, who's ran a really good race in 2nd. I think it's just quite simply bumped into one here.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, arguably did a little bit too much in front, but in a big field like this, if you can get a good position near the rail and race prominently, that's usually an advantage. And you can't say that she's getting particularly tired in the closing stages. Just found a filly who was a little bit better than her on the day, and as you said, has pulled clear of the others.
Indeed, the finishing order here, Sahabat Deem, number 3, beating Naira, number 2, as Callum highlighted post-race. I think we've seen 2 pretty decent fillies here, and cup competitions certainly beckon for both of them. As we can see, the owner is Sultan Al Ghanam, who plays for Al Nasser, apparently. Do you know your Saudi football?
Plays
with Ronaldo.
I did buy myself the full kit last year for my 8-year-old son, who's mad on his football and loves Cristiano Ronaldo. So, if someone could have a word, Callum, if you could have a word down there and arrange, terrible stuff.
Imagine we got Cristiano Ronaldo on the show.
That would be terrific. Well, he definitely should come racing at some stage, shouldn't he?
He should be here, via helicopter perhaps. We'll see. Anyway, that was the fillies version done and dusted. On to the colts. This contest sponsored by Jcsa for horses sold at auction in 2023. 1,600 metres again. The boys are up. Anthony Ennis can take us through the contenders.
Thank you. 20 runners here, Mark. You're looking forward to this one. Race number 6, as you say, for the horses sold at auction in 2023. For our 5:30. Number 1, Akramar for Muhammad Aldaham. 2 is Akko Farwa, Abdullah Al Saidi. 3, Alab Kat Abdullah Al-Khamis. 4 is Ale Krabi for Mohammed Al-Hubayl. 5, Al-Mutayeb Rizdent or Asil Al-Sahani. 6 is out. So 7 is Bayrak Al-Walid, Naif Al-Anazi. Number 8 is Dublin, Abdullah Al-Fayrouz. Number 9 is Fal Al-Shamal for Mohammed Al-Habib. Number 10 is Gurwa, Mohammed Al-Yami. Number 11 is Hadak for Muhammad Al-Nassar. 12, Hajan Fawas Wanas. 13, Intalak, Abdullah Al-Qradis. Over the page to find number 14, which is Marot for Fab Altimat. 15 is Monafissa for Fahad Al-Faradi. 16 is Kayed Al-Morkeb, written by Nawaf Al-Fayrouz. 17, Saudi Act for Alex Ferreira. 18 is Sheikh Al-Shalom for Rakan Al-Abaid. Number 19, Taj Al-Fahad, Ahmed Al-Tayyar. 20 is Yegli, Khalid Al-Mamoni. And 21 is Ali Al-Hama for the hat-trick seeking Camille Ospina. The other reserves don't go. 22, 23, 24 are scratched. Also take out number 6 as we go to Callum.
Thank you very much, Enzo. Yes, here in the pre-parade, quite a busy pre-parade as you can see behind me. And I thought I'd show you one that caught my eye very quickly. This is horse number 9, Fal Al-Shmail, on debut again. Just a very, very good looking individual here, this colt. The 2-year-old makes debut today. Not for connections you would normally assume with a race like this, but I think a very nice looker, probably carrying a little bit of condition as well, but certainly one to look forward to in the future. He's got a gorgeous head on him, absolutely gorgeous looker. This might all be a bit too tough for him. We saw previous form being really needed before our last contest, so you might be wanting to look for a horse with form. But of the debutants, this horse really jumped out at me nice and early. Big, strong type, probably built more like a sprinter if I'm being perfectly honest, and you'd be slightly concerned with him just carrying a little bit of condition, but he looks really well in the coat, and certainly, boys, he's one to play with. They're going into the parade ring. I'll give it back to you. Come back to me in just a couple of minutes.
Yeah, we will do, Callum. Thank you very much indeed. The runners now are eventually making their way into the parade room. We can see them behind us. As Enzo highlighted, this is the race sponsored by Jcsa for horses sold at auction in 2023 for colts. No geldings that I can see. Only, there is one gelding there, Taj Al-Fahad, number 19.
Could be a sign.
Could be a sign indeed. The White Stable looking to continue their good day today. Of course, they've had Motawataba and Mfal both scoring in races 4 and 1 for 2 different riders, Rayan Al-Faesh and Camilo Ospina. Ali Al-Hamar is the favourite. Gets in as well, Roy. This is number 21 on the programme.
Yeah, and that's an interesting one. Because there aren't too many who catch the eye, and this first reserve I thought, well, it's a pity this doesn't get in because it would have been very interesting. Much better effort would have beaten just a half a length by Jcsa in the course and distance maiden a fortnight ago. Jcsa rated 70, so basically this is a 69 rated horse, so leading claims on form now that it's sneaked into the race. There aren't many of these who get ratings, and most of those that do have got very low ratings, so a sort of a horse who's clearly capable of running to a mark of 70 is going to take a bit of beating.
And Ali Al-Hamar, unsurprisingly, is ridden by Camilo Ospina, if that's missing from your sheet. Camilo Ospina is on board number 20.
Still 14, am I right?
Yes, I was just about to double check that. We're race 6, aren't we?
Because only one non-runner, and that was number 6.
Still 14 spot on.
Yeah.
Still 14 spot on. So we're learning all the time here. Anyway, second favourite is Saudi Act, Alex Moreno, who is drawn in stall 2. 9-4 so far. We'll see some form shortly. What are Saudi Act's forms on paper?
Yeah, well, Saudi Act has definitely improved for stepping up to 1,600 metres on his last couple of starts. His first 2 efforts are moderate, but better show when third, both at Taif and here over the 1,600 metres. Got a good draw to work with as well in stall 2, and Alex Moreno, who was on board last time, keeps the ride. Sets a fair standard on form, I said. Well, now doesn't set a fair standard on form because the reserve doesn't have a rating, but essentially you can just pin a rating of 70 or 69 onto that, because he's very nearly beaten one with that rating last time out. So that would be the order, the top 2 in terms of form, and Saudi Act's the one with the better draw, so a fairly obvious one here.
Certainly is, yeah. Saudi Act, number 17. We can see this in action. We've got a few VTs to highlight. This was Saudi Act third on his first start here. I think personally he still needs further than a mile.
Yeah, he's not. He doesn't have an awful lot of gears, and there are plenty of races for local bred horses at 1,800 metres. That's probably going to be his trip. He doesn't look like winning this race at any stage. He does briefly look like he's going to get crowded out completely, but he does keep running to the line, and he finishes a solid third. This is not exceptional form. I wouldn't say if they ran this race again, I wouldn't fancy him to turn the tables. But the bottom line is, the rating of 64 for this is the correct rating, and that gives him a higher official rating than anything else in the race. So on that basis, he has to be of interest.
This is Akko Fawa with the white jacket, maroon epaulets and stripes on the sleeves. Her best, or his best effort so far. Form has taken a bit of a knock last time, of course.
Yes, Akko Fawa ran her best race win, or his best race win, 24 lengths second to Jadil in a winners of two contest at Taif in September. Obviously, we've seen this form take a bit of a knock since. Jadil looked very impressive on the day. It's now looking slightly ropey.
It certainly is. That's Akko Fawa in second there. We're also going to see Mona Fissahom, who showed good early speed at the last day. Could do better if settling better into a better rhythm. Don't mind seeing this race back.
No, of course you don't. You were on the winner at a massive price this day, who's shown improved form and kept on well to the line. Mona Fissahom faded in the closing stages. What you don't see from this VT is that he showed great speed to get to the front and make it. The question on this is, will he stay the trip? But I think this is probably just being too keen first time out. Will definitely improve for that. I think it's an interesting runner here.
No time to see him get to the line. Let's get back to Callum.
Thank you very much, team. Yes, they're in the parade ring, and they're spread out all over the parade ring here. They're coming through in dribs and drabs. Let's start with horse number 4, Ali Karbi. Is the first one we're going to look at. A nice looking individual who's still got plenty of growing to do into this frame. He was getting a little bit worked up in the pre-parade ring and in the parade ring, but he's settled down nicely now. In fact, the less horses that are around him, the more relaxed he's become, and he looks great in the coat. Obviously, there's a lot more to come from him physically. He's still got a little bit of condition on the belly, but in his hindquarters, they're strong, and he's going to grow into that frame. Maybe not for today, but certainly for the future. Let's pull all the way back. Horse number 8 is the next one, I think. No, it's not. It's horse number 11. That's where we're going to go. We're going to go to horse number 11 because this was one that was a proper eye catcher. This is Paddock on your race cards here. Very, very good looking individual here with the blue noseband on, and just looks in really good shape. I mean, you talk about horses that are shining in the coat. Paddock is one of those horses, just really taking everything in. Cannot be more impressed with this runner. He comes on debut again today. We've seen a few debutants that catch the eye. Might not be their day today, but they're certainly good-looking individuals, and this is a colt that's just so well put together. Look at the short back, big hindquarters, short, powerful neck. I wouldn't be surprised if this horse has been laid out a bit for this race, and this is a big, big day for Connection, so hopefully this horse can run well. We will go back to horse number 17, Saudiac. This is one for the favourite backers, the horses that are backers that are keen. I've had a quick look at Mona Fissahom as well, who featured in the video form. I still think that horse has a lot of growing to do. This is Saudiac, who we're looking at now. Again, not the most attractive of heads on Saudiac, but if you look at the rest of the body, you can see why this is a horse that's designed to go well early. Grown into that frame in behind. You still say the front end still needs a little bit of growing to catch up with the back end, but certainly not a Paddock negative at all. Looks well in the coat, is walking out well, and certainly has the form in the book to play with. And we'll go finally back to horse number 21, the last horse we'll look at, which is the white stable runner here. This is Ali Al Haman. I really like this horse form. I thought this was the form pick of this race. If you had to have a horse that's had a run, and you can take nothing away from this horse in the parade ring as well. Look how well this horse looks. Absolutely shining in the liver chestnut coat. Looks in really good nick. This son of spring at last. Not Blue Burner, who got a very positive mention from Connections last winner they had, but the team is on form. They've got Camille Ospina in the plate, and this horse looked really smart last time out. Hoping that he does it again, and that is why 21 Ali Al Harmar is going to be the paddock pick for Callum. Sneaks in as a reserve.
Paddock pick for Callum. What do you make of this white stable horse in the parade ring, Rory?
He looks absolutely fine, and as I said, he's got obvious claims on ratings that are sneaking in. He's also got a good draw, and the white stable runners are beginning to pick up. he is the obvious one, to be perfectly honest. I don't want to be against him here. I do think, I mean, I want to keep the if I can dig this out, I can't find the right page. Monofisa home, I do want to keep him on
15.
side. But I'm not sure this is necessarily the ideal race for him.
Because
but this is, well, if you watched this run last time out, you wouldn't be going, stepping up to a mile, and, you know.
What was it the last day, 1400?
I think, actually, well, it might have been this actually, but you wouldn't have sworn that he wanted the mile. You'd have said this has got loads of pace. It wants 1,200 meters at this stage. But this is the big prize is available over this trip. Was it 1,600 last time? It was 1,200. Yes. Yeah. So I thought that, and then I'm questioning myself. But yeah, he looked to have a lot of speed. So I can see him improving a lot. But whether he gets home over the 1,600 on his second start is a big question for me. But I do think I would happily back him next time if he runs disappointingly here, because I think there's plenty of ability there. But Connections are obviously, their hand is forced to run in this contest because of the prize money.
Hajan is also a horse that's had just the one start. Fawaz Wanas keeps popping up in these big races, doesn't he? Number 12, 10 to 1, similar sort of price as Monofisa home. What do we make of Hajan's first start at the races?
Yeah, I thought this was shortlist material as well. Finished 17 lengths 6 to Aben Alisay on debut 3 weeks ago. Travelling better, travelling quite well for a long way and looking likely to be in the frame. Improved into, I think, a share of third place with about a furlong and a half to go and looked promising, and then faded late in the day as a lack of race fitness kicked in. I don't think stamina is an issue there, and I think Hajan will improve. So one that you might want to consider at a slightly better price.
Taj Al Fahad, number 19, gets the plum draw. Ahmed Al Tayar, this is number 19 on the programme, 20 to 1.
I'm very surprised at this one. Does have the best of the draw, but it's been no closer than 7th in 4 starts. And you'd like to think if there was some improvement in that, it would have shown it by now.
The rest are all 25 to 1 and bigger. Anything we should give a mention to?
It's always difficult when you're doing that. I'll go through my shortlist. I think we've mentioned them all already. My selection obviously is number 21. My alternatives in order were 15, who was a Monofisa home, and obviously that formula's better now with Mozart running so well, winning yesterday. So I thought he was definitely worth a mention. Saudi Act I put in as number 3, and Akko Farwa. They're the obvious ones really.
Four of the top 6 in the market.
Yeah, well, that's the problem. When you're just writing alternatives down, it's not like, here's a 21 shot to win the race, and here's 350 to 1 shot. So because you don't have the prices in the first place. So all you can do is pick the horses with the obvious form. If I had one more, I would have thrown Hajan in. Beyond that, I think it was quite difficult.
I can now tell you there has been money for Monofisa home, 10s into 8s. So you have the top 4 in the market on your shortlist. One more to mention, number 18. It is a first-time starter, but has been very well supported. 12 to 1, now into 8 to 1. Number 18 on the programme.
Got a handy draw. Flashy Bull half-brother to a modest winner in the US. I thought it was an okay pedigree, but no more than that. But as we've seen quite a lot with the newcomers, the pedigree doesn't count for a huge amount sometimes. It's about what kind of horse you get and how competitive they managed to be early on, and we've seen some fantastic pedigrees here look very ordinary, and we've seen some very ordinary pedigrees look very good.
Selection time. I know you're with number 21. Just remind us why.
Very well drawn. Strictly speaking, the best form in the race, even though we don't have a racing because it was just beaten half a length by a horse who does have a rating of 70. And Camilo Ospina and stole 14 is not the brilliant draw. But Camilo Ospina on board looking for a treble on the day. I think there are a lot of positives with Ali Al-Hamar.
Okay, Ali Al-Hamar for Rory at the top, number 21, stall 14, 11 to 8 favourite. I'm going to go with Monofisa home. Farhed Al Faredi, Gaith Al Gaith, not too far away from you at the start, stall 12. I'm glad you eventually mentioned the form from that maiden, because on the day it looked a very weak maiden, didn't it?
Yes, it did. Yeah.
But the second has come out, and Monofisa home did show ability. And look, Connections are going to know more about the horse than I am, and 1,600 metres they've opted for.
Well, there aren't too many 500,000 Riyadh races elsewhere.
Yeah, well, exactly. Exactly. Anyway, so number 21 for Rory, number 15 for me. There has been plenty of interaction on the YouTube page with Sajid, Antonio and Hamid all saying hello. Plenty of comments there and selections throughout. Hamid here is with number 4, it seems, which is Alig Rakabi for Mohammed Al Habail. So it's Ali Al Hamar, number 21 for me, for Rory, 15 for me, Mona Fissahom. Let's see what Callum likes in race 6.
Okay, it's Ali Al Hamar for me, Rory and myself teaming up with the selection here. Looked very, very good in the parade ring, and certainly with the eye catcher. I do have to give a big shout out to Paddock, the debutant, stool number 18, horse number 11 in the yellow colours with the red splodge across the middle, I'm going to call it. I'm sure I'll get pulled up on that later on. But yeah, I thought that horse looked very, very well. And just certainly a 2-year-old that looked precocious and quality and shined well in the coat, and I would not be surprised if that horse runs a big race on debut. But like we saw with the fillies race, you do want a bit of form in the book. Ali Al Hamar has that form in the book and looks really well in the parade ring. The jockey is cooking on gas. The White Stable are finding their feet today, and it's all about getting redemption after the quiet start they had yesterday with 2 big shots getting defeated. But lovely to hear from Talal Al-Shreim about those horses. We do really appreciate the fact that a lot of connections can come and talk to me about beaten horses. Sometimes that can be quite difficult. Some of them don't want to do it on camera, but will still give me some info, so that's always very, very helpful. But Ali Al Hamar for myself and Rory, and Mark Francis wants horse number 15, Mona Fissahom. Hopefully Anthony Ennis can call one of us home a winner.
Yeah, lots of fixes though, wouldn't you? Strong favourite here, Callum, on you and Rory like Ali Al Hamar. Spina looking for another winner on the day. And heads to betting here. Second favourite, Saudi Act for Alex Moreno. And third in the market, Akko Farwa, number 2. So they were the main protagonists according to the international markets here. Are heading down towards the loading up area. There's one horse just in the centre of them there. It's number 16. That's Kayad Al Morkim. Now Afal Fayrouz riding. So we are going a distance here, 1,600 metres to mile. For our 6th race here, this is our 5:30. Very much under the lights now. Evening time here at Riyadh. And some of the other runners, there's number 4, Alec Rabi, Mohammed Al Habail on board. Great horse there wearing the blue headgear, that's number 19, Taj Al Fahad. Ahmed Al Tayyar on board. Now the first runner's about to load. We load up pretty quickly here at Riyadh, very efficient the loading up process. This race for horses sold at auction in 2023 again. The prize money up for grabs here as the runners begin to head towards their stalls. Certainly I thought that Akko Farwa went well on the way down. Abdullah Al Saidi on board him. 5 going in there, that's Al Mitaib Rizdent, a noseband on. Looking for the market principles here. Ali Al Hamar is the Manta Camillo Ospina. It's a fairly wide draw in 14. About 3 or 4 to go in. They've loaded up really quickly again here. There is Ali Al Hamar, Akko Farwa in the predominantly white colours, and Hajan in green. I think he's the last one now, green with a yellow coloured hoop. Fawas Wanas, the son of Moon Colony, will complete the line. Here he is in the noseband and cheek pieces. So 20 for Hajan to go in. Just backs away at the first attempt. Hajan, this is our 6th race here at Riyadh today. Big field of runners once again, plenty of runners here today. And we'll try again with Hajan into gate 11. Stalls handlers inevitably win the battle. We're ready. Starter just making final checks. We are set here, quite a long start, just pointing at something. Now the flag's up. Now we're ready. A long hold, but we're set. One of the runners is a bit restless in one of the gates here towards the centre of the pack. The handlers are quickly in to attend. And they're set and they're off. They've jumped away. They've all got away pretty well, apart from the horse Extreme outside. And that was Dublin, who was very slowly into stride. Dublin trails them early on. One that broke quite well towards the inside was Akramar. That's up with the gallop, and also showing speed is horse 21, which is Ali Al Harma, the favourites right up there, the green cap, the white stable colours for Camillo Ospina. So it's going to be Ali Al Harma who's going to take it up now and goes on to Akramar, who's going to be in second place, the yellow and grey silks, with racing in third place Mona Fisserholm, another fancied runner in green and white. Just off the pace it is Akko Farwar at this stage. Looking towards the outside is Kayed Al Morkeb. Looking for Saudi Act, is back towards the inside, the kind of black with the turquoise on the sleeves there. It's making a bit of ground to about 5th or 6th place, but the leader is the market leader, Ali Al Harma, out in front for Camillo. Leads a length and a half clear now to in second place. Akramar is the closest pursuer. Third place for Akko Farwar now in the white and grey, going off in pursuit of the leaders. They're followed by Fal Al Shimal as they make the turn. Saudi Act against the rails is creeping closer against the paper. The leader has kicked on here, and Camillo says, catch me if you can, boys, because Ali Al Harma has gone clear, has opened that gap to about 5 lengths. To Saudi Act in second place. Down the outside is Akko Farwar boxing on quite well, along with Fal Al Shabal. Can this horse keep up this gallop? Ali Al Harma's gone pretty quick early. A speeder in front by 3 lengths. Saudi Act is the one who's going to try and run him down. But at the moment, Ali Al Harma is holding the aces here. Entering the final 100 metres. It's still Ali Al Harma in front for the white stable. Saudi Act is bridging the gap now. Getting a bit desperate. Ali Al Harma needs the line. Here's Saudi Act down the outside. Got very close. Oh, it's tight. Far side Ali Al Harma, this side Saudi Act. They go by together in a thriller here at Riyadh. The market principles have fought out the finish. Saudi Act was closing. Ali Al Harma was crying out for the line. Did he hold on? It's close. Ospina looking for the trouble. That was an anxious rather than confident glance across there with about 75 metres to go, because he could feel Saudi Act bearing down on him. Alex Moreno just sniffed it here, couldn't he, that he was going to get there. He's glancing across at the screen. He's not sure either. Do you think he's won it, Alex Moreno? I think Ospina's won it, looking at that. I thought Camillo's held on, but he has. 21's been called the winner. Ali Al Harma dropped the nose at the right time. Oh, that was tight. I think Alex Moreno thought he'd won it. I think he was ahead before and after the line. Oh, it's a fortunate success at the end for Ali Al Harma. Did a lot of the early work, to be fair. A nose tipped up by Rory and by Callum. Ali Al Harma has won by a nose. They finished on the same time. Look at that, 1 minute 43.28, both of them. So, oh, that is desperate. But number 21 has held on far side. There's the evidence to print. It is a nose. Ali Al Harma for Camillo Ospina. It's a sparkling treble for Ospina. Another one for the white stable. Second, number 17, Saudi Act. He was a little bit unfortunate, but the other horse dropped the nose at the right time. Look at that, Moreno thought he got there. Celebration, premature. Third, number 19, anyway, I forgot what was third in all that drama. Third was number 19, Taj Al Fahad, and fourth, number 9, Fal Al Shimar. A thriller, 21, 17, 19, 9. It was a nose, 1 minute 43.28. The finish of the day, it's a treble for Ospina. Ali Al Harma hangs on by the skin of his chin.
Well, what a thrilling race we've just witnessed here in this race at King Abdulaziz Racecourse for 500 Saudi Riyal to the winner, and we're just going to grab a quick word with our runner-up. He's just walking away, but Alex, that was so close.
Well, I thought I'm beating him, but I was a little bit late. He was more speed than me, but my horse, well, he ran a good race.
We watched the replay. He was in front before the line and after the line, but just on the line, Camillo's got his head off down.
On the line, Camillo, he just put his head down and he beat me.
Oh, so close. I felt for you there. Unlucky, but still second place is a very nice horse. Certainly will win races in the future.
Thank you, buddy.
Thank you.
He's a good sport, Alex Moreno, isn't he? All smiles despite losing out in this photo finish. I did think on the bob that Camilo had got it, but the cameraman thought that, the cameraman thought the winner, Ali Alhamar, was the winner. We needed that across the line, didn't we? And even
Well,
so,
yes.
after the first look, it was very, very tight, wasn't it?
I thought he'd just been caught, but as you said, you know, when you watching the stride pattern, he just managed to dip again. In 3 inches, he was beaten.
And you were delighted, I'm sure.
I'm very happy with that. Yes.
12 winners. You're back.
Back.
Let's get back to Callum.
Wins.
Here in the winners' enclosure, as Camilo Ospina comes in aboard Ali Alhamar. Oh my goodness, what a race that was. Such a close finish. Camilo talked to us just after the last race when he mentioned coming home late aboard the horse he rode for an outside ride. He said, I can time it to perfection. I want to be in front on the line, not before it, not after it, but on it. But I mean, this was as close as it could possibly get, and we'll grab a word with him once he jumps off. But Ali Alhamar, it would have been a very unfortunate second. This colt, he cut out all the running. He really worked, and you could see Camilo giving him more and more rein at the top of the bend, and you thought he's got 6-7 lengths between them here, and I think that's where he won the race. The boys will look back at it in the studio, but I think he's won the race on the turn, and then by the time he's turned for home, he's 7-8 lengths clear, and he just held on by the skin of his teeth. Camilo weighing in now, waiting for the nod, and we're just waiting, and it all seems to be good. We wait for the tack to be collected. I feel like I should be picking up his saddles here, and just gonna wait and get everything. Camilo, that was the closest finish I've seen. Alex was in front of you before the line, after the line, but on the line, you won the race.
Yeah, you know, I told you before, this is the race, you know, the race is winning in the wire, and I just say, thanks, guy, you know, this is the race.
What was amazing for me is you gave this horse a bit of rein, and you let him take some lengths out the field on the turn for home, and by the time you turned into the straight, you were 6, 7, 8 lengths clear. That's what won you this race.
Yeah, no, this horse he has one problem, you know, when he's coming in the last meter, he wants to go to the rear, you know, and he lose the speed, and that's question. But I tried to correct, I tried to give him inside, but thanks God he keep going until wire, and he won the race, you know.
Is he very much like, I don't know whether you know, Mahalik, the horse the sprinter, who sometimes he likes to lug around to the rail? Is he a similar type?
Yeah, similar. This horse, from the beginning, he has this problem. The trainer, he put blinker, and he tried to correct, but he keep it the same way, you know. But thanks God he won.
Well done for winning. That's a hat trick for you, flying along today. Well done.
Yeah, thank you very much.
For Camilo Ospina, and a big payday coming. We can see him legging it to the winners' enclosure, or the winners' podium, to hold a hand on that check, of which he gets a nice 10% as well. So he'll be off shopping in the mall later, I'm sure, off the back of a decent day here, and it could get better, of course. 3 winners from 6 races for Camilo Ospina on the left of shot there, celebrating this contest sponsored by Jcsa for horses sold at auction in 2023. What a finish.
Yeah.
Ali Alhamar, the far side of Saudi Act. I said before the race, Saudi Act needs further. Needed every inch of the 1600 metres today. When we were watching the race live, did you think Saudi Actor got there?
I thought he got there watching live, but obviously, you're all imagining the worst case scenario, and I was hoping the winner would hold on. But I thought, well, he clearly got headed just before the line, and he needed to be on that stride just to bob his head. And there was a little bit of luck involved. It's all very well saying this is a brilliant ride from Camilo. Yes, he's stolen a few lengths from the second, but if he'd been done by a nose, we'd be saying, oh, why did he go so soon?
He's done too much.
So it's these margins that you make your judgments on.
But because he's won, we can say how effective he is from the front. Not the best away, sort of 2/3 of the way over to the right. White jacket, green cap is now just creeping up on the outside of Mona Fissahom, who faded away at the halfway stage, has got to the lead, and at this point you said race over.
Yeah, I thought from here, because he's got the lead and he's going the pace that he wants to go, and he looked like he was the best horse in the race coming into it. So I thought, well, Camilo would get it done from here. It ended up being very close, But Camino did exactly what you'd expect him to do. He's used the horse's speed. He's not asking him at this stage to go for the clear. He's just got the natural gears to get himself into position, and he kind of wants to drop anchor a little bit at this stage. But the frontier have broken away a fair way from the bunch. So there are also times when you think, well, okay, I should make this count. When there's a fracture in the field, you do kind of want to put your foot down and get the horses who are not travelling into a bit more trouble. And the runner-up, listen, he's well positioned on the rail, but he's about 6 or 7 lengths behind the leader at this stage, and now he's being worked upon to close that gap. At this stage, I thought it was impossible, but he keeps getting closer and closer. He makes a proper race of it, and both jockeys come out of this with credit. Alex Moreno's managed to avoid any sort of traffic problem, and I don't think anyone could blame him for making his effort too late. I think he's made his move before the home turn to ask the horse to go forward.
I agree.
It's not like he sat there for too long, and his horse has picked the winner up just before the line. It's just bad luck that the nod has gone against him.
Indeed, we can see Saudi-At closing, and closing. But Ali Al-Hamar will just hold on. Here comes the line. Oh, it's so close, isn't it? It's so close.
You can see how long the last furlong is, can't you?
Exactly.
It seems to be ages before the line comes up.
There's a delighted Camilo Ospina. I'm sure if I was paid 50,000 Saudi Riyal, I'd be like that as well.
Yeah.
1 million Saudi Riyal paid out in the last 2 races. Let's get back to Callum.
Thanks, team. Just giving you a wrap-up of everything that's occurring over here. You can feel Al-Akabi, the horse with the Paddock eye catcher for me, just getting watched down. We'll get a little bit closer into Al-Akabi because you can see what I meant, why I liked him with the Paddock eye catcher. He's just a really well put together individual, and he's got a little bit of leg to him. He's a lovely type, a really nice type on paper, and he looked well in the parade ring. He will come on from this. You can see he's got so much growing to do. He's still a big leggy baby, but he's quite exciting. Akufawa is proving really tricky. He's just having the bandages taken down. He's having a good old kick out about it as well, but he's going to have the bandages taken off. This is Akufawa number 2. You can see this. So this is what we talk about when horses go through races and how they can get really revved up afterwards. Akufawa is still right on edge here, still really, really keen to get going and having a big old snort and a squeal. He's got one bandage off. It'll be interesting to see how they get the other bandage off. He's got a couple of little cuts there at the bottom of his leg there on his fetlock, just to notice that. Now that's when he's been racing, so that'll be why they're washing him down, just to make sure they stay clean of all the dirt. We'll head down one more here. The horse coming through here. Now I'm pretty sure this is Mosse Fissahom, but it might be completely wrong. I can't see these colours in my race card. They sometimes can be a little bit different to advertise, but this is another one. Now I talk about horses that have come out of it totally different. We just saw Akifawa really, really keen. This horse is completely chilled and relaxed. Just had a nice day out at work, no concerns whatsoever. Washed down by his own. So that looks to be horse number 5. Al-Matib Rizdent is horse number 5 we're looking at here, who's just come through everything completely fine. That was the 3rd start for Al-Matib Rizdent and is handling everything very well. Look, this horse came 6th, and you can see now, look, this is an absolute show pony. So well behaved. Really lovely to see. Great work from the handler, who's managing to wash this horse down and also hold on with the long rein. And this horse is totally chilled. And finally, we'll get to my Paddock eye catcher. Horse number 11, Paddock. This was on debut, and we'll have a good old look at Paddock in here, who I absolutely love. What a model Paddock is, so well put together. This is a proper precocious 2-year-old who will do more in time. I will be very surprised if Paddock doesn't finish his career without a win. You can see him being washed down, loving every second of it as well. The water here, if you've seen on social media, I was helping to wash down one of the purebred Arabians earlier on in the week. The water is actually quite warm. They're not blasted with cold water. I've asked around why that is. It's because they don't want the horses to get a chill, because although it's hot during the afternoons here, while we get into the evening, the temperature drops very quickly, and washing them with cold water would mean a lot more horses would catch chills. So we can just see Paddock making his way down. He'll now be dried off. A little metal rung there that he always slips over, but he'll be dried off now and head round to the other stables. Boys, we've got the Outriders to our left, the team who have had a very nice relaxed day here, the Outriders. No serious dramas. And before we go, we'll have a good look at horse number 2 coming through to us now. This is Akufawa coming through after a pretty good day at the office. 4th start for Akufawa, and now much more chilled out. Another man who's very, very chilled out is Anthony Ennis, and he can take us through the runners and riders for the next.
And that next is race 7, Callum. It is for the locally bred Arabian horses. It is our 6 p.m. contest. Here they are. Number 1 is Hofan Al-Kaladir Abdullah Ralofi. 2, Ibn Shaddad, Nath Al-Anazi. 3 is Jcsa Al-Thad, Ayad Al-Tarisi. 4 is Quaibs Athbar, Abdullah Al-Fayruz. 5 is Stari for Fawas Wana. 6 is Saif Barzan, Mohammed Al-Mazid. 7 is going to be Seraj Al-Hura for Abdullah Al-Qradis. 8 is Serdad, Thab Al-Tamat. 9, Sitay Al-Sakra, Abdullah Al-Saidi. Number 10, Salal Al-Rayla, Abdullah Al-Hussein. Just down to right. It's out 10. 10's gone. 10's gone. That was the one that Callum gave us, wasn't it, earlier on? So 10's gone. Didn't mark my card up, my fault. 11, Atabat Al-Sengar, Osama Al-Shirani. Take out the 12. So 13 is going to be Renad for Mohammed Al-Habail. 14, Maythab Al-Zamidi for Mohammed Al-Daham. 15 is Mama Al-Kaladia, Fahad Al-Faradi. Number 16, Monthera Alamal, Mohammed Saeed. 17, Mubasharat Al-Hassin for Abdullah Al-Rashid. 18 is Salfa Al-Azem for Jimmy Carrion. And 19 is Shath Al-Kanain for Camille Spina, who's having a great day with 3 winners so far. So take out 10, take out 12. It's the Arabian Breds again for race 7. Let's go back to Mark and Rory.
I quite like the idea, Enzo, of a Camilo Ospina 4-timer, which could come later. I think it might come here. Number 19, Shathat Al-Kanain. 1 win from 7. Number 19, sorry, Rory.
Yeah, he's she rather, I should say. Ran very well the last day to be second in a race where our favourite was a little bit disappointing.
Which we will see in action hopefully in the next few moments. Was a little distance behind the winner under Adele, but clearly Camilo is a big plus currently the way that he's riding at the moment.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. You don't see Camilo that often in these races, but as we saw in the previous race, he's absolutely mustard when he's on saw.
Let's have a little look then at the international markets before we get to that VT, where Shathat Al-Kanain is the 15-8 favourite, and Mubarishat Al-Hassin second choice at 11-4. Monthera Alamal 5-1. Here is Shathat Al-Kanain, seemingly at this spot in the race, is just plodding on, but does get second ahead of Mubarishat Al-Hassin.
Yeah, this was disappointing from Mubarizat, who had run really well on her previous start and was entitled to win this race, but she was definitely below par. And your selection ran on from an unpromising position to finish just ahead of her. If they pair at the same level again today, then we'll get a similar result. But the ratings tell a slightly different story. You think she should be rated higher than 84 on this because she's finished ahead there, but the winner was rated in the 70s. So I just think it was a disappointing effort from the favourite, who can probably bounce back.
Okay, this is a local bred Arabian Open contest. Let's see what Callum likes in the parade ring.
Thanks, guys. Yes, the bell's just gone in the parade ring here. Let's start with horse number 3. This is Jcsa Atab, who we're seeing here. Thought very well put together, muscle-bound type. Looks really well. I'm all going to warn you now, there's plenty of greys in this field, and I've not picked a single one of them, apart from your favourite, because I want to have a look at it, but it certainly wasn't an eye-catcher for me. But the reason is, these greys in these sort of races are just a little bit tricky to get looking so well at so young. These are bonny little 3-year-olds. I absolutely love these races, but it's hard to get them into good shape. Let's go back to horse number 6, Saif Barzan. I think this horse had a big chance, improving with each start. Seems to be getting better with experience. Looks like a horse that gets better with experience as well. Connections seem very happy with Saif Barzan as well. Walking out really well. Lovely mane and tail on this one. Very athletic looking. Beautiful hip pointers on show. Still carrying a bit of condition, but I wouldn't be too concerned as this is a purebred Arabian contest. But this one doesn't look like a 3-year-old. Let's pull all the way back here to horse number 8. I think it is a horse number 8 we're looking at. Here it is. Horse number 8, dark liver chestnut. Really nice. Serdad we're having a look at here. Now this is a big power-packed individual. I'd imagine this is more of a sprinter rather than a miler, but you can't miss Serdad. Very good looking. Not the biggest of type, probably only 15 hands, I imagine. You'd be seeing this in a pony Grand Prix somewhere in the UK, but certainly give this horse every chance, but I imagine a drop back and trip will be in this horse's future. We'll drop all the way back now to the next horse that caught my eye, which was horse number 12. This is Matab Al-Zem. Zayn. Sorry, horse number 14, I should say. Sorry, that's the horse we're looking at. Matab Al Zayn. I apologise for that team. Another chestnut who looked really well. I think could come on physically too. There's a little bit more left in the tank, but look at the jockey, Mohammed Al Daham on board. I say this once, I'll say it 1,000 times. Mohammed Al Daham in purebred Arabian contest is certainly a jockey to stay on the right side of. He's just coming into the naughty corner because they're making an adjustment. Just make sure we all stay careful there. We're just going to have a look at this one. Actually, we'll stay on this just to adjust the girth. I think Mohammed is just changing something here. We'll just make sure my cameraman doesn't get run over by anybody else as well. I'm going to go and talk to the stewards and find out what the situation is. What's going on with horse number 40? Okay, so the saddle just needs a trick. So nothing wrong, they're just making a quick change to fix the saddle. So all they're doing is fixing the saddle. And while we're here, we can talk about Camilo's opportunity to get the 4-timer, because that horse is coming towards us now. Horse number 19 coming straight towards us. It's gorgeous grey. For me, not a paddock eye catcher, but the form pick in the race, lads. I'm picking horse Safe Barzan. I can't remember what horse that was. Could have been number 3 or 6, I imagine. It was number 6. Safe Barzan is the pick for me, team.
Yeah, just confirming number 6, Safe Barzan, the Callum Helliwell Plus from the parade ring, as we see one of those going down to post. That is Mubasharat Al Hassan, who's certainly got leading claims here. Now let's go through those claims. Rory, number 17. I know we saw Mubasharat Al Hassan in action. Number 17, second favourite today. I think you know what you're going to get with him. He's exposed more than others.
Yeah, but only 7 starts. So you know there ought to be a bit more to come. But what you're seeing is
you know what you're going to get.
Yeah, but you're probably going to get a place. You look at the figures and think, well, this has got a bit in hand, doesn't it? But Mubasharat Al Hassan didn't really take advantage of a good opportunity last time out.
Of which I think he was very, very well fancied that day as well. I think he was favourite for the
yes,
the race.
It would have been, yeah. But obviously he'd been third in Group 3 before that. He'd been in the frame behind Lacey de Violette. He'd shown the best form of the purebred Arabians of this age group in Taif. So he was 4th in the King Faisal Cup prep behind Lacey de Violette, and then 3rd in the King Faisal Cup itself. So that was outstanding form coming here, and really he shouldn't have finished a fair way. She shouldn't have finished a fair way behind Fidana last time out on the ratings, but she did. Now we've seen a lot of horses come from Taif and disappoint first time here, and a lot of those will run better next time. Some of them might end up just being Taif horses, and some of them might just be horses who, you know, are flattered by running on late in well-run races where they don't threaten to win but keep on. Whereas you put them in a race where it's more tactically run and their lack of tactical pace is showing up. And that might well be the case here with Mubasharat Al Hassan. And I wouldn't say this represents massive value at the prices. What price is it currently? Have you got
11 to 4.
Yeah, well, no, 11 to 4 is probably,
favourite.
yeah, if you price this up on the ratings, that would be a lot shorter than that. 11 to 4, I think, takes into account the fact that it has been beaten by lesser rated rivals last time out, and it maybe is vulnerable again, but hopefully class will out, from my point of view.
Let's talk about number 16, Montserrat Alamal, who's got similar, exactly the same record of 1 win from 7. The form figures aren't too dissimilar either, but does have a stone to find on the ratings, Montserrat Alamal.
Yeah, but we're not particularly worried about the stone, given that horses rated more than a stone behind our market leader. We're ahead of it last time out. Fair best of the rest went behind Nirhaz in an open race 2 starts ago. That was probably
race.
the best effort. Nirhaz looks a very good
race,
performer.
yeah.
So a repetition of that would give Montserrat Alamal a very good chance of hitting the frame at the very least. And yeah, it would definitely be one to have on your shortlist with a rating of 88. Again, the fact that it's next to Mubasharat Al Hassan on the race card, and you can see the 88 next to the 102. Puts you off a little bit, but I think you really should draw a line through that 102 rating, and then look at the race, and it looks a lot more competitive. And then you have to take Mubasharat Al Hassan as a slightly separate case and go, right, you seem to be running to that rating in Taif, but you weren't winning races by running to that rating. You were finishing 3rd and 4th behind a good horse. Can you go and beat lesser horses?
We're 2-3 minutes away from the off here, and we haven't mentioned an Al Khaladir runner. Quick word on number 15, Marmar Al Khaladir, who carries those stable silks.
Yeah, hasn't set the world alight so far, Marmar Al Khaladir. Got the pedigree out of a mare called Marmar by the great Laith Al Khaladir. but no better than third and 3 runs in fairly ordinary company so far. And as we said before, it looks a bit of a pony. It looks like it's a baby and needs more time to grow. We talk about horses, oh, this has got a big frame, needs time to grow into it. This is just a very small filly who looks like she shouldn't be on a racecourse yet, to me. In my view, actually, racing horses early is not necessarily a bad thing if they're sound enough, because it's good. It's a good grounding for them. If she doesn't look ready to fulfil the potential of her pedigree at this stage. She did run better last time than her second start, but she hasn't really built on a promising debut, and I'm happy to leave her alone again.
Okay, selection time. Who are you not leaving alone?
In Riyadh, I'm leaving them all alone, but I need a selection, so I'm actually going to go with Mubasharat Al Hassin to hopefully prove that last time wasn't her true running and get back to the form she showed in Taif. But I do have my misgivings about that, but something's got to get the vote, and it's her.
And if you have this, it's probably match point as well, isn't it? Number 17, Mubasharat.
Yeah, but I think it's an opportunity. It might be an opportunity for you to get one over on me. So
come on, still time.
You beat me last time, as in your horse beat my horse last time. So the chances are there.
Okay, no time to go to Callum, so we need to go straight to the commentary box. Safe Barzan, number 6 is Callum's selection. Number 17, Mubasharat Al Hassin is Rory. I'm with number 19, Shathat Al Kanain. Looking for a 4-timer is Camilo Ospina. Back to the commentary box to rejoin Anthony Ennis.
Thank you, Mark. Yeah, the favourite number 19 currently on the international markets, Shathat Al Kanain. Just over Rory's fancy is the second favourite, Mubasharat Al Hassin. Interesting, all those sort of higher race card numbers dominate this market, really. We've got 4 of the top 4 in the market are numbers 19, 17, 16 and 15 here. There is the grey, that's the one that heads the betting. Black and orange colours as they load up then. For this race for the Arabian Breds, we are over the 1600 metres again here, the mile. They're loading up pretty quickly. Last 2. Sari is going to be the last one in. And now it's set. Race 7, 6 o'clock. Under the lights here at Riyadh. They're on in. And they're off. So they caught a bit of great line this time, breaking well towards the inside of the group. Is Maythab Al-Zamidi in the orange and blue colours to take an early advantage. Towards the outside, prominent 2 is Kabas Athbar in the yellow colours as they race through the first 200 metres or so. But the leader is kicking on here. Maythab Al-Zamila has got the rails and goes on. Ibn Shaddad is fairly handy too. Also up with the gallop is Hofan Al-Khaladi, another one that's prominent. Towards the outside is the well-fancied Monthara Alamal. And just off the pace then, we have Kabas Athbar who's towards the inside of Sari. Towards the outer, we have Mubasharat Al Hassin who's trying to get into it. Looking for the favourite, just manoeuvred a bit wide here with the orange and black. Shathat Al Kanain under Ospina. That's one of the lighter greys in the race as they head towards the halfway stage. Still there towards the inside though is Maythab Al Zamila in the blue and orange silks, but almost joined now. Ibn Shaddad has just dropped away, and here on the outside, making stealthy headway, is Mubasharat Al Hassin. And it is Mubasharat Al Hassin who's got there going well in that kind of yellow noseband in the white and black colours. And that's the leader now by 2 lengths. Under pressure under Ospina is Shathat Al Kanain towards the outside. Looks a little bit unwilling at the moment. It's been passed by Hofan Al Khaladi, who goes into second place. They make the turn. The leader now gets a reminder to go and really put his seal on the race. This Mubasharat Al Hassin leads by about 2 lengths towards the inside. Monthara Alamal, the light blue, is sticking tight to the rails, but has about 4 lengths to follow this leader who is not stopping. So Mubasharat Al Hassin looks to have the race in safekeeping here. Still 200 metres to go, and is drawing further away. And now look at this horse open up. Wow, all of a sudden has got 8-9 lengths ahead, and Mubasharat Al Hassin is going to be very impressive here. Draws right away to rout the opposition. Mubasharat Al Hassin for Abdullah Al Rashid has won this by a mile. Hofan Al Khaladi was home in second place ahead of Safe Barzan, and then came Saraj Al Hura. Winner for Rory again. Rory Delaghi in great form today. Number 17 is the winner, and arguably the most impressive display of the afternoon there. Mubasharat Al Hassin went further and further ahead in the final 200 metres. There was no challenges at all, because this could be a big winning margin. Second place, big run by number 1, Hofan Al Khaladia. Did the best. The Al Khaladias in the end, but was well beaten. 1 minute 51.34 seconds the winning time. 17 the winner, Mubashirat Al Hassin. And it's that race for the Arabian horses. The Open in great style. Second place, number 1, Hofan Al Khaladia. Third, we've got number 6, Saif Barzan. Fourth was number 7, the grey there, Seraj Al Hura. So it's 17-1-6-7 the numbers of the frame. 8 1/4 lengths for Mubashirat Al Hassin. Well tipped up by Rory, has won this rather easily.
Everything that Rory Delaghi touches turns to gold, and Mubashirat Al Hassin is your race winner of this purebred Arabian contest. Race number 7 on your race card, and has won on the snap in the end. Very, very comfortable. If you were looking for the Khmer Waspina 4-timer, you knew pretty much as soon as you came around the bend that you were in a little bit of trouble, and it wasn't going to be. Hofan Al Khaladir ended up finishing second, and Saif Barzan ran 3 beaten horses to finish third, but take nothing away from our winning connections here of Mubashirat Al Hassan. Not to be confused with the Al Khaladir stables here. Similar colours, but there's a star instead of a V. So lovely to see connections lining up with another winner here. And typical of the type here, looking at this little 3-year-old, they are so babyish, aren't they? They look so much like ponies. She's tiny, tiny, tiny. She's not the biggest at all, but what she lacks in size, she makes up in heart. She's had 7 career starts this season already. Well, this is the 8th career start, I should say. This is the 2nd career win. She's got to be a 3-year-old to follow. A rating of 102 makes her everyone to beat here. We're really looking forward to this contest. Lads, that was a good performance there. The rating said she'd have a chance, and she blew them all away.
Yeah, I think we've seen the best of Mubashirat Al Hassin today. I think she's given away opportunities in the past to score in some easier races, it's fair to say. She has run behind some very useful Arabians, but we've seen her at her best, and she has pretty much accelerated away from the rest of the field. Nothing has really landed a blow on her. Hofan Al Khaladir, who travelled into the race well, flattered to deceive. Saif Barzan, the selection for Callum, has run on well into third ahead of Seraj Al Hura. All smiles, Rory Delaghi.
Indeed, yeah. You know how much I love these purebred Arabian races.
Them.
Nice double in them.
So much so that I give you the winner in the selection.
I know, isn't that nice of you? Yeah, this was a better ride today on Mubashirat Al Hassin, who looked a bit paceless last time out in a tactical race, but no messing around today. Bounced her out the stalls, got her handy. She's got the class. As we see so often with purebred Arabians, the good ones can keep up a gallop, but not many of them can quicken as such. So the best thing to do if you've got a horse with the class to win the race is get it in a positive position and get it rolling early, and then ask the others a question to come past her, which she wasn't doing last time. She gave first run to something else and then couldn't reel it back in, and this time she was the one playing the hare. Not straight away, she just got in a handy position from her wideish draw, and then just kept rolling from the front, so that coming into the turn she's in pole position, and she kept pulling out from there. 1 or 2 travel well. Hofen Al Khalidi, who came second in the end, appeared to travel really strongly. She's now hit the front and won't give it up. Hofen Al Khalidi on the inside is about to move menacingly into second place, then hits a flat spot. It looks like he's going to finish third or fourth, but ran on again for a clear second.
Indeed, yeah, Mubarishat Al Hassan at this stage, only a length clear. Shahat Al Kanaim was always wide. I think Hofen Al Khalidi is one of those examples, Rory, where you travel well into the race but can't quicken. The winner has quickened and gone well clear.
Yeah, but she's made sure that she could quicken a fair way from home,
yeah.
and she's not trying to do any sort of clever start-stop business, which is not really her thing. But her momentum off the home turn was crucial, and Hofen Al Khalidi just hit that really flat spot before staying on again. But while he was hitting a flat spot, the winner was going 6 or 7 lengths clear, and that was the end of the story. 8 1/4 lengths, the winning margin in the end.
Well done indeed. If you kept on side with Rory, Mubarishat Al Hassan has won the second of 2 races on the day for purebred Arabian races. Next up is the Latin America Cup, but meanwhile we can get back to Callum. Where is he?
Thank you very much, team. Yes, a cracking contest we've just seen there for the purebred Arabians, and I bumped into Jill from Devon. We're getting everywhere, aren't we?
We are. Great to be here.
What brings you to Saudi Arabia?
Oh, well, I've come out to visit my husband, who's working out here, and had a wonderful week. And this is just great.
It's unbelievable, isn't it? I mean, it's such a stunning venue to hold sports here, King Abdulaziz Racecourse.
Oh, it's absolutely beautiful, and the horses are magnificent. Yeah.
Certainly beats Exeter on a rainy Monday, doesn't it?
Absolutely, yes. And I believe there's snow out there at the moment as well.
And we're laughing at all of them while we enjoy the heat. What does your husband do for a living that keeps him out in Saudi Arabia?
Oh, he's out with sort of construction, so...
Lovely stuff. Is this him over here? We're filming us all. Let's just pan the camera over to the husband, who quickly ducked out of the footage to make sure he wasn't going to be seen, but we get everybody here. What else have you done since you've been here for the week?
Well, we've had quite a packed week, actually. We went to the zoo, the Riyadh Zoo, which is wonderful, and I think it's just been refurbished, so it's fabulous. And then we went to the water circus to see some trapeze and all that sort of thing. And then, oh my goodness, what else have we done? Oh, sorry? Oh yeah, the air show.
Hang on a minute, Jill. You're really a tourist guide at this point. You've done more than me.
Absolutely. I went on the air show. It was amazing. The fireworks, the drones in the evening. Wonderful.
So for me, and I think you've probably experienced the same thing, you come out to Saudi Arabia, I feel like you have to tell everybody that it's a really incredible place. And I keep trying to tell everyone at home, it's like, I'm having a great time out here. And everyone obviously concerned when you first say you're going, but for me, it's been a really wonderful experience. And I'm sure you share the same sentiment.
I feel really safe. It's so clean and the service is great. I think it's a fabulous country. I love it, yeah.
And whereabouts have you been on the race course today? Where have you dragged your husband around racing?
Well, we looked at all the horses, obviously, parading before and chose a number, obviously.
Absolutely. It's the only way we do it. I'm an expert and I still do the same thing.
Obviously no betting. So just chose the number that we wanted. And then we watched them go around the track, and it's been wonderful. Sampled some of the fabulous cakes and coffee. Yeah. Good afternoon and evening, really.
Not a bad way to spend the evening. Thank you, Jill, very much for taking the time to talk to us. Hopefully you can enjoy the rest of the racing. Anthony Ennis can take us through the runners and riders for our next contest here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse.
I would love to do that for you. Yeah, great to see people from the UK enjoying their time over at Riyadh, isn't it? Fabulous stuff. Right, let's go on then to our next race, the Latin America Cup, one of our big races here. Big prize money up for grabs once again. 3 odds and up on the dirt over 6 furlongs. Number 1 is Al Azrar for Ricardo Pereira. 2, Al Mazraj for Fahad Al Faradi. 3, Al Thalj for Thab Al Timat. 4 is Basul for Asil Al Sahari. 5, Hoot Al Karain for Khalid Al Mamoni. 6 is Motabane for Rayan Al Toesh. Number 7, is Rustam Basha, Alex Moreno. 8 is Sayedad for Eddie Castro. 9, Shibal Latam, Mohammed Al Hubail. 10 is Tarabot for Muhammad Al Nassar. 11 is Wadhahi for Mohammed Saeed. And number 12 is Yamari for Feras Al Sunaitan. 13 is Yoshka Abdullah Al Kradis, completes the 13 strong lineup. Back to our studio now to rejoin Mark and Rory.
Thank you very much indeed, Enzo, for taking us through the contenders for this Latin America Cup, where the market leader is Sayedad for the Red Stable and Eddie Castro at 5-2 at the top of the market. But it's a very competitive heat, with the White Stable also pitching in there, with Motabane at 3-1, Basel at 4-1 for Lucas Gaitan in colours we don't know too much about. Rustam Basha, number 7, is 7-1, denied the hat-trick last time. At the Red Stable, also responsible for one of those in there as well, with Almaz Raj at 8-1. This is a really good field, this, Rory.
Yeah, this is, it feels like racing is really warming up at this stage, and I like this race. I like it a lot.
What do you like?
Well, it's not so much that I really like one in the race. I think it's got a lovely shape to the race. I do like one in the race. I might as well tell you, I like Basul. Because this is a horse with just a tremendous record over course and distance.
Spell it out.
His last 10 starts over this course and distance in the last 2 seasons, he's won 4. He's been second 5 times and third once. And that's, you don't get much better records than that.
Including in this race.
Including in this race. He won this race last year. He's coming off a layoff, but again, he's got the right man. Got the right man training him. Lucas Gaitan doesn't bring them to the races unless they're ready to go, and Basul will be fit for this. And I expect a big run. I particularly expect a big run because Callum doesn't like him, and that's always a great sign.
Bit of an argument on the way in the car, wasn't there?
Yeah, we had a little bit of a to and fro. Obviously, Sodad has got a very similar rating. They're both carrying 58 kilos. Basul's rated 98. Sodad is rated 97, and Sodad was. He said, "Oh, Sodad's just so consistent." Well, what about the 008 that preceded his last win? He beat inferior rivals last time and beat them very well, and as that's seen his rating go back up again. And he's been an absolute superstar through his career. 19 wins, Sodad. But I think Basul will be a little bit too good for him today. But it's by no means a 2-horse race. There's interesting things today about almost every runner in the race.
If Basul wins, you're allowed to sit in the front seat on the way back. Is that fair?
That's something that's been denied to me for 5 weeks. But yeah, Callum, I'll tell you what, Callum getting the boot on the way back if Basul wins.
That is number 4 on the programme. We don't see too many in these colours, do we? Prince Sultan bin Ahmed bin Abdulaziz. I don't know if you've seen those colours at all.
No, very, very, very rarely. But obviously a member of the royal family, Prince Sultan. And I particularly like to see these colours successful.
Indeed. You highlighted Sayedad beating weaker rivals, it's fair to say, if we're being respectful, last time out. But he is a prolific winner.
He
19 times he's won.
Yeah, there aren't too many horses who win 20 races here, and that's what Sodad aims to do. He's an 8-year-old now. He's not quite, Callum's banging on about his consistency. He's not quite as consistent as he once was. And you'll see him, he's essentially a 6-furlong horse who just takes time to warm up in his races these days. He looks a little bit almost arthritic early doors, and then when he warms up, he's very good. Now, maybe what he's needed is a few runs this season just to warm the old bones up and get him going. But we'll see how he goes in the early stages.
That is the top 2, Basul, Sayedad. I don't know if you heard that, Callum, but if Basul wins, you're relegated to the back seat.
You know good and well I'm not going in the back seat. A, because I'm a giant human being, and secondly, because if Rory goes in the front seat, we will not make it home. So everybody knows that I am staying in the front seat. And no, Mark Francis, you won't be in the front seat either, because if we have to use a sat-nav, we'll end up in Q8. So we're going to stick to our current guns here, and I'm going to stay with my seat at the front, no matter what happens in this race. It doesn't matter anyway, because Sayedad just wins. But let's have a look at them in the parade ring. The first one we'll have a look at is Al Masraj. I love this race because a horse like Al Zara horse number 1, would be a horse I'd normally look at, but just not quite good enough for a race like this. So Al Mazraj will be the first one we look at. This one goes for Fawaz Saad. A nice looking horse here. He looks really well in the coat. A good individual, carrying the condition that the Red Stable horses tend to carry. You know what you're going to get with this run. A third last time out will be right up there for sure. Let's go back to one more. This is Al Taj. I thought this horse ran a huge race last time when winning. This is a tougher contest completely, but I thought he ran a massive race, a really eye-catching performance. Looking forward to seeing how he gets on here today. You can see the fitness on show with this. We mentioned how hard it is to see on grey horses. It's even harder on white horses. Look at the muscle definition in the hindquarters. Horse number 3, Al Saj, is certainly a player. This is Basul for the Lucas Guide team. We spoke to Lucas before. His horse won this race last year, but he came onto this race with having run in Taif the previous part of the year. He had form in Taif. The concern for me is that he's not been seen for a while. He was well beaten last time when they probably gave him one run too many. He looks in really good shape. I'm sure the boys in the studio will agree with me. He looks red hot, fit, and he's carrying himself really well. He certainly is a very good looker in the paddock, and I wouldn't be put off with him at all. I just think he might find a couple, maybe too good first time up. It's tough to win first time up here. We've seen it before. Let's go back to horse number 6. This is Motterbane we're going to have a look at here. This is a gorgeous horse. Won a weak enough race last time out. This is a big step up, but he's shaped like a better horse last time. Clearly comes into this race in good form. This is a step up in class. He's a big bull of a horse, isn't he? He's not your typical sprinter build. He's long, he's consistent, he's gorgeous, and he's a liver chestnut. He certainly is a strong type, and you know he comes into this in good form. We go back to a horse who I adore. This is Rustam Basha. There may not be a tougher horse in Saudi Arabia than this boy. Came and finally won on the turf, and then once he got his head in front on turf, his confidence went through the roof. He won back-to-back races over the dirt at Riyadh. Was a little bit found out last time out, but he comes here on seasonal reappearance. A lovely, lovely horse, and looks well for first run up. We go back one more. Here's the paddock pick. Here's the horse for me, Sayedad. What this horse shows in the paddock is very, very little, but my goodness, what he shows on the track is absolutely superb. He is the apple of my eye, a model of consistency, big, strong, powerful type. He's shown he's in good form with a win earlier on this season. That was the last time out. He upset some big pots there, including First Line, who's got form with the horse that the boys like, Basul, and he put First Line well and truly in his place. Looks fitter today. I thought he was a bit of a paddock negative last time out. He looks much, much better today, and for a horse that often carries a bit of chunk, he certainly is looking very, very good. I like him. He's the one for me. But boys, it's a cracking contest. I can't believe no one's talked about Rustam Basha.
Well, let's see Sayedad in action then, Rory, winning last time, absolutely hacked up in the end. We mentioned earlier, a real prolific winner. Here he is on the front end.
Yeah, and when he gets to the front, he's a very hard horse to stop, Sayedad, and he ends up pulling well clear of his rivals on this day to produce his best performance in a while. He'd been unplaced in his previous 3 starts, but he's a horse maybe... this is his best trip. He had been running over 1,400 metres, but Sayedad laying down a marker for this race.
Indeed, with you two squabbling over Basul and Sayedad, I think it opens it up for me to side with Motterbane, who we can see here in the white stable colours. Forget about Taif. This horse knows how to run here. 1,400 metre success.
Yes, and Motterbane is. My concern with Motterbane would be the trip today, but he gets it done nicely. It's Winspree he's beating on this occasion, and Winspree, although he has improved a little bit recently, he didn't look easy to win with yesterday, despite again finishing in the frame. And Motterbane's a little bit of a better horse. It's like flash of the tail from a second there. Winner clears away, but that's a 1,400 metre contest. Prior to that, he was running over 1,600. I think the 1,200 is a bit sharp for him.
Another one we should highlight is Rustam Basha, who we can see here on Paddock at start back in March. This was winning the Jcsa Cup back in March.
Yeah, this is a good performance from Rustam Basha. Obviously, we're going back a little bit in the calendar for that. She was behind Tara Bott on her final start, over 1,400. Again, this is a 1,400 metre race, but she was successful in a cup contest over 1,200 metres on his previous start. So the trip is not an issue. In fact, probably just coming to the end of his tether there over 1400.
Indeed, and Rustam Basha is a 7-1 chance. There is the trophy, the Latin America Cup, and that handsome trophy will be awarded by His Excellency, the Under-Secretary of the Ministry of Interior for Regional Affairs. His name is Abdullah bin Abdul Rahman Al Rabia. So we'll see him later handing out that trophy. And once again, we have a prize fund of 150,000 Saudi Riyal. There's plenty of money being splashed today. And there is Hoot Al Karain, who starts his 51st race here today. Let's just remind ourselves with the market. Sayedad 11-4, Motorbane 3-1, joint second favourite with Basul. Rustam Basha 15-2. Almaz Raj is interesting as well for the road stable. Definitely knows how to win as well. Second pick here though for Prince Faisal.
Yeah, has been running creditably late and ran another solid race, went third to Jcsa, an open company here last time out. Can't be ruled out entirely, has a little bit to find on the ratings, but again, we've often seen that horses running to their form at the moment is often an important factor here, even if you've got a little bit to find. So I'd expect Almaz Raj again to run a solid race.
And carries the first colours of Prince Faisal, that is the red cap. Enzo, if you're listening, Sayedad has the white cap for Eddie Castro. Yoshika rather, has the blue cap for Abdullah Al Credis. Al Fauj, the quality keeps coming, Rory. 3 wins from 5 for number 3. Certainly can't be discounted in colours. We know not to undermine.
No, this is not an easy one to weigh up. Thoroughly unexposed. I made it my third choice in the race. I should say 3 from 5 today. Last 2 wins have come in handicaps over 1,400 metres in time. Very, very different thing today. But if you go back, and again, those haven't been particularly high-grade events, but if you watch the last race that Al-Taj won, really, really impressive at the end of that. Looked like it was going to win by a length or two and ended up pulling away to win by quite a wide margin, still in hand. So this horse, we haven't got to the bottom of it at all. Is it a 1,200 metre horse? I don't know. It might, it was very strong at the end of that race, but we're still just scratching the surface with this horse. This is a big step up in class, but it wouldn't surprise me if this was a surprise package.
Any other surprise packages? Anything bigger than 14-1?
Who have we not touched on? I think
Hoot
they're all.
Al Karain,
Hoot Al Karain, number 5. Yeah, who's had a lot of racing here, 50 runs and 5 wins in his career to date. Is very adaptable trip-wise, is effective over 1,200 metres, but stays much further. Has been running pretty well recently. Was second to Mahrout in a course and distance open race last time out. Could run into the frame. Run into the frame if running a similar race again. But again, rating of 85 shows you that Hoot Al Karain probably needs 1 or 2 of these to run below par if he's going to win.
Any of those at a bigger price? Shibble Latam perhaps? 25s?
Shibble Latam, yeah. Shibble Latam's worth a mention. Was a good second to Lela Doro in September over 1,600 metres. But for all, Shibble Latam has been a very good horse back in the day. Not as consistent as he once was. And I think opposable against these, particularly with 1,200 metres being on the sharp side.
And there's Yamari in shot, the red cap, who's been way out of sorts on the last few starts. A son of Premium Tap, of course. You haven't seen the best from him for a long time.
No, was second in a similar race to this, second to Sayedad here a year ago. And if Yamari could find that form, it would go very close. But recent efforts have been less encouraging, to say the least, and Yamari does need to bounce back and show the form that we know that he's capable of.
Okay, selection time. I'm pretty sure you're with Basul. Minus why?
Yeah, very much with Basul. He's just, a lot of these horses are very good on the day, maybe at slightly different trips.
This is his race, isn't it?
Basul is a course and distance specialist, won this race last year and will have been laid out for it as well. So while we talk about horses needing a run after a break, this is his target, whereas a lot of horses are running here with other targets and they're just not fit enough for the reappearance. I would be amazed if Basul loses this through lack of fitness.
Okay, so Rory pretty strong on Basul, and of course he's been in excellent form. Looking for the 4-timer in a row, aren't you? Of course, with Sahabat Deem, Eli Al Hamar and Mubarishat Al Hassan. Basul, the confidence is very, very striking.
Yeah, this is the first one I've really liked on the day, so it'll be disappointing if I do the double in the purebred Arabian races and then come a cropper here.
Okay. Rory likes number 4, Basul. I think because Motorbane has been ignored by both Callum and Rory, I'm going to have to side with Motorbane because I'm trying to catch you I'm not going to catch you if I side with Basul. I do think Basul is the most likely winner, but for this selection competition, I'm going to have to go with Motorbane and double-seeking Rayan Alta Esh. That means we'll have the top 3 covered in the market, as Rory is with number 4, Basul. I'm with number 6, Motorbane. I'm hoping then, Callum, that means you're covered with Sayedad, number 8.
Yeah, thank you very much, team. Sayedad is the pick for me. I absolutely love this gelding. You just think he's the definition of consistent, but it's an interesting race here. There's so much you could talk about. Al Saj, I cannot stress how fit that horse looks. For a horse that's basically white, it's amazing to see how fit he is. He really does look well, and like you said, a record of 3 from 5 shouldn't be sniffed at, although the last 2 races were much weaker than this. But Motorbane won a race weaker than this last time out, and we still like that run. I think Rustam Basha, I just spoke to Sarge, who's the assistant trainer of Rustam Basha. He was very calm with me. He said, look, at the end of the day, this is his first run of the season. He got better with time last season, and they'll be looking for the turf with him, even the horse that won on the turf, and then with that confidence, then took that to the dirt as well. So it'll be interesting to see how he gets on. Yoshka looks like an Exmoor pony. It really tiny little fluffy thing. Certainly didn't blow me away, but gets the draw in stall 7 and can't be ignored. Abdullah Al-Kredis on board as well with the 1 kilo claim, so worth keeping an eye on him. But really, the top of the market was where we were looking, and I am sticking with Sayedad. Hoot Al Karain has had plenty of starts. We know what to get with that horse. Start number 51 today. Al Mazraj and Al Sarah. Al Sarah will be picking up places late, I imagine, but has collateral form with a lot of these and has been beaten by plenty of them. But they're already starting to load here for this absolute corker of a Latin America Cup. Let's keep our fingers crossed for Sayedad, Basul and Motorbane. Anthony Ennis, it's all yours.
Thank you, Callum. You're hopeful that one of you would have the winner with those 3, wouldn't you? 3 to 1. Right, almost co-favourites, the 3 of them, Sayedad, Motorbane and Basul. They're all around the same price. Basul does look to have a lot in his favour. We shall see. They're loading up. Already got quite a few in. That's the final 4 or 5 to load. For the Latin America Cup, looking forward to this one. The 1,200 metres, 6 furlongs, but some classy types in this. Under the lights here at Riyadh for our 6:30 race. We'll be off banker time again, because the last couple go in. Parabot going forward there, and then number 7, Rustam Basha, is the only one we're waiting for now. 6 furlongs. And they're just about ready for a start here. And they're off. Jumped away. Started caught with a great line for the Latin America Cup. They raced away over the 1,200 metres. One that broke quite sharply here was Rustam Basha. Likes to be up there. It is just about in front early on. Towards the inside is Yabari, the red cap, who's handy as well. Just behind Yabari, racing in 3rd place, is Al-Azrar in blue and yellow. Looking a bit wider then to see where Basul is. He's on the move, but around horses. And just out underneath him at the moment is Hoot Al Karain, the red and white colours. The leader is still Rustam Basha and Alex Moreno, going a decent lick here as they go towards the home turn. So halfway almost, and the leader is Rustam Basha on the inside, the light colours. The one giving chase though is Sayedad now, who's on the move, the white cap into 2nd place. And Sayedad now takes dead aim at his leader, Rustam Basha. The front 2 are clear. Basul is going to have to pick up if he's going to defend his ground from there as they head down for the final 250 metres. Rustam Basha on the far side still has the lead. Sayedad looks the only threat. They're miles clear of the others. Sayedad on the outside. Rustam Basha is all heart on the inner. Sayedad though is wearing him down gradually. Eddie Castro and Sayedad on the near side are going to get up to win the Latin America Cup. It's Sayedad who wins to Rustam Basha, who went down all guns blazing in 2nd. They were clear of Motorbane, and then came Tara Bott behind those. Sayedad then, great shout by Callum. Number 8 wins it for Eddie Castro, takes the Latin America Cup. Well done to Eddie. Wearing down, poor Rustam Basha probably deserved a bit more. He was so tough in front, just finding one too good in the end. Callum gets the front seat on the way home, now I'm hearing as well. Right, 1 minute 12.74 seconds, the winning time. Sayedad wears down Rustam Basha. It's a straight race because nothing really got into it from behind. Those 2 dominated. Back in 3rd place in the end in the white stable colours. On the inside was Motorbane. And 4th was the Great Tara Bot. 8, 7, 6 and 10. And neck the winning margin. 1 minute 12. 0.74 seconds, confirming third number 6 Motorbane, and fourth will be number 10 Tara Bot. So it's 8.76 the numbers. Sayedad into the Latin American Cup from Rustam Basha, and Motorbane in third place.
Oh, the front seat of the car will be warm tonight. Oh, it'll be cozy. Oh, they laughed at him. They thought I was crazy. No, I was right. Sayedad is the most consistent sprinter here in Saudi Arabia. What a horse, what a ride from Eddie Castro, what a performance. I told you all, I tried to tell you, everyone at home, this is the horse. You've got to have him. I also told you about Rustam Basha as well, the toughest horse in Saudi Arabia. They will be chuffed to bits with that performance there in second as well. Absolutely over the moon with that because he's run a stormer. Motorbane has run probably above himself, a better run than he did last time to finish third as well. And Tarabot has ended up finishing home in fourth. The disappointments were obviously Al Saj didn't get involved, and obviously Basul, who looked a little bit flat to the boards on the turn for home. I'll make sure I'm out the way of all the photographers here because there's plenty of people who want to have a good look at this horse, but he has just been a star. And great for Eddie Castro as well, who's had a bit of a dry spell after starting off in red hot form, but he's come back here with a winner now and done it well. He loves Sayedad, he was happy to ride her last time, and he's got another one today. Eddie Castro, your winning rider here. But this race was mad from the very beginning, so much going on, and when the front two kicked clear, I think the team was surprised at how far Rustam Basha had got a lead on the field, but he was for catching, he was caught, and it was a thrilling finish in the end. What scenes we have here in the winners enclosures as well. Another winner for the Red Stable. My cameraman Mustafa lives with the Red Stable accommodation. He looked at me and said, we won't be sleeping tonight. There'll be celebrations all the way through as well. Double for the winning trainer as well. Al-Qatani has got the double too. He had a winner earlier on in our card, and lovely to see scenes with friends and family all involved here with this winner. And what a performer Sayedad is. She just continues, just continues to defy expectations and keeps winning and continues to be underrated, which is wonderful to see him continue to do it. And Eddie Castro, the winning jockey, is going to come and join me after he weighs in as well. And I can't wait to talk to him about this horse. I know how happy he was the last time this horse ran when he defeated First Line. He'll be super happy today as well. Just waiting for the all clear. He's been given the thumbs up. Eddie, now that was a proper performance. What a horse he is.
Well, he's a very good horse. I get surprised today because, he ran last time big race too. And he did it today again. And today is a little more sharp race. Because the horse got the front. I think he never quit, he never stopped. So my horse will give it a little more power in the last 100 because very close race.
He went so fast early on. That felt like a really high level sprint.
Yeah, it's really, really fast. I see it's really fast because, and very good. I see the horse from alone. You have to go because nobody come. So supposedly all the horse got delivered. I don't see.
And when you got alongside Rustam Basha, did you think you had enough horse underneath you to get past?
I have it in the 3A, but it's a long. The 3A is a long stretch. I had to wait more, but the horse had I had to follow him because nobody pressure to him. I had to take a pressure.
And you've had quite a quiet couple of weeks. You've not had the success that you had earlier on this season. It must be great to get another winner.
Yeah, it's great for me, great for everybody, and happy for me. Keep it up, and thank you.
Well done.
Thank you.
Understandably, Callum Helliwell is delighted with that winner. Sayedad wins for the 20th time in his career. He's about to reach a half century of starts. Delighted winning connections in shot there. Rory, I'll give you the right to reply.
Oh, listen, this horse. See, Callum will take a situation and twist it a little bit towards his own ends. No one wrote Sayedad off. When I said I fancied Basul, he sounded absolutely shocked, like this was some 66
he was
to 1.
disgusted,
He was appalled that I would fancy Basul, and then kept banging on about how consistent Sayedad was, even though he's been towards the back of the field in 2 of his last 3 races over this trip. But he is a very, very good horse. He's won 20. Yes. He's won 20 times. And it's great to see a horse here hit that kind of milestone, especially in such good company. He was beaten 3 3/4 lengths in this race last year by Basul, but has turned the tables there. Basul just couldn't get in from a wide draw.
The ride, perhaps, in question?
Right, it wasn't a great ride. The jockey, again, when things didn't go his way, he panicked a bit and got very busy with the whip. But in fairness, the one thing I got wrong, he did look like he wasn't 100% fit because he's faded through the field in the end.
Lovely shots there of the winning trophy, and that man, Eddie Castro, is all smiles. This will mean a lot to him to ride winners in the colours of the red stable. Almaz Raj and Sayedad, they're 2 bullets, and Sayedad has obliged, as we can see. Winning Connections now coming onto the podium. We can see the trophy just out of shot there, and we are awaiting His Excellency, the Under-Secretary of the Ministry of Interior for Regional Affairs. This is Abdullah bin Abdul Rahman Al Rabia. There he is there with the owner. And of course Eddie Castro on the left. Delighted scenes here. This will mean a lot to the Red Stable. More prize money, big race success, the Latin America Cup of 2024. That's one way to change the trophy. Connections are very, very happy. Eddie Castro with big race success. Trophy rises aloft. And a big kiss as well. Eddie Castro also getting a few moments there with the trophy. Let's get back to Callum, who's with the winning owner.
Thank you very much, team. Saad bin Mishrif has joined me here. Firstly, thank you very much for taking the time to talk to us. What a horse Sayedad is.
I hear he's really very good horse. This is the winner, number 20 for him.
He's been a star today, but he had to work really hard to get that win.
Yeah, it's a tough race. It's an American Cup and tough race, and this is the top sprinter horses in Saudi Arabia.
I'd have to agree with you as well. Were you surprised at how hard this race was to win? Because he came with such a big reputation, but it wasn't easy.
No, not easy at all. To win a cup with a top sprinter is not easy.
And the Red Stable are flying at the moment, winners all over the place. It must be wonderful to be involved.
And, we have a tough competition against the White Stable, King Abdullah's stable. King Abdullah Stable has top rotation. He's a leader for long time ago. Our neighbor, cousins, friends, but we love the competition.
And I bet you love it when you win the competition as well. It must feel great.
Thank you very much. We hope we win it, inshallah.
Thank you very much. Thank you for taking the time.
Even if they win, they deserve it.
Wonderful. And you deserve it too, though.
I do. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, well done to Winning Connections. We can take this race back from the start. 6 furlongs in total. Sayedad has the white cap. 4 from the right. Extreme right is Basul. And again, 1 or 2 are getting to the front easily, including Rustam Basha, who was trying to make all, was collared late.
Yeah, the speed was low early here, and across the track as well. So Basul, who was drawn widest of all, despite the fact he's a proper 6 furlong specialist, he was never able to get in, and he was stuck on the outside of Hut Al Qurain, who was drawn just 1 inside him here, and caught wide throughout. Sayedad, on the other hand, was able to move up towards the middle of the track and get in a good position. The race has been set up very nicely for the winner, Sayedad, because Rustam Basha has gone off hard. This is a horse we saw winning over 1,400 metres earlier last season, back in the spring, but at least as effective at the 1200 metres. Rustam Basha, again, slight question mark about exactly how ready he would be for this, but he's run an absolute blinder, just doing a little bit too much in the front end and setting it up for Saudad, who doesn't need a second invitation. He's a horse who will win the races that he's capable of winning. He's obviously not quite as consistent as he once was. He's an 8-year-old gelding, and you tend to get the occasional ache and pain, so you're not always 100% for every race. But when he runs himself into form, he's very good, and he took a big step forward on recent efforts when winning last time out, and is carrying that form forward here and won in good style. He might get himself they're racing back over 100 again, rated 97 at the moment, but he's been rated over 100 in the past, and he's a bit of a legend for Connections, and Sad bin Mishrif clearly very happy about that result.
Alex Moreno is just having one of those days, isn't he? Second place again on Rustam Basha.
Yeah, I'm not sure how many times I want Callum to approach him after finishing second here to ask him how he feels about it. But fair play to him the first time.
Yeah, exactly.
He was very good, and he could smile about it, but these jockeys want to win the races, and when you have your heart broken late on, it must be tough to take.
Indeed. We now must move on rapidly, though, to race number 9. Just confirming, it does say in the race card, this race is due off at 9 o'clock. It's not. It's due off at 7 o'clock local time. Otherwise, Enzo's chicken tikka masala would be going cold. This is a 0-85 handicap for 3-year-olds and upwards, over 2,000 metres. And let's get back to Enzo for the runners and riders.
Thank you, Mark. Yeah, I thought it was 9 o'clock, so I'm going to lie down, but no, we're back for the 7 o'clock race number 9. Here we go. This is a good race. 20 runners here as well. Full field. Number 1, Motta Fared for Ayad Al Tarisi. 2 is Vasilikos for Youssef Al Hassin. 3, Wild Rhythm, Ahmed Al Azari. 4, Taking Names, Alex Moreno. 5, Tell Me All, Mohammed Al Yami. 6, Wink of an Eye for Khalid Al Zami. 7, House of Aviz for Abdulaziz Al Faradi. 8, Mahatu, Sultan Al Mamoni. 9, Commander Hector, Naif Al Anazi. 10 is Kiloi for Abdullah Al Khamis. 11, Maybury, Abdullah Al Kradis. 12, Emirates Knight, Salman Al Rashid. 13 is Mudim for Muhannad Al Nazar. 14 is Courageous Knight, Victor Gutierrez. 15, My Code, now written by Eddie Castro, looking for a double. 16, Out of Shadows for Ziad Al Jabri. 17, Sausalito, Abdullah Al Saidi. 18, Labib, Thab Al Tamat. 19, Riyadh Spirit, Abdullah Alofi. And number 20, Darazini, is now written by Osama Al Sharani. Full field of 20, reserves not required. Back to the studio, back to Mark and Rory.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Enzo. Yes, lots of runners to get through here for this 9th race on the programme. 135,000 Saudi Riyal in the prize fund, 0-85. The field is stacked with quality, particularly, of course, towards the top end. Those top-rated, Motafared top-rated 85, is a 10-1 chance. There's a few above him in the market, including Taking Names, 4-1, which I thought was on the larger side here. Alex Moreno, due a winner, but he's got to emerge from stall 18 and well away as well. Vasilikos, 5-1 in the colours of Prince Salman bin Salman. Riyadh Spirit, 7-1. Tell Me All, 8-1 with House of Aviz, and Maybury the same price. Motafared, 10-1. Let's go from top to bottom then, Rory, in race card order of those that matter.
Yep.
Motafared at the top, Ayad Al Tarisi, 10-1.
Yeah, I think most of the chances are at the top of the page here. I think the further down we get, the harder the majority are to fancy. Motafared was a wide margin winner of a 0-90 event over course and distance in December, so he's well treated on old form. He won after break in July over 1,600 metres. He's been placed twice over further in the summer at Taif. He's been off 8 weeks since running an odd disappointing race, but he was drawn very wide at Taif last time when unplaced. Off a break, he could easily bounce back to form, and he's dangerous.
Vasilikos is number 2, who has run a number of game races in defeat in better races than this. Was third to Derivo on his last effort over 2,000 metres.
I would question game as the only thing I would worry about there. Okay. He's been running against good horses. 6th to Jack Red Clyde, who's an absolute superstar in the Ash Shafa Cup over 2,400 metres, and has run well in open races on his last 2 starts. My worry with him is he's hard to win with. He's 1 from 20 here, but I think he's got a big chance in handicapping terms of being dropped into a 0-85, given the company he's been keeping, and he's exceptionally dangerous. If I thought he was genuine enough, I'd be with him as my main selection.
We'll skip over Wild Rhythm to Taking Names. 4-1. I am surprised. Won a 0-80 last time, got better rivals to deal with today. But he did win very, very impressively last time. We'll see that form a little bit later.
Yeah, Stole 18, a little bit of a worry. He's one of these horses who runs himself into form. Was a very good second at Scotland Yard last month, signalling a return to his best. And then he won a 0-80 last time out by 7.25 lengths. Last time out. The handicapper I don't think has been harsh in raising him £6 for that, and I think if he's in the same form again, if he can get himself into the same position, he will win again. But Stole 18 does give him something to overcome in the early stages of the race.
4-1, big value though, isn't it?
It is a big price. As I said, you know, if I thought Vasilikos was a winner, I think he's the kind of horse who will always be there or thereabouts without winning races. Taking Names is a horse who wins races. He does tend to run in and out of form, but when he comes back into form, he tends to be well handicapped, and he showed that last time. He absolutely bolted up in a competitive race. The one thing you know about these 0-80, 0-85 handicaps is they're really, really competitive. For him to win by 7.25 lengths shows that he's well ahead of his mark.
Okay, we'll go through a few more in just a moment. Let's get back to the parade ring. Callum Helliwell casting an eye over them.
Thank you very much, team. Yes, we continue the hunt for winners with horse number 2, Vasilikos, here in this 0-85 handicap. Has just dropped into a nice level here at 84, having been defeated but not embarrassed last time out in a better race than this. Looks in immaculate shape, doesn't he? Covering the ground well, looks red hot fit, not carrying any condition whatsoever. A lovely top line on this horse too. The hindquarter is looking great shape as well. I've got very little to fault Vasilikos with, but you can't deny it. These Prince Saud bin Salman Abdulaziz colours have struggled recently. There's no getting away from that. So they'll be looking for a turnaround in form. We'll drop back now too to horse number 4, Taking Name, this son of Arrogant, who is an absolute gorgeous individual. I thought he took a while to adapt really last season. He was a bit disappointing because of his pedigree being so exciting. He didn't quite take off the way we thought he would last season. He's making up for lost time now though. A good second to a very good horse on penultimate start and a winner last time out. Looks in great shape, looks well in the coat, and Alex Moreno in the saddle will be looking for redemption. Let's drop back. Horse number 7, House of Aviv, in these colours of Abdullah Aid Men Abdullah, who is the owner, who we keep seeing these horses looking immaculately turned out. They always look so well, and House of Aviv is just another one on the production line. This horse looks absolutely gorgeous, really well muscled, looking well all the way round. But look at the quarter marks on the hind quarter. Maybe we can just get Mustafa to just look up the back end of the horse here. Gorgeous, gorgeous quarter marks, really well turned out. Could win a showing contest at Olympia, for goodness sakes, not just a race. And hopefully House of Aviv runs as good as he looks. We're going to go back through them now and have a look at another one to catch the eye. This was horse number 15, My Code. Comes towards us now, you can't miss it. He's built like a truck. Let's see when he comes towards us. He's in the black colours with 3 handlers alongside him. We'll wait here for him, Mustafa. We'll let him come to us, I think, rather than going the other way. Here comes My Code with the blinkers on. A very, very good look at. He's got the blinkers, tongue strap and flare strip combination on. You just see the flare strip on his nose, but my goodness, does he catch the eye? He fills the eye, does My Code. I'd argue that this horse has probably not matched expectations, having won earlier in the career. He's still not found his form recently, but he's tumbling down the handicap, and hopefully he will run a big race. 3 handlers on him. Hopefully they'll all be coming in as he comes home a winner. But my goodness, doesn't he fill the eye? The other horse he fills the eye is the 18, Labib. I keep on seeing Labib, and every time I see him, he catches the eye. What an absolute beast. He's all legs, but he fills the frame well, doesn't he? He looks like he could jump a hurdle. He's a real eye catcher. Lovely looking individual. I can't wait to see how he gets on in this contest. Lads, it's hard to find a paddock eye catcher here, but I couldn't take my eyes off Vasilikos. Horse number 2 is going to be the pick for me.
Vasilikos is the paddock selection for Callum. We just about got to number 5, Rory, didn't we? Tell Me All, who was bred by Cheveley Park back in the UK, Mohammed Al Yami, the 30th start for Tell Me All at the racecourse.
Yeah, 7-year-old now, but in very good form at the moment. He won over this trip at Taif in September, and as late as 6th to Way to Excel in a course and distance open, saw him running up to his best form. He was surrounded by horses with higher ratings, so he was, those in front of him were all higher rated than him, and he had lower rated horses behind him. So he basically ran to his form. Now, the interesting thing about him was that he was drawn widest of all last time, and bounced out the stalls and got to the front from stall 20. He's in stall 19 today.
Next
so
door.
I would expect him to go forward and get to the inside. Now that is potentially an issue for taking names, because if you're drawn wide, I've often said the biggest problem you have is something on your outside who's pushing across.
Yeah.
And we know that Tell Me All is going to come out and try to go forward. So whether that helps taking names or hinders taking names is an interesting point to debate. It could compromise him a little bit. Obviously, if Tell Me All gets out so quickly that he gets across without interfering with taking names, then that horse could sort of try to track him across and use the path that he's cutting to his advantage. But there is a chance that he gets a little bit not interfered with, but that it's just something that puts him off his run in the early stages. So we'll see how that pans out from the start. But if you want to be able to taking names, that's a potential issue.
Okay, let's see some form of some of those we have discussed, starting with Taken Names, who was second to Scotland Yard, then unsurprisingly here, Rory, absolutely bolted up.
Yeah, he wins very well here, and you see the horse in the dark green colours with the lighter green cap is the one that runs on to second. He will reoppose today, so that's the first and second from this contest. But he is hugely impressive. The race was over on the home turn. And he doesn't get closed down. He still ends up winning by a wide margin. But Riyadh Spirit does run respectably in second. That horse is now £6 better off. That's not enough from a mathematical point of view to turn the tables, but it means he's interesting enough from a handicapping perspective as well.
This is Motafarid with the blue with the yellow stripes, finishing fourth to the late Al Marmoon Gate over 2,400 metres in September.
Dear old Al Marmoon Gate, my favourite horse from Taif last season. A bit of a monkey, but very, very good over a testing mile and a half. And he put them to the sword here, but a good run from Motafarid to stay on late. He stays all day, and the worry with him today would be that he might get going too late over this 2,000 metres, but he's been keeping better company than he races in today, and his class will be an advantage. In saying he might get going too late, it's worth bearing in mind he's won over this course and distance last year in a higher grade, so it's not like track and trip are not ideal for him. He is coming off a layoff here, which might just leave him a little bit rusty.
Three more to discuss in terms of those that are a single figure price. House of Aviz, number 7, who was denied the hat-trick last time.
Yeah,
Still
and
16 as
he
well.
was beaten quite a long way in the end. The form looks all right, 3-1-1-4. He's drawn and still 16, a wide one as well. He was a wee bit disappointed when he came here because he was running in. He showed decent form for Joseph O'Brien, and he came here with quite a high rating and was beaten a couple of times in maiden races, looking like he wouldn't adapt. But actually, he has improved for stepping up a trip to this 2,000 metres. Certainly at Taif. Actually, I'm saying a bit long time. The race he was in last time was an odd one because it was a bit like that race we just saw. The margins between the beaten horses were huge. And the surface seemed to be riding even slower than normal at Taif, and I think you can put a line through that because there were horses who were 20 and 30 lengths behind him who've come out and won since. So I think it's a race you can probably just ignore altogether. The question with House of Aviz is whether he's able to show the same form here. He was disappointing here last season, but I think you could be fairly generous to him and say that's because it took him time to adapt and they were running him over the wrong trip. Now he's found his trip, he should be able to keep going forward. So he's a hard one to rule out, but again, he's got an awkward drawn stall 16.
Of course, Sayodab won the previous race. The Red State will have Maybury here, who is a 9-1 chance. I know I said single figures only, but that is now 9-1. What do we make of Maybury, drawn through the middle, number 11?
I didn't much like Maybury, to be perfectly honest.
No,
Was
me
second
neither.
on his penultimate start, but that came in a small field contest, and he failed to back that up when 9th behind Go Fast Trowland here last week. We'll see plenty of horses from our next race who were involved in that contest as well, but that was disappointing from him, given he'd hinted at better in his previous start. And on balance, his form doesn't really stack up in this contest.
And I know we've already seen Riyadh Spirit in action, haven't we, number 19, but just a quick word on him. Some decent form figures to date, but a long way behind Taking Names.
Long way behind Taking Names, but again, he was in what should have been a competitive handicap. He finished a good second, finishing strongly from the back of the field. His handicap mark stays the same, whereas Taking Names has gone up £6. So it's important
meant to bring him in, I guess.
Yeah, it's important to look at him in the context of the rest of the runners, not just Taking Names. If he was beaten by Taking Names wasn't in here and he was running off the same mark, you'd say, well, listen, he ran into one last time. I beat the rest of them easily. The handicapper's not put him up. He's a player here. So I think you've got to look at him as a player, but also you have to mention that even though he's £6 better off, that should get him halfway to Taking Names. But Taking Names isn't guaranteed to be in exactly the same form, particularly if things go wrong for him out of the stalls, and that might bring the other horse into the equation, Riyadh Spirit.
That's all those single figures, or 10 to 1. Anything at a bigger price that we should flag up?
Well, Wink of an Eye, number 6, is a horse who's interesting on the pick of his form. He's not a huge price, 11 to 1 when I looked.
12 to 1 now.
Yeah, he was well behind Go Fast Childland as well. He was runner-up in his final start last season. Might have needed the run, I suppose, last time out. And he represents the same connections as Taking Names, but has a better draw, but I thought it was a little bit harder to fancy on the whole.
Okay, now time to nail some colours to the mast. What are we going to select here in race number 9? It's a tricky one because some of the leading players are drawn very wide, aren't they? But with it being a handicap,
I'll tell you, the tricky thing is, if I want to be against Taking Names because of his draw, the other horses I fancy are also awkwardly drawn. So
exactly.
It is a worry, but I'm going to go with Taking Names. I had the winner of the auction race earlier on who had a terrible draw, and you go, this is the one I like. I know there's an issue here, but I'm hoping he's good enough to overcome it. Taking Names is good enough to overcome this wide draw. You're going to have your heart in your mouth for the first furlong or two and hope he can get a good position, but he's well enough handicapped despite that rise to follow up.
I know I can't catch you when I join you, but I'm going to have to go with Taking Names here. I do really, really like him. I think he's in really good form at the minute. I think, as you said earlier, you've got to catch these horses when they're hot. That second to Scotland Yard speaks out volumes to me. Bolted up here last time, and I think a £6 rise, as you say, is more than fair.
He's the kind of horse, if he was drawn in stall 5 here, I'd be happy to take about 7 to 4 about him.
Yeah, and it's a big price. It's a big price. Okay, Taking Names, myself and Rory. Callum, what do you like here in race 9?
Thank you very much, team. Yes, I'm going to stick with the 2 in this contest. A few of them were very good looking, but I am sticking with Vasilikos here. Just with a massive eye catch in the parade ring. Looks really strip fitter. Gets the jump out of stall 3 as well, which you can never complain about. Although over the 2,000 metres, there's plenty of chances to make up for errors. I think Taking Names has a massive chance, though, doesn't he? That performance last time out was very, very impressive. And if he repeats that, I'd argue that he's probably too good for all of these. He's gone up a chunk in the weight for it, but still slips into this 0 to 85 contest with £2 to spare. So certainly a horse that I would like on form, but in looks I had to go Taking Names. I had to go Vasilikos. Nothing wrong with Taking Names at all. I want to make that clear. Quite a petite, well put together sort, and it's great to see him finally meeting that expectation that was set for him when he arrived in Saudi Arabia, because arguably he was very disappointing to get going. One of the other good lookers was House of Aviv. Could not take my eyes off that one. A very good looker, strode around nicely. Always with these horses, they always look so good. That one beaten by Uncle Mo. Mudhim, the grey, we've seen plenty of. Last win came 4 starts ago now, and this might be a bit too tough of a rating of 75. But Mudhim looked very well in the parade ring as well. My Code is a big boy, but you've got to be disappointed with the career of My Code. That had really big races on the agenda when winning early in the career, but just has not matched those expectations at all. And I did think the Godolphin bred Labib, who's by Exceed and excelled out at Tasfin, bred by Godolphin, is certainly one to keep an eye on, probably the best looker. Absolutely stunning individual, and hopefully that horse can run a big race. Riyadh Spirit usually catches the eye, horse number 19, didn't today. Abdullah Al-Orfi on board. He'll be looking for a double, having had a winner earlier. And Riyadh Spirit's in very good form, but finished in the money in 4 of the last 5 starts, including finishing second place last time, but usually catches the eye. Didn't do that today. That jumps out of stall number 11. But again, over the 2,000 metres, we start at the end of the shoot. Just to go through my selection one more time, it's Vasilikos for me. They're at the end of the shoot. Anthony Ennis, call them home.
Okay, so Vasilikos for Kadam, out of 5-1 chance. Mark and Rory liking taking names here, and the runners are about to go behind. Just a couple in the middle here. Big field again of 20 runners here, but it's a really decent handicap. Bit of quality in it. Over 2,000 metres this time, so we're going up in trip for this one. And looking at the international markets, taking names towards the top of the international betting over Vasilikos. Then came Motafarid and Tell Me All. They were on the 3rd and 4th lines of the betting in the international markets here, but it does have an open look to it. Taking names has got that wide draw to try and overcome here. Alex Moreno riding. And Eddie Castro looking for double, riding My Code here. Camilo Spina, 3 winners on the card already today. Was then beginning to be led for. There is taking names. Those front green bandages on, horse number 4. And Moreno riding. They are loading up the runners here for this one. So that's Vasilikos, who's just got in there, white with the blue braces. That's the one that Callum likes. Emirates Knight going into stalls as well. Number 12, he's got gate 1 as the Emirates Knight. Alongside him is Dara Zini in stall 2. Al Sharani now on board that one. Still got about 4 to go. Wild Rhythm is still to go in. Also I can see Tell Me All, House of Aviz, and Moodim as well. So the final quartet of runners being brought forward. So over the 10 furlongs this time for our 7 o'clock race. Race number 9. Last one going in. This handicap event here at Riyadh. 7 o'clock race, race 9. Just about ready, and the starters let them go. They're off on a bad start for the grey towards the outside there. Moha 2, pecked almost, coming out of the stalls and trails them early on. Another grey that was slowly away was Kiloi. And that one missed a kick as well. Breaking well though towards the inside, that was Emirates Knight in that bright yellow jacket to lead. So Emirates Knight's going to tow them along here. Up on the outside, Tell Me All trying to get across from the high draw. Likewise, taking names, got off to a smooth beginning. Is going to sit in 3rd place. Vasilikos, the other big gun in the international market, has also got a good sit in 4th place. The white with the blue braces. Also in that group up front in the dark colours there. Getting a bit closer to the pace now in the black is My Code as well as they go through the first 400 metres. Taking names is right there though on the outside. One from the outside, on the extreme outside, that's Tell Me All with the brownish cap. Tell Me All taking names, these two. Vasilikos sits 3rd now as they go towards the turn. Oh, shorter room there on the inside. Emirates Knight had to take back, but managed to stay on his feet luckily. Meanwhile, kicking on up front is Tell Me All. Goes 2 lengths clear to Taking Names in 2nd position. Racing in 3rd is Courageous Knight, who's getting into it now, the black colours. And that's Vasilikos, who's coming back for more in the 2-path now as they head towards the home turn. The big 2 in the market are 1st and 2nd. They are Taking Names and Vasilikos. The one going with them towards the outside is Courageous Knight. That's the front trio. And they're clear now as Tell Me All has done his running. He's about to be passed by Motafarid on the outside, but the front 3 are clear. On the inside, Vasilikos. The centre, though, Taking Names has the overall lead and goes on for Alex Moreno. On the outside, trying to make a race of it, though, the black colours is Courageous Knight and Victor Gutierrez. Taking Names, though, has first run. Staying on for the back of the field, Motafarid out very wide, goes into 4th, is still running on. Down to the final 250 metres. Taking Names has got a handy break on these, has scuttled clear against the rails here for Alex Moreno, and he's looking good, Taking Names. Motafarid is running on very late. The grey Kiloi from a mile off the pace is staying on too. Taking Names getting a bit tired, might need the wire because Motafarid is trying to run him down here. He might get picked off. Motafarid got up to beat Taking Names. 3rd Kiloi in 4th Courageous Knight. It changed late on. Taking Names got tired, and Motafared picked him up. Number 1 for Ayad Al Tarisi, a welcome winner for the rider. The Bin Jalal stable. Number 1 is the winner in the stripes. Motafared has worn down Taking Names. Well done to our videotape department with a 1-2 there. Motafared the winner. Second number 4. I think the early exertions took their toll later on. Remember, Taking Names was one of that quartet. It was up there throughout. Just did too much early on, and he had nothing left for the final 200 metres. Finishes second. Poor old Alex Moreno denied again. Motafared, 2 minutes 9.02 seconds the winning time. Won the winner, Motafared. Second number 4, Taking Names, looked all over the winner for about 95% of that race. And they were clear of Killoy, the grey. That was one that was really slowly away, wasn't he? Killoy has finished third in the end. And Courageous Knight, who ran a courageous race, was back in fourth. Half a length the winning margin. It was quite clear-cut in the end. Motafared, Taking Names, Killoy, Courageous Knight. 1, 4, 10, 14. The numbers there. Taking Names, it wasn't to be. He had his pocket picked late on by the on-rushing Motafared and Ayad Al Tarisi.
Phrase in American football which says ball don't lie. And what that means is if you do an injustice to someone, you will be found out eventually. And that phrase rings true in this race of Alex Moreno, who looked over and still pulled a hard left lane, nearly taking out Vasilikos and another runner as well on the inside there early on in the race, was collared by Motafared under Ayad Al Tarisi, whose 1 kilo claim made all the difference here in an absolute thrilling conclusion to this 0-85 handicap race number 9. I can't wait for the boys to look back on this, because this was a fascinating race. So many different stories all the way through, and it's wonderful to see winning connections here after the success of Motafared, who makes it win number 5 in 25 starts. So very well done to all involved with this runner, who has come home and won in the dying stride. Was top weighted here, and the race sort of fell into it lap. They went very fast early on. Horses like Vasilikos only managing to finish 6th. Courageous Knight finishing in 4th. Kilauea running a big race to finish in 3rd from the absolute clouds. But the story is Alex Moreno here. 3 times he's finished 2nd, and 3 times it's been in the dying stride. What an unfortunate day it has been for him, but hopefully he's got a few more chances to bounce back with a victory. But you wouldn't want to be next to him in the weighing room right now, would you? He will be seething. People who aren't seething are these young children who are joining in with the photo, which will be a lovely moment, a lovely bit of core memories here. We're just going to wait and make sure the children get in. These are very different children to the I'm a Boss t-shirt wearing children that we saw earlier on today. These look a little bit more nervous around the horse, but it's a lovely scene here, and these are core memories for the mantelpiece. Beautiful to see. Lift up your hands and celebrate. It's fantastic. And Ayad Al Tarisi is your winning jockey. So great to see all the way around. And this horse, by Cloud Computing, has done very well. Still a 4-year-old, still a colt, but now 5 wins from 25 starts in Saudi Arabia. Those who are better at maths than me will be able to get the percentage of that and the strike rate for that horse. But boys in the studio, Ayad Al Tarisi has guided this horse to victory, but that's only half the story. There was some real tough riding going on there early on in the race.
Yeah, I do feel a little bit aggrieved for taking names, and Alex Moreno was very, very badly checked at the end of the back straight by Tell Me All, Mohamed Ali Yami. Straight to the steward's room, I imagine, because that was a little bit naughty.
Yeah, clearly it's upset Alex during the race. Unfortunately, we're not going to see it on this replay in the first place. He's got himself clear. He won the battle with Vasilikos and kicked for home. Looked like the race was won, but this winner, Motafarad, who said before the race,
just keeps going.
He's a very strong stayer. He was a winner of a higher grade handicap over course and distance last season. Had a nice little break since an excusable defeat at Taif last time out, and it's appreciated. A, the slight drop in class, but B, also the way the race has panned out, having a very strong pace to run at. You have to say Taking Names would have won if there had to be no incident in the race, but we also said Tell Me All could spoil his chance. I don't think it would be spoiling his chance at that stage of the race, because they come out pretty much together, and there's not an awful lot of speed on the inside, so they've been able to ease across quite easily.
I just wonder in a minute if the team could slow it down in about 2 furlongs time, because it would really help tell the story. Because in the green jacket we have Taking Names, further out we have Tell Me All, House of Aviz in the orange jacket eventually loses out with the pace battle. Also pushing up is Vasilikos in the white and blue jacket, and right on the inside is Emirates Knights.
Yeah.
So in about a furlong's time, I wonder if the team could just slow this down, because it would really, really help. Around about 10 seconds time.
Everything looked good here.
I reckon start to slow now, and you can see Tell Me All, horse with sort of the red nose band, is now just starting to naughtily, illegally
he's only
half
a length clear, and Alex Moreno expects that the jockey on his outside is not going to come across him because he's not far enough clear to cross over.
And poor old Vasilikos.
He gets his nose cut off. Vasilikos gets badly hampered. Emirates Knight on the inside gets badly hampered, and you see that Alex has to take a look around to see what's happened in the backwash. But that's cost him, what, a length and a half?
Yeah.
At that stage
and
of
he's
the race.
lost by half a length.
It's cost Vasilikos ground as well. The pair of them end up going forward to take control of the race at this stage, but they've both been cost ground there. You think it's not going to make a massive difference at this stage as Taking Names gets the better of a battle with Vasilikos. I don't think Vasilikos is a battler, as I said. I think he was good enough to go close in this race, but I don't think he has got quite the guts to win a race like this, and he backs out of it to finish about 5th or 6th in the end. You see Motafarad now in the dark blue and gold stripes, taking aim in 4th place. Taking Names goes further away from the horses that he's been with through the race, but the finishers are now coming into play because we've gone fast early on, and now you see the Motafarad begins to cut into the lead. And we also see Kilauea, the grey, very wide on the track, finishing strongly as well. Writing's on the wall now, because Taking Names now just begins to shorten his stride, and Motafarad is a very strong finisher at the best of times and gets there in the shadow of the post to win by a half a length.
You've got to feel for Alex Moreno as well. This is the 3rd time today he's finished in 2nd, and I think all the winning distances in those 3 races have been less than half a length.
Yeah, and he's been very unlucky twice now. He came from behind to get to the front about a stride from the line in one race, and then got done again on the nod. And here he's been hampered, done everything right, ridden the horse exactly the way he should have been ridden. And we've got another jockey who's essentially broken the rules by cutting across him when he wasn't clear, and that's clearly cost him enough momentum to have been crucial in this race.
You can see Alex Moreno as well, checking out the big screen to see where the challengers are. And of course, the challenger was the eventual winner. Got to feel really for his owner, Fihan bin Faisal Al Mandil. First colours here. Alex Moreno, who is just having a very tough day at the office. You can see him almost sighing in the process here as Motafarad looms up and takes the race in the closing stages.
The last whip strike is almost despairing, isn't it? He knows he's getting caught, but he's got to do everything he can just to try and keep his head in front. But his momentum was gone. The winner's momentum was picking up.
Indeed, tough to take. Let's go on to race number 10. This is one of our highlights on the programme, of course. This is a local Group 3, the Ministry of Interior Cup. It's for 3-year-olds and upwards, over 1,800 metres, and Anthony Ennis can take us through the contenders.
Yeah, let's hope that Alex Moreno can have a change of fortune here, Mark. He's got a big chance as well. He rides the 2nd favourite, Kathir, number 4. Here are the runners there for the Minister of Interior Cup, as you say. Local Group 3, number 1 is Badr Al-Alaya for Mohammed Al-Hubail. 2, Ibn Hadban, Abdullah Al-Khraidi's. 3 is Jcsa for double-seeking rider Eddie Castro. Number 4, Kathir for Alex Moreno, about 5-2 at the moment, international markets. 5, Mayhama for Rayan Al-Toesh, who had that winner earlier on for the White Stable. Number 6 is Walad Intimis, Fahad Al-Faraidi. 7 is Barjira for Abdullah Al-Fayruz. Number 8 is Hey Nabaha, who is the favourite on the international market. Camille Ospina looking for that 4th winner. And number 9, Najabat Al-Ayez for Abdullah El-Lorfi. So a quality race on the way. It's 8 and 4 who head the market here, lads. Hey Nabaha and Kathir.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Enzo. 2-1, Hey Nabaha for Camillo Ospina and the White Stable. Camillo Ospina having a bad hour. Who would have thought?
He's had quite a good day, though. I think he'd be a happier man at the moment than Alex Moreno.
Indeed, and he has the market leader here with Alex Moreno on the 2nd, Kathir at 5-2, as Enzo highlighted. Walad Intimis in the red colours. I'm sure Callum Helliwell will be looking forward to seeing this one in the parade ring.
I'm sure, yeah. Well, I think we'll all look forward to seeing him because he won his maiden last week, having run so well on that very belated debut as a 7-year-old when he finished 4th in Open Company. He then beaten maidens last time out, but he got himself into an absolute state in the parade ring beforehand, got very, very warm and sweaty, but it didn't stop him winning. Interesting to see him now racing in new colours, running for the Red Stable.
Indeed.
And stepping up markedly into Cup company. So I think he'd probably struggle here, but clearly he's a horse who's had lots and lots of talent, but lots of problems as well. And
Indeed.
He's managed to justify the patience of his old connections to win last time out. And if he can run into the frame in a local Group 3, that would be a huge success.
Definitely. Yeah, the Red Stable will have 2 in here. Jcsa is the other. Eddie Castro looking for a double, also in these colours. The White Stable will have 3 chances. Camillo Ospina has gone with the favourite, Hey Nabaha. Bajira 11-2, seemingly second choice according to the market, Abdullah Al-Farouz. And Rayan Al-Taesh, who has already been in the winner's enclosure today, Mayhamar, 12-1, has drifted from 10-1. So let's go from top to bottom in market order. Number 8, Hey Nabaha, Camillo Ospina, a winner on debut, 1 from 4 so far.
Yeah, only 4 runs, but straight after that debut success, as Callum was mentioning earlier in the show, was really impressive. And she went on to be placed rather in local Group 2 and local Group 3 on her next 2 races against some of the best around, before finishing a very creditable 5th in the custodian of the 2 Holy Mosques in January against the Colts. That was a race won by Ibn Toulon from Leila Doro. Absolutely top-notch form. She remains unexposed and she's got excellent form claims here. If she's not rusty after a break, this again won't be her main aim for the season, so there is a possibility that she's a little bit short.
And that's what they're playing for, the Ministry of Interior Cup Trophy we saw just a few moments ago, and some of the leading names and connections are here to watch this local domestic Group 3. Kathir, also one of those with a leading chance. Prince bin Salman, the owner, there is the prize that he will be hoping to grab on the conclusion to this race. Twice a winner last December was Kathira, and made a pleasing enough return last month.
Yeah, he's probably a leading contender for me. He's not ideally drawn, but he won this contest last year and ran a cracker after an absence when second to Bin Far in the Africa Cup last time out. So he's got fitness on side. Draw's not ideal, but I think Kathir's got a big, big chance.
They are the top 2 in the market. I can see, Callum, you're looking at Badr Al-Alaya.
Thank you very much, team. Let's start with Badr Al-Alaya. A little bit of housekeeping as well. Worth noting, Alex Moreno still not out here to ride. The stewards are having a big, big look at that incident you guys highlighted. We will let you know more in time. This is Badr Al-Alaya, lovely looking individual, looks in really good shape, well beaten last time out, but no doubt will run better today, has far more chances in this contest, looks really well in the coat and really fit, has to be on the short list. Let's go back to horse number 4, who should be partnered by Alex Moreno, who's currently in the steward's room. I've been confirmed that the stewards are definitely having a look at this, but this is Kathir, a horse who's really interested in this type of contest for local bred runners over the 1800 metres. He's a real player, Kathir. The last couple of runs don't blow you away. They're the second last time out, but the wins he had before there were really impressive, and at about this level of competition. He looks really well, shining up in the coat, marching around the parade ring. They are going to have to delay him with the jockey. Let's go back to horse number 6. This is the most fascinating horse in here, Walad Into Miss. Now, I've highlighted this horse plenty of times because he gets warm in the prelims. He's getting really stallion-y in the prelims because he's in front of a mare and a filly. So he's getting really quite worked up. He was having a bit of a shout. He was getting a little bit into himself early on. So that's the only concern you've got. And the horse in behind is horse number 8. This is Hayna Baha. I love her. I think she's absolutely gorgeous. I do think she's carrying a bit of condition, and we know with these white stable first-time starters, they're to be avoided. I will be avoiding her because you can see she's a big girl and she's still carrying a bit of that Christmas weight. So I just hold back for her for a little bit. But for me, she is an absolute future superstar, and in this division, in the future, she could be lethal. Boys, for me, it's a tough choice, but I'm going to stick with Alex here for redemption on Jcsa.
Hopefully he can get that winner that he so requires and really so deserves.
Yeah, he does. I mean, he sometimes can be the architect of his own downfall, but I think he's been very unlucky today in 2 races that he might easily have won in different circumstances, and he was definitely sinned against in the last race, and I hope the stewards see that, because your worst case scenario was he somehow managed to get himself in trouble over a ride where he was essentially the victim. And there were 2 horses behind him who were hampered as well by him, but he could do nothing about that to our eyes.
And I can see him now, he's just left the weighing room. He is jogging towards the paddock. The only horse left in there is Jcsa. As you can see, the remainder heading down to the 1800 metre start. Won't have much time to speak to Connections, but he knows this horse pretty well. Let's highlight 1 or 2 more. We spoke about Walad Into Miss. The other red stable horse is the Jar for Eddie Castro, who of course was in winning action earlier. This is Jcsa. Very briefly, we can see Alex Moreno somewhere.
We saw him, he's jogging in behind. Yeah, we saw him doing that.
Anyway, is the Jar 3?
Is the Jar, yeah, beaten narrowly by Ibn Hadban last time, having finished 3rd in the Course and Distance Open, which was declared void. That void race that's popped up so many times in form, and it's been very reliable as well. Is a pretty reliable sort, is the Jar, but lacks a little bit of tactical pace, and I think will do well to finish 2nd or 3rd here.
Let's look at Jcsa then. We just saw him leaving the parade ring. He's on his way to the 1800 metre start. We'll see him finishing 2nd on return from a lengthy layoff. Most horses this season have struggled on their comebacks. Only found 1 too good this day.
Yeah, this was a really hot contest, the Africa Cup. Bint Far, who won it again, ran well, went 3rd here last week, and Jcsa's run a cracker to get into a challenging position. Just flattened out late on, as Bint Far has gone clear, but that's a very, very good return from absence. I think Connections would have been more than happy if he was in the first 4 or 5 this day. That will put him spot on for this, and I think he's got a huge chance, and hopefully can provide a bit of justice for Alex Moreno.
This is the horse we're about to see that Callum likes, Hayna Baha, 5th last time, but this was a very valuable race.
Yeah, the top 2 there are Ibn Toulon and Leila Doro. You see Hayna Baha in the first colours here, which is worth pointing out. Leila Doro, who just gets done on the line, is in the red cap. Hayna Baha, who'd been placed in Group 2 and Group 3 company before this, has run really well. This is the hottest contest of the season for these horses. Ibn Toulon gets up on the rail, the grey, in a really thrilling finish. But although only 5th in the end, Hayna Baha ran all the way to the line. So she's been beaten, a short head and a head for 3rd. That's a really good performance, the performance of her life. Again, the issue isn't how good she is, it's whether she is ready for this after an absence. Callum's hedged his bets, really, hasn't he, by saying how amazing she is and then saying that she's probably going to need the run. So if she wins, then he can say, I love this filly. And if she gets beat, well, she's always going to get beat off a break. So, but essentially he's saying, carrying a bit of condition, she's one for later in the season, not today. So we will trust him and his eyes on that one.
Indeed. Number 7 rather, Bajira for Abdullah Al Farouz. Thoroughly exposed and also
very exposed. 30 runs now
by Camillo
for Bajira. Well. Yes, Camillo. He has said he will sometimes get it wrong. I would say even if Bajira had a better chance on the day than Hayna Baha, I think Camillo would ride in Hayna Baha, knowing that she's the one for later in the season as well. So I wouldn't worry massively about that. I'd be a little bit more concerned about Bajira having the pace of 1 or 2 others, stays really well. Runner-up in cup contest over 2,400 metres on her last 2 starts earlier in the year. But I would have thought she would need this run for fitness as well, and she ideally wants an extra furlong or 2.
Ibn Haban, number 2, on start number 50 on an open grade last time. I thought this was a big price at 16 to 1.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Ibn Haban is very exposed, but is running very well at the moment. The official ratings tell you that he's going to struggle a little bit. He's rated 84. Most of these are rated a fair bit higher. Interestingly, it's the red stable runners who are the bottom 2 on the ratings. But Ibn Haban had been running solidly in handicaps before winning a course and distance open last time out. The question is whether you think that's better for him. I don't think he needed to improve on his handicap form to win that open last time out. He is very consistent, he's reliable, but I think as a result of that, you know where you stand with him, and running to 84 isn't going to win this. He won't be beaten far, but just, how many of these are going to run below form? Maybe 2 of them will, but I can't see 4 of them doing it.
Okay, they are going in. Selection?
My selection is Kathir.
Okay, mine is Hey Nabaha, and I know that Callum is also with Callum. Please confirm. Oh, he is confirmed. Up to Enzo anyway for race number 10.
Thank you very much. Right, they're loading up then. A couple to go in. This race has come around very quickly. This is the Minister of Interior Cup, a local Group 3, over the distance of 1,800 metres here. It's the 9 furlong test for the runners. Right, you can see the yellow cap there. That's number 8, the well-fancied Hey Nabaha. Camille Ospina coming forward. And the red cap for Barjira's rider, Abdullah Al Fayrouz. We're almost set then. It's one of our features of the day. It's a really good race, this. Just about ready to go, the 9 runners, and they're off. Starter lets them go for the Minister of Interior Cup over the distance here of 1,800 metres. One of the first to show up towards the outside is Kathir, but now just taken back as the early running is made by Mayhamar in the green cap. So it's Mayhamar who goes on by a length and a half. Kathir's quite keen, blue cap in second. Yellow cap, Hey Nabaha, advancing from that outside stall. Gate 9 towards the outside is trying to come across under a speeder, but just under wraps at the moment. Racing in behind those, the white cap of Walad into Miss is just ahead of the red cap of Izdajar as they race down the far side. White with the red cap is Barjira further back in the field, with called out wider is Badr Al-Alaya. With looking towards the back, we have Najabat Al-Ayez in the green jacket. Also towards the rear is Ibn Hadban in black and red. So they are the runners. Down the back straight they go here at Riyadh, and towards the inside running rail it's Mayhamar narrowly, but almost joined by Kathir in the white and blue on the outside. Going even wider then, Hey Nabaha, and in the 2 path advancing quite quickly is Walad into Miss, who's moving quite well. That's the front quartet. Izdajar chases them back in 5th position. Then behind those the red cap of Bajira. Badr Al-Alaya is covering all the extra ground, and they're being followed by Ibn Hadban and the back marker under pressure, Najabat Al-Ayez. They come around the crown of the home turn then towards the final 400 metres. Several chances here. One that's got out quickly on the inside though is Mayhamar, and the new leader now is Hey Nabaha, who's quickly hit the front. Look at this one go. Hey Nabaha. Camille Ospina has shaken the reins and whoosh goes away by 3 lengths, entering the home straight with now only about 260 metres left to go. Looking for anything closing it down. Bajira's running on down the outside, but surely Hey Nabaha has gone beyond recall. Still got 200 to go. Hey Nabaha in front though by about 6 lengths. And second place running on is Izdajar up the inside fence, and then further back to find Bajira. But Camille Ospina in irresistible form. It's going to be a fabulous 4-timer for the rider, and it's Hey Nabaha who wins. Tight for second at the end, running on Ibn Hadban, may have got Izdajar for second and third, and then came Bajira back in behind them. Ospina again. He had 4 when I was commentating last Friday, he's done it again. Hey Nabaha with a white stable, wearing the yellow cap this time, Camillo. Doesn't matter what colour cap he wears, he just wins. And the favourite has done the business here. I think Mark and Callum were with this one. Hey Nabaha has come out on top in the end, made that massive move turning for home. Injected some pace into the race. They couldn't match the horse for that turn of foot. 1 minute 54.55. Ospina looking behind, and he's had a great day at the office here at Riyadh with a 4-timer. White stable dominant. Hey Nabaha wins by 2 1/4 lengths. 1 minute 54.55. It was Ibn Hadban who got up for second, number 2. Third, number 3 is Izdajar, and that's the 1, 2, 3. Fourth was number 7, by the way, Bajira. So it's 8, 2, 3, 7. Hey Nabaha, Ibn Hadban, Izdajar. Hey Nabaha, impressive, that real turn of speed, turning for home.
Nabaha has dominated them in the Ministry of Interior Cup, and what a performance it was. I thought she needed the run. I'll put my hand up and say I got that wrong. I love her as a filly. She's a lovely type. She was so impressive on debut last year and wasn't disgraced in defeats afterwards. She's still so inexperienced. That is start number 5 for her. That's her 5th career start, and she has just obliterated them first time up in a local Group 3. These local bred horse races at the 1800 metre mark are really high quality. Horses like Alma Bean are also involved, and there's some really good runners in there that have got plenty of talent that she'll have to take on. But the fact that she's a filly and she's absolutely obliterated them is really impressive. Yes, she was getting tired late on. She should have been getting tired late on. She's first run off a long layoff. She, like I said in the parade ring, she's carrying some condition, but it wasn't enough to stop her, and she's given Camille Ospina a whopping 4-timer here. And what Camille will like is that Del Alfaredi has not been involved. So good to see Camille at the 4-timer. He'll be hoping for a couple more winners. Kathir went out like a light, I thought, when travelling up quite nicely. Badr Al Alia failed to get involved as well, another who I thought looked well in the parade ring. Ibn Hadban has run a traditional good race, coming home late. You'd argue that horse probably wants to a little bit further, probably 2,000 metres to 2,400 for Ibn Hadban, so Connection will be happy with that. Izdajar as well is a very good performer as well, and quite a consistent horse and a good yardstick. They're going to bring this horse around now, and let's have a look at her, because she is absolutely gorgeous. Hey Nabaha, I remember the debut like it was yesterday. She was so impressive, and we thought with the size of her she'd only get better with age. I thought she'd need time. She's a big girl. You can see she's got so much more to come fitness wise, but my goodness, the way she's done that is hugely impressive. And the man on board was Camille Ospina, the 4th time I'll get to speak to him today as well, and I can't wait to talk about this one, because if the last race came down to a flared nostril, this race has been decided on the turn for home. The winning distance isn't majorly impressive, but hopefully the performance is what blew everybody away. Just dropping the saddle cloth there. Pick that up, make sure his Boschman can get that for him there, make sure everyone's got the right stuff. He's been given the okay, that's a positive, and the White Stable have yet another winner. Camillo, my goodness, she was impressive.
No, thank you very much. It's nice filly. She was working very good, and today the trainer she bring the filly 100%. And this guy she ran very good.
She's only a baby still. That's only her 5th career start. She could improve from what we've just seen today.
Yeah, this filly she will be tough in the big races this year, and I hope keeping sound, and then we'll see.
And obviously a struggle yesterday, some really heartbreaking defeats, but today you've been flying, so you must be over the moon.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, another winner on the day for Camillo Ospina, not in the first colours, with the yellow cap, but it doesn't take hard. It's not hard to see where she is at this point in the race. Camillo Ospina selecting correctly. Hey Nabaha returns as the market leader, and never really a moment's doubt she is certainly the classiest of these. Rated 97, she's surely going to be 3 figures next time, Rory.
Yes, well, she's been threatening to go that way since the start. This is obviously her first win since debut, but she made her debut here last November, I think.
Yeah.
And then she was out less than 3 weeks later in a local Group 3 against Lela Doro, on the back of beating a couple of 60-odd rated horses in that maiden. Really tough to step up like that, but she ran with credit to be second. She was 8 lengths clear of the third that day. She was then beaten by Jabba Allah on her next start before that race that we saw, and the custodian of the two holy mosques, where she ran an absolute stormer to be fifth, going on nicely at the finish. She was generally up against more experienced horses last season, and acquitted herself really well. She's going to do a lot better this year, as Callum was mentioning in the parade ring, but she was ready enough to get her head in front here, and the future is exceptionally bright for her.
And Camilla was happy to stay wide at this stage. You don't see that too often.
Well, we saw that quite a lot last season. We haven't seen it too much today. He knows that when he comes in, because she's got natural speed, that he's not going to be pushed out on that bend. So he's just letting her find her stride, and hoping that they sort themselves out. But we had a lot of early speed from Mayhem, and I guess that was the plan. They don't really do team tactics here at the White Stable, but they might have been happy for Mayhem to act as a pacemaker essentially here. And the winners in fourth place at the moment. At this stage, Kathir looked to be in a very good position, sitting in second place on the shoulder of the leader. But given how well he ran in his comeback, he's run very flat here. Maybe took more out of himself in that Africa Cup than looked to be the case, but he hasn't come forward for it as expected. Is the Jar, who featured in that Void race that we had a few weeks ago, just about hits the front here and runs a very good race. He's very genuine and very tough, but he lacks a gear, which isn't the case with Hainabaha, who's got all the gears. We see Ibn Hadban running on late in the day from about sixth place here to get into a place. That's a very good run from him. He had plenty to do on the figures. Is the Jar similarly, as we said, running on late for a place. So you can look at this and say that Hainabaha has actually beaten a horse rated 80 into second, horse rated 84 into third, but there are a few cracks in the others along the way, and she's very, very impressive in the way she's done this, and she will come forward for the run.
Yep, she certainly will, as we see Connections making their way to the winners' podium. Of course, Connections of the White Stable. There is Abdullah on the left, who will take the trophy here for the Ministry of Interior Cup, this Group 3. There is the trophy. That'll go in the outside living room. Celebrating there, all smiles. Plenty of photos as well. I know that Camilla Ospina has gone back into the weighing room. Of course, tight turnarounds between races as we get to the end of the programme, but always travel the best. Kathir, what did you make of his performance?
Yeah, I just thought it was a bit disappointing from Kathir, because he'd run such a bit above expectations on his reappearance, but he stopped fairly quickly here,
He did.
as if he was feeling the effects of that run. And you see, throwing the head around there a bit, and the horse not happy either. But he had a good pitch in the race. It wasn't anything to do with the way that this race panned out. The one thing I will say about Hainabaha here, we point out how easy it was, but you've got to have a horse that travels to sit in the position that she was in the race and still win. We were talking about earlier on about horses parked in that position who weren't able to get past horses on the outside and say, well, that's not a great place to be. But if you've got a horse with her stride who's able to move up when she wants, then it makes it look very easy. And her track position wasn't straightforward, but her ability is tremendous.
Okay, 8-2-3-7, the result there. We move on to an open race. This is race number 11, and a chance here, Enzo, for Camillo to have a 5-timer.
Yeah, it could happen, could it? He's on the second favourite here, Bolide Porto. Second favourite for our speeder in this race, so definitely a chance, Mark, of another winner as we have a look at the runners and riders. Here we go. This is race number 11, and it's due off at 7:50. Number 1 is Luganini, who is the favourite last time I checked on the international market. Yes, favourite at the moment. Alex Moreno looking for a change of fortune here. Number 2, Al Wali, Fawas Wanas. 3, Another Odyssey, Selman Al Rashid. 4, Calculation, Ahmad Al Azari. 5, Carabado for Azama Al Sharadi. 6, Luigi Vampa, Fahad Al Faradi. 7, Maker of Light, written by Sultan Al Mamoni. Number 8 is now ridden by Abdulaziz Al Yayesh, that's Al Murkab. 9, Freshwater Cliffs, Muhammad Al Yami. 10, Omniat, Essa Al Shamari. 11, Bolide Porto, Camille Ospina looking for his 5th winner. 12 Baroud, Nayef Adanazi. 13 Bellissimo, Mohammed Aldaham. 14 Emblem Eagle for Abdullah Al Saidi. 15 Loch Derg, Ricardo Ferreira on board. 16 is Mujia, Abdullah Al Kradis. 17 Nasrawi, Abdullah Alorfi. 18 Treble Joys, about an 8-1 chance in the international market, Khalid Al Mamoni. 19 Kontaf, Ahmad Al Shra. And number 20 Alaham for Mohammed Al Habail. The reserve 21 not required, but a full field. Let's go back to the studio, back to Mark and Rory.
Yeah, thanks very much indeed, Enzo. Big field here for this open contest, due off in just under 10 minutes' time. 2,400 metres is a marathon distance here in Riyadh. It's just over a circuit of the track. The start is down at the entrance to the home straight, up towards the winning post, and then a full lap here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. The market leader keeps flip-flopping between 15-8 and 2-1. That is Lou Ganini, who we can see in action here. Second to Al Marmoon Gate before a 4th place effort to Jack Red Cloud.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the best place to get an idea of how superior Luganini is to his rivals here, but he was running into an exceptional performer here. Jack Red Cloud has really taken this season by storm. Luganini running on late to grab 4th place behind 3 very useful sorts. He's got a rating of 101 here, and he will find this company much, much more to his liking.
Indeed, we'll also see Loch Dirk for the Red Stable, a son of Galileo, Ricardo Souza Ferreira on board. We've already seen this horse twice at Riyadh this season.
Yeah, he flattens out a little bit late on. Loch Dirk is a horse. He's the grey on the left-hand side there. I thought he looked very big on his seasonal return, and I thought he was still short of fitness on this occasion, the way he's shaped in the race. This is Tabaretta winning, and Loch Dirk, you see, gets tired in the last furlong or so and loses quite a lot of ground on the placed horses while plugging away for 4th. I think he can still do better because he can't have been easy to get fit, and I can see him taking a step forward here. He was off for almost 2 years before his return, so you can see what the issue is in terms of getting him to the track and getting him fit. But hopefully Sami Al Harabi has him where he wants him now, and he's a horse who was placed in the Ballysack Stakes at Leopardstown as a 3-year-old for Aidan O'Brien.
What chances for a Camillo 5-timer then? He's got the second favourite, Bolide Porto. Bit of a wide post to overcome.
Yeah, he's not the easiest one to weigh up, Bolide Porto, making his debut here. 3 from 11 in his career. Was a 3-time winner at up to 2,200 metres in France for Gianluigi Bietolini, and is quite an interesting import for this stable.
They don't do it that often, do they?
No, he's unexposed at the stair. His last win came over the longest trip that he's tackled, 2,200 metres. He's up a little bit further, but he could do better still. Obviously, he's still only a 3-year-old. But again, very few French horses have immediately shown their form here. I think it seems to be harder for the French imports than the UK and Irish imports to show their form quickly. We've had a few with really good pedigrees. We had one last season. What was it called? He did incredibly well. Actually improved her form. It was a really likeable sort. But we've seen quite a few horses coming over here who've raced in continental Europe who've just struggled to find their form on the dirt surface.
That's going to annoy me. I'm going to think about that in just a second whilst you tell me about number 4, who was an open race winner here last time. That was earlier this month. This is Calculation. Big step forward last time.
Yeah, had been running okay, but let's go back a little bit. Was actually second to Luganini over this course and distance in March. Was behind him in cup races twice in Taif this season, and then took advantage of an easier task to win an open last time out. Solid claims on balance, but obviously he's got it to do with Luganini, but I think he hits the frame.
Okay, for those tuning in, especially for Callum, probably wondering where he is. Where are you, Callum?
Thanks, team. Yes, decided to go on a wee bit of an adventure. The joy of the 2,400 metre start is it's right at the end of the home straight. So if you have a look down there, that is the home straight where we race here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. And I thought we'd have a look at the stalls. Firstly from the front, and then we'll take you around the back. So they're all spring action, which means they're working on these springs. When these springs get launched, the gates will open. That's why if we do have an issue with the stalls, sometimes it's more of a mechanical issue rather than a starter being mistimed. We'll take you around the back of these as well, because we'll see where the runners will be circling. The tractors have harrowed all the way around the course, and now they've just pulled off down the end of the chute. And we're seeing everybody else. These are all the people in charge of the start. This is the back of the stalls. So as you can see, this is where they will be coming in, and this is where they'll be coming through that gap once they've come through the parade ring. I'll just put it into perspective. I'll step into stall 10 here. So this is stall 10. I am a fairly tall human being, probably about 6'3", and this is probably how big it is. You've got plenty of room to come through, and you've got these steps on either side as well. I will just show you how the steps work. So you just put your leg on here, and you come up. So this is where some of the jockeys will mount. So the horse will come straight through in front, they'll whack the leg over, and they'll get on inside and just make sure that everything's okay. You may wonder when horses start kicking off what you can feel. These are all padded. So if something does go wrong, they can kick against all of this, and that's all padded. Everything has a guard to it to make sure that everyone stays as safe as possible. Hook, put my way down, all the way to the front, all padded, all the way along. Everything is covered to make sure the horses stay as safe and comfortable as possible. Let me show you some of our stalls handlers as well. I'm going to show you the rest of the stall team. So the gentleman you see here in the blue and orange, don't think he speaks much English, but this is the man in charge. This man is in charge of everything. If you see him waving frantically at the horses, this man is in charge. This man is also wearing the white. This man is also in charge. This is another gentleman that's in charge. How are you? Lovely to see you. This man is in charge as well. You notice all our stalls handlers have the hats on and everything. Look at all the team here. Another one that's in charge as well. Look at this. Horses are coming through here, so we'll get a good look at the horses coming through here, and we'll make sure we're in a safe place. You see that we're getting waved away, but they're just coming towards us now, and we'll just have a look at a few. This is one of the white stable runners coming towards us. I think that might be Camillo or Spina, so we'll have a good talk to Camillo as he comes through. We've seen the outrider just coming through. This is Baldi Porto. This will be interesting, actually. Let's have a look at this horse that comes through, because this is the ex-European trained horse. 200,000 euros a pony that you're seeing coming towards us now. Camillo Espino. Camillo, how are you? Are you good? Looking for a 5-timer now, Camillo. And this is the horse. This is the winner in France last time out. Changed hands for about 200,000 euros. And the pedigree's fascinating because this horse's full sister has won on debut for Andre Fabre in France and cost their connections 500,000 euros. Big pedigree on display on debut. Hello, Nath. There's Nath on horse number 12. The rest of the team coming through. Ricardo Sousa Ferreira just coming through as well. The rest of the horses coming down. We'll get a good look at one of the fancied runners here. Luganini will come through quite soon, I think, unless that's a stablemate that's coming through as well. So we'll find out sooner rather than later. Who is this coming towards me? I'm hoping it's Luganini. No, that's not Luganini. That's Abdullah Al-Orfi on board there. Who's Abdullah riding? We'll find out soon. That's the 17. How are you, Abdullah? Good to see you. There he is. A man who didn't talk to me previously. He'll talk to me now, though, won't he? We're waiting and waiting and waiting. Ah, Luganini's coming. We'll just get Luganini as he comes towards us now, and we'll get Alex and we'll find out how he's getting on, because this is a jockey that's been through it today, and we'll find out more. There's Fawaz Wanas there as well. He had a big cup winner recently. And here is Alex. Alex, come on now. How are we doing? We okay? The smile is still there. That's all that matters. Alex Moreno is still smiling. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the runners and riders coming down for our penultimate contest.
Thank you very much indeed, Callum. Stellar work down at the start. If we see Nasraoui slowly away from stall 10, we'll know why, Rory.
We will indeed, yes. Yeah, just the hint of Callum in your stall could confuse any horse, really, couldn't it?
Right, selection time. What are we going with?
Luganini, no doubt about it.
Because?
Because he is the best horse in the race. Always the best reason.
Okay, Luganini for Rory then. I'm going to side with, where is my selection? Balid Porto, of course. Camillo Espino. I want him to ride a 5-timer. I want to see some further history here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. Callum quite likes the chances of Treble Joy.
Treble Joy.
Very quick word on Treble Joy. We've seen this horse so many times, yet to win.
Yet to win, and even the record you see in the race card doesn't give you the idea.
There's a lot of seconds in there.
He's not from 31 in his career. He actually ran 6 times without winning in the UK as well. So he's actually not from 37. He's capable of winning. He's got a rating of 83, which tells you they could easily win a race with him. He just doesn't actually want to, does he?
You do realise if Treble Joy wins, he's going to be unbearable.
Oh, absolutely. Well, we'll bundle him into the boot of the car. And he can bang on it all the way.
Okay then, Luganini for Rory Delaghi to confirm victory in the selection competition. We can just see attack adjustment for another Odyssey and Selman Al Rashid. Callum is with number 18, and I will side with the lead Porto and Camillo Ospina. Okay, the runners are circling down at the start. We've only got 2 more races to come here on the JCSA English channel. We've still got tonight's feature, which comes up at 8:15. More about that shortly. Let's get up to the commentary box, though. One of the biggest names in horse racing from around the world. It's Anthony Ellis.
Quite an introduction, Mark. Thank you very much indeed. Yes, it's a great. I like the start. I like the 1.5 miles. We don't get many 1.5 mile races here, but this is a fabulous journey for the runners to watch them go around the track. And yeah, it's a good race, isn't it? Maker of Light. Just having a look at that one there in the blinkers. But Rory's keen on Luganini, who is the favourite in the international markets, around 15 to 8 last time I checked. Bolide Porto, second pick at the moment. There is Bolide Porto. It's great to see them at close quarters, wasn't it, with Callum earlier on. The white face of Al Walil there, going through your shot. Luganini we just saw as well. The nose band on for Alex Moreno, who deserves a change of luck, doesn't he? It's been a tough day for him, sort of knocking at the door, those 3 seconds, 2 of them just beaten. 2 of them look like winning. And he can maybe turn his day around with Luganini in this race, which is this open event on the dirt, 2,400 metres then, 1.5 miles. They're going here, they go up past the stands down the straight and then full lap of the dirt track. Still circling for this 7:50, which is a little bit behind the clock, which is unusual here at Riyadh for this race. Of course, they've got a quick turnaround, haven't they, for the feature still to come tonight, which is due off at 8:15. And another strong field of runners going in that race. A Spina with a chance of another winner in that final race as well, so he might not be done yet for the day. He's right here, we definitely have a chance. Bolide Porto, saw the black and white there of Kontar as well, and Kontar for Ahmed Al-Shra. So well, it's still circling. I'm not sure what the delay is. White cap, by the way, for Baroud, if you're with that one. And there is the white cap of Nasrari as well, the same ownership as Luganini, and Abdullah Alorfi wears the white cap. We may have just saw him talking to Callum earlier on. Are they going to start loading? I think they are. It's just a slight delay here for this race. Number 11 there, the green cap, that is Camille Ospina, riding Bolide Porto, son of Le Havre. He's about to go in. So I think we're getting closer to a start now. It's being brought forward. It's a very quick turnaround. It's been the 25-minute gaps here at Riyadh. Treble Joy, Callum's fancy going in there, yellow and black for Khalid Al Mamoni. Several stables doing very well today. The Al Moshawar barn's been in great form. And, also the Bin Jalal team have notched a double as well today. Number 17 going in there is Nasrari. Roy's with Luganini, Mark's with Bolide Porto. They're almost ready. They've loaded really quickly. The experienced horses are just about ready. 1.5 miles then, longest race of the day. Just about ready for a start. And they're off and racing. Over the 1.5 miles then, 2,400 metres for race 11 here at Riyadh, and one of them was very slowly away. It was Al Walil, who completely blew the start and trails them by about 12 lengths early on. One that's scampering across in blue is Bellissimo, going to come forward and lead here in the blue colours for Mohammed Aldaham. So Bellissimo wants the front and gets it. To in second place, Freshwater Cliffs, the orange and blue jacket, with racing out wider. That is the grey Loch Derg is on the move as well. Just in behind those, we have Mujir, who's racing in blue and white colours. And then towards the inside is Carabado in black and white silks. Right up the inside, sneaking up the paint there in the red colours, is Luigi Vampa as they make the turn. Luigi Vampa's got into 4th place just by being on the inside of Carabado around that turn. Caught wider out Mujir in the light blue as they made the bend. Aldaham is racing next in the field, looking for Luganini at this point. He's quite far back towards the inside, the green colours. And Bolide Porto is trying to get a bit closer to the speed as well. He's up at about 7th or 8th, Camillo Ospina. He looks in a fair position at this early stage. So making the run then down the back straight here at Riyadh, still a long way to go. And up front, the lead is now with Freshwater Cliffs, who's got to the front and goes on by a length. Freshwater Cliffs it is who has overall command. Loch Derg is racing up in behind them. Trying to get a bit closer to is Mujir in the light blue on the outside. Then comes Bolide Porto, has made stealthy headway now. Horse with the white stripe on his face is sitting 4th place for the red hot Camino Ospina. Carabado's towards the inside at a gap of about 4 lengths to Luigi Vampa in the red silks. He's ready ahead of Nasrari, the white cap. Now starting to make up some ground is Luganini. Look at him weave between horses into about 6th or 7th place. The green cap definitely improving though as they head towards the home turn. Now the pace starts to lift as they head towards the final 600 metres. On the inside it's still Freshwater Cliffs by a half length. Still making ground in second though is Loch Derg running a blinder the grey, giving chase here with the white cap. Loch Derg has moved alongside now for Ricardo Sousa Ferreira, and it's Loch Derg who's gone on. Goes a length clear to Freshwater Cliffs, who's done his running. Alaham is running a big race. Luganini's on the improve now. Here he goes into second place. He takes dead aim at his leader, Loch Derg, as they turn for home. 350 metres to go. Loch Derg, but Luganini looks a big runner. And down the outside, picking up 2, Kontar starts to run on powerfully. Here comes Luganini to come and get the better of Loch Derg. Kontar could still play a part down the outside, but Luganini's tough, and he's all class, and he's going on here for Alex Moreno. It's Luganini. Kontar trying hard, but Moreno, he won't be caught this time. Luganini is the winner. Kontar got up for second, and third home. Massive run by the grey Loch Derg. It was close for fourth, either Alaham or Calculation, who stayed on. Alex Moreno wins. One for Rory, who was very keen on this horse, but he deserved that, Moreno. He did a miserable afternoon so far, and he gets what he deserves with a winner. This horse is so likeable. Luganini, very tough, had the perfect trip and wins it. Massive run by the second horse though, Kontar. Really finished well for Ahmed Al-Shra down the outside, and I thought the grey Loch Derg ran a blinder as well. Remember an old was it David Pipe train hurdler of that name many years ago, Loch Derg. This Loch Derg is a grey, ran really well in third for Ricardo Ferreira, but the winner Luganini, number 1. Second was Kontar, ran a big race, and third Loch Derg, and fourth will go to number 20 Alaham, just ahead of Calculation, who got going too late. Winning time 2 minutes 38.12 seconds. 1.25 lengths the winning margin. 1 Luganini is the winner. 19 Kontar was second. Third, number 15 Loch Derg, and number 20 Alaham in fourth. Luganini, it's a winner for Alex Moreno at last.
On smiling, and he gets the result of that start. I told you, there he is, a superb from Alex Moreno, who has guided Luganini to victory. I had my heart in my mouth at the 300 metres to go because I thought he might get closed down by the eventual runner-up Kontar, and Loch Derg has run a stormer to finish third, but they could not get to Luganini, who's been doing this for years in Saudi Arabia. I was talking to my cameraman Mustafa about this horse, and he's been running 2 years before we even came to Saudi. Luganini was winning lots of races in both Taifan and Riyadh. He's a real star for connections, and he's won this open contest in good style. A rating of 101 suggested he'd have every chance, but the fact that he's now done it is really, really impressive. I imagine we're going to wait for some big connections here as well, which is wonderful to see. Lovely to see everybody getting involved here. We're just making sure we'll stay out the way as well, because we don't want to get ourselves run over by Luganini, who comes around looking very, very proud of himself. Ears still pricked, clearly awash with sweat. He's given everything in that race, but he has been rewarded with a victory, and he's been going at it for a while now. He's a 7-year-old. He's been gelded, which gives you every opportunity to keep going to the well with him, and he's been victory. Both young boys and girls here as well, which is lovely to see. Plenty of people here to enjoy this moment, and they've held on for a while here, which is good. And Alex Moreno is taking it all in. And if you imagine, you talk about fortitude here, it's all about fortitude with Alex Moreno, who has been done on the line 3 times today and finally gets to take victory in this contest. He was really beating himself up about it, but fortunately he's come through and he kept on smiling, and he is a man that rides in confidence, and I don't think that means losing races pushes his confidence. If he's there or thereabouts, he'll have every chance, and he has justified that support now. And now we'll come in to weigh in, and we'll get to have a chat with him as well, because he deserves this, and it's probably the most welcome winner of the day so far, because obviously we've seen Camillo dominate with 4 winners and he's been great, but this man really needed a change of luck, and he has got one. He's just got to take off the saddle cloth, make sure that he weighs in correctly. Oh, it's taken so much weight off, and he's been okay there, 62.3 kilos. Oh, Alex, I'm happy now. I'm happy you're happy. Well done.
Wow, thank you, man. Until now, you know.
It's been a hard day. How have you kept going? Because 3 really close defeats, but you've got to win now.
Well, you know, it was good. My horses on the last finished second. They was maiden. They was running with winning horses. I finished second, so I'm just happy with them. And you know, he was favorites, Luganini. So just congratulations.
Yeah, and you've also had to be in the stewards room as well, because you were nearly taken out in one of our earlier races. That must have been another thing to overcome as well. You didn't get any ban, you're totally fine, but it must have been very scary in the moment.
Well, I was scared from my friends inside, you know. They was in a bad position, but thank God nothing happened.
Thank goodness you were okay, and thank goodness you've got a winner now. Luganini's a great horse, isn't he?
Wow, thank you, man.
Well done.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, he's kept going, hasn't he, Alex Moreno? And after 3 seconds in the last couple of hours, Luganini has finally obliged for that man, Alex Moreno, who has his winner. And what a game performance from Luganini, highlighted from you once again, Rory. Clearly the best stayer in this group.
Yeah, he had the best form in the book. He had a decent enough draw to work with, and natural justice was on your side as well, because surely Alex was going to end that desperate run. If we go back to the start of the race, we'll see that he moves across from stall 6 to sit on the rail in midfield. He doesn't ask the horse really to go forward early. He knows this horse stays all day, so he didn't have to use him very much. He gets out the stalls okay, but he's happy to be shuffled back towards the rear of the field, as we've seen 1 or 2 out wide make a bid for glory. We saw after a while the field sorted themselves out, in Freshwater Cliffs, who was a course and distance winner last season, gets to the front. He's not really up to this class, Freshwater Cliffs, but he likes to make the running. He's the horse in second at the moment in the orange colours with the blue cap, and he made sure this was a good pace. Loch Derg from a wideish drawn stall 18 has moved up. A point I made about him before the race was he'd been off the track for 2 years and quite a big, gross horse. He was clearly short of fitness. He's run much better today. He'll probably even come forward for that. Whether he truly stays 2,400 metres, you know, he's a 1.25 mile horse, essentially for Aidan O'Brien, and he might want to drop back to 2,000, but he's shown a bit more here. That's a lot more like the old Loch Derg we know. Luigi Vampa, also with the red stable colours, was on the rail in a handy position early on, but we still don't actually see our winner because he's held up towards the back of the field. Bolide Porto at the back of the main group there, threatened briefly, but he didn't really see it out. I think he just needed his first experience. One of them dropped back very, very quickly in the race. One of that was Calculation, who dropped out of it. Certainly he didn't. He looked. He would have had a big chance on paper, but he's dropped out of it, or possibly Bellissimo dropping through the field. But we now see Luganini. You see the green colours and the noseband begin to move forward, and he's got the leaders in his side. They've gone pretty fast here. It's going to be a test of stamina. Yeah. He's weaving between horses. Now moves to the inside to take a position.
At this point, it's just where's the gap going to develop?
Yeah,
There's one.
that's the
take
question.
that.
But the horses are beginning to weaken in front of him, so Alex knows that he can just look to see who's under pressure, and he knows he can take their spot.
There's the gap on the inside.
Yeah, we have the runner on the inside beginning to struggle to hold his pace.
This is where Contar is.
He switches there. Contar begins to make a run from the back of the field and keeps staying on. Alex now has to thread a passage there with Alaham on his outside. That horse was trying 2,400 metres for the first time and didn't quite stay it. He'd been shipping up really well over 2,000, and we'll be back at 2,000 next time out. And now Luganini has swept past Loch Derg, who just begins to paddle late in the day. And the question was whether the Contar strong finish might take him on terms, but Luganini keeps on really strongly. He wasn't up with a strong pace earlier on. Alex has moved him into the race gradually. and he hits the line hard.
And he has his winner finally. Luganini wins race number 11. On to the last, and this is the Al Madina Al Munawwara Regional Cup. And for the final time today, Anthony Ennis can take us through the numbers and the names.
Thank you, Mark. Yes, 17 go to post for our final race and our feature race. Again, it's a mile and a half, this one, not a long race. Number 1 is Al-Atam for Osama Al-Sharani. Number 2 is Al-Kadram for Abdullah Al-Khamis. 3 is Amtai, Ryan Altawesh looking for a double. 4, Jabal, Victor Gutierrez. 5, the favourite, Mashmouk for Ricardo Ferrero, just bigger than even money currently on the international markets. Number 6 is Modbek for Rakan Al-Abaid. Number 7 is Moshab Ha for Muhammad Al-Yami. 8, Nahar Al-Ayed, Abdullah Al-Saidi. 9 is Najd Al-Wafa, Thab Al-Timat. 10, Saddam Al-Ayez for Mohammed Al-Daham. 11 is Sata, Hussein Al-Makrami. 12 is a scratch, Arama's out. So 13, Kahalat Delmon, Yusuf Al-Hussein. 14 is Nafatha for Jockey Al-Fairuz riding that one. Camillo's on Wakada, isn't he? Number 15, Camillo Speed looking for 5. That's the second favourite, Wakada. 16, Wadat Always, Naif Adanazi. 17 is Muhibukum for Khalid Al-Mamoni. And 18, Tarfa for Mohammed Al-Hubayls. 17 runners for the last. Mashmouk, the hot favourite, as we go across and rejoin Hallam Helliwell.
Yeah, thank you very much, Enzo, for the final time hearing those runners and riders for our lucky last, the Al Madina Al Munawwara Region Governor Cup. Let's start with horse number 5. I think it's the one they've all got to beat on paper. That's Mashmouk. And when we get to have a good look at Mashmouk, you'll realise why they've got to beat this horse on paper, because it looks very, very good in the parade ring, coming towards us now, really shining up well in the coat and looking in really good condition here, Mashmouk. Horse number 5. This is the horse who's won the last 2, won over course and distance last time, and looks really, really good on that display. Let's go back to horse number 8, Nahar Alay. This is another one that with a big paddock eye catcher as well, just coming towards me now in the blue visors with the blue noseband. This is a big, strong type who's walking out really, really well. Looking forward to seeing how horse number 8 gets on. For me, probably has quite a bit to find on form, having shown very little in the last 2 starts, but certainly one to keep on the right side of. We will go back even further. The other eye catchers we're going to look for are 14 and 15, the 2 white stable runners. Horse number 14 being Nafisa and horse number 15 being Wakida. We're going to have a good look at them now. I'm just going to make sure my cameraman comes to me and we can get a good look at them. Yeah, let's have a look at Nafisa here. This is the first horse. I quite like this. Both of them have really caught my eye. They're both very good-looking individuals here. So this is Nafisa, who's coming over towards us now, walking out very nicely, quite long on the neck. Probably still more development to do on the neck here for this 4-year-old filly, but she's walking along very nicely. I've got the team next to me. We're looking very confident about this one. We're looking very confident about 14. I've been given the nod, and that's always good from the white stable managers. Wakida is horse number 15, just in behind. We just get some music getting turned on and just set a few of these off, but Wakida is coming through now. This is a big, strong, powerful individual as well. Wakida in red hot fitness as well. Very keen on this one from a fitness perspective. Wakida will be partnered by Camille Ospina, looking for the 5-timer. And finally, 17 and 18 are Muhi Bukum, who is horse number 17, who's a very good looking individual, short, powerful neck. Good, nice walk, certainly has to make the shortlist. And finally, horse number 18, Tarfa. She's a really athletic type here, Tarfa. She's a gorgeous, gorgeous individual. She doesn't fill the eye, but she's got a lovely frame about her, and I quite like the way she handles herself in the parade ring. So 17 and 18 were the last 2 of the headliners. My paddock pick, oh, you know what? I'm going to make it Tarfa, horse number 18. That's the one that caught my eye the most in the parade ring.
Thanks very much indeed, Callum. Yes, let's look at the market ahead of the final race here, where Mashmouk is now odds on 10 to 11 at the top, and we can see him in winning action, in cracking form at the moment, Rory. We'll see him in just a second. There is the prize, the Al Madina Al Munawwara Regional Cup, another very taking trophy, and we can see the connections watching on. We'll give you the names of those handing out the trophy in a few moments' time. But let's see Mashmouk, who's in cracking form at the moment, 2 from 2 this season, dominated Salam Al-Ez here, who also reopposes.
Yes, indeed. Good form like to see in this race, with Mashmouk winning his 2nd start in a row. Hopefully we'll get to see that now in a second. as you said, Salam Alay is the horse who finishes second in the end. That's the horse in the red and white colours when we join it.
Should have won last time out as well, shouldn't it?
Should have, yeah. I'm not sure whether he wanted it last time out, but here he is. This is the race. Mashmook wins the race. Salam Alay ends up finishing second. We have another two in the field here as well. Modbek and Moshabar filling third and fourth places. It's Moshabar who's actually in second at this stage and fades into third with the runner-up Salam Alay finishing with a wet sail to get second. He was beaten in a maiden race next time out by a horse rated much lower than him, so that's a little bit of a concern.
This is Najd Al Wafa, who returns to a marathon distance today after winning over 2,000 metres here. Doesn't look likely for a long stage.
No, it doesn't. Najd Al Wafa in those increasingly familiar yellow colours with the blue spots has come from a very unlikely position. They've gone pretty hard here. The winner looked home and hosed, it has to be said, and looked like he was going to win. But you can just see the ears pricked in front and begins to idle as the line comes up.
Look at this.
The winner finishes fast over the top to get up there on the line. Really felt like the second was robbed there, but he was beaten the other day as well. So the form has taken a little bit of a knock, and I do think if the winner had something else to keep him company there in the last 100 yards, he'd have held on to win, whereas he was pulling himself up in front and got caught on the line.
So Mashmook, it does look as though it will take some stopping. The White Stable will have plenty of say in this contest. They've got the second and the third favourite, numbers 14 and 15. Camilo Ospina has sided with Wakidar.
Yes, we saw. Well, I was going to say we saw him get one wrong earlier, but the horse that he chose to ride didn't run in the end, and Ren Altuash I ended up riding the winner. But let's take these as a pair. Nafith was fourth at Yemken in the Jcsa Al Masif Cup at Taif, but was readily held by Mashmook here last month. And Camilo Ospina, who was on board last time, prefers Wakida here. Wakida has been runner-up 3 times in cup races last season and was probably in need of the run when well behind Alamaya here over on 1600 metre return last week. Hasn't tried this trip, but he's dangerous to dismiss given how well she ran, I should say, in cup races last season. So should be a lot better for that return and is a danger to all.
Really good figures on the YouTube today. There's been plenty of interaction in the comments. We should say hello to Ram Singh, who is watching. Spirit as well. Ask if we can see the chat. We can. Hello. Antonio Hamid also getting involved. Sajid much earlier as well with Idris. Thanks very much indeed for your comments throughout the show here on the JCSA English channel. This is the final race of the weekend. We've highlighted Salam Al-Eds and Najd Al-Wafa. Number 16, Warda Always, has been a big drifter today, Rory. Now 16-1 for Naif Al-Anazi.
Yeah, only rated 64, so the initial price looked skinny enough, just seems to be correcting itself. Ran quite well when fourth to Mazuna in an 1800 metre open last time out. That was her best run in a while, but she tends to struggle at this sort of level, and she's also unproven at the trip. She's tried the trip once before and she was well beaten, so I don't see her as a likely stayer. She's difficult for me to fancy despite having a decent draw.
What about Jabal, number 4, who was off the mark last time, beating a few of these? Still won today as Victor Gutierrez.
Yeah, it was Jabal who beat Salam Alay's last time out. Now I take the view that I think Jabal was rated in the 30s when winning that, or maybe 40. Beat Salam Alay's by a nose in that contest. The suspicion is that the runner-up either wasn't quite at his best or wasn't putting it all in that day, and the fact that the third and fourth home were lower rated horses suggests that wasn't the strongest maiden, but it is a step in the right direction. He clearly stays at least 2,000 metres and he might just be getting his act together. That was his first run from 10 starts. It was a big step in the right direction. He is well drawn. I just don't think that form is worth an awful lot.
He's gone up £19 from that.
Yeah, well, he'd want to go up £19 to get into any sort of race, but 41 he was rated prior to that. No, and as I said earlier on, the handicapper can, I think we'll be better off not giving horses ratings where they aren't necessary for those who look badly in need of the run and aren't showing their form.
Yeah.
And that's maybe been the case with Jabal, because who took a big step forward last time out. But they can't dominate this.
No, I agree. Anything else we should highlight? We should have mentioned to at bigger prices. What's on the Delagi shortlist?
Let's have a little look down my comments and see if anyone actually says something interesting. Jabal, we've mentioned, obviously we've mentioned Mashmook, who gets a good write-up. Modbek, of course, was one of those horses who chased Mashmook home last time out. Moshabar, also number 6 and 7, so with a quick mention. Modbek was 4th in that contest, but he's obviously meeting all 3 who finished in front of him last time, and he ran disappointingly behind Go Fast Chowland next time out. So he was the hardest to fancy of that group. Moshabar caught the eye, I thought. He was the one who looked to be trying to give Mashmook a race and then got run out of things late in the day. It was probably second best in that contest. He again has run since that, was a bit below form over 1,800 metres, so he's rather blotted his copybook. They've got half a chance if Mashmook runs below form, but the bottom line is those horses have run since and have run below form, whereas Mashmook hasn't, so it's difficult to make that argument. Both of those, interestingly, ran in that Void race as well. Moshabar ran a cracker in it. He ran above himself to finish 3rd.
Cool. Time to confirm selections. Mashmook?
Mashmook, without a doubt.
Yeah, with me too. Mashmook is my selection in the last, as is the case for Rory. Callum, it's over to you for the final time.
Thank you, team. I'm going to make a change. Very late on, I have heard some lovely words about Wakida in this race from connections in the parade ring, who seem quite confident that this return to this trip will suit Wakida. So I'm going to change my plans. I'm the paddock reporter. I report on looks, but I also report purely on vibes. And I'm going to say Wakida is giving me very, very good vibes. That's what I'm hearing. So I'm going to change and hope Camillo can give us a 5-timer, not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 5 winners for Camillo. Keep an eye out on Tafa, who looked really well in the prelims. Muhibukum's not the most fluent of walkers, but certainly worth going. And Najd Al Wafar is going to relish stepping up in trip after coming from the clouds to win last time out. For connections who are actually quite big names here in Saudi Arabia, we don't often see these silks, but apparently they're building and building and building, and the prince who's involved in them is a very passionate man. So looking forward to hopefully crossing paths with him during the future, because he was educated in the USA and speaks very good English. So looking forward to trying to cross paths with him. But yes, if I'm going to make a selection here, Wakida, purely on vibes, team. It's nothing to do with how the horses looked, although Wakida looked great, but purely the vibes are strong. So Wakida is the pick for me, taking on the good thing from the boys. Anthony Ennis, for the final time, it's been a pleasure, as per usual. It's over to you.
Thank you. Got a red cap for Wakada. Your fancy here. Mark and Rory with Mashmook. And we're about to load here for our final race. It's a cracking race as well, this cup race for these locally bred horses. 2,400 metres here. 75,000 Saudi Riyal for the winner. And Mashmook, the favourite on the international market still. Or jockey Ricardo Ferreira. Mashmook headed the betting. Second favourite is Wakada. Callum likes Camille Ospina. Someday, wouldn't it, to have 5 winners on these really competitive Riyadh cards. I mean, to win 1 race you've done well, but win 5 of them is an incredible achievement. The very bright yellow blinkers is Najd Al Wafa. Farb Altumat looks very happy with life at the moment. He rides this one. They are beginning to go behind now, the runners. So we're not too far away, hopefully, from the start. 2,400 metres to get to the 1.5 miles. So they go up the home straight past us here, and then they go around for a full circuit on the dirt. And the first of the runners is now going in here. So best of luck with whatever you've gone with. Mashmook favourite on the international markets. 5 to 6 would be money for Mashmook, actually. 6 to 4 into 5 to 6. Wakadar 9 to 4 from 11 to 4 has also been supported. Nafithar is third in, 13 to 2, 8 to 1 Salim Alayez, 11 to 1. There was a bit of money for Najd Al Wafa earlier on today, and that one shows at around 11 to 1, having been 14s at one point. Right, they're going in. Our final race of 12 today. A little bit past our scheduled post time here. Now going forward, the runners still got about 4 or 5 left to go in. Hopefully they'll go too quick early on here. Mashmook is number 5, 14 going in. Nafitha. Red cap for Wakadar. Hamda scurries away. We're just about waiting for 2 more. It's 13. We're waiting for Kahalat Delmon. Youssef Al Hussein on board this one for the Al Ajmi team. And 7 is out of line. There is Moshabha we're waiting for. Mohammed Al Yami. We're still waiting for this one to go in as well. This is Mashmook, the hot favourite. So Mashmook and Moshabha to go in. Then we'll be set. For our 8:15 race, the last one. All in. I'm just going across to help out one of the riders. Don't think we're set now. Starters happy. And one or two a bit rested still, but he's let them go. They're off. Stall 1 missed the break quite badly there. That was Jabal, who was just playing up when the stalls opened. They are racing for our final race, the Al Madina Al Manwara Region Governor Cup over the 2,400 metres here, the mile and a half. One that's showing bright speed up towards the centre. Just about going on is Nafitha here with the green cap out very wide of the course. The grey Alatam is advancing as well. So Alatam wants a piece of the action here and now goes on to Nafitha in second place there, 1 and 2. Modbek in blue and orange colours just off the speed towards the inside, making up that lost ground is Jabal, who's got into the firing line pretty quickly. Racing out wide of them is Muhabukum in the blue colours. They make the turn. The favourite's got a great sit. Mashmook in about 6th place. Red colours is on the inside of the white and red of Salam Alayez, who is upsides that runner. Further back then to find Moshabha in the light grey colours. And then comes Aladram, who's ahead of Najd Al Wafa at this stage. They're followed by Wakadar, who's quite far back at this point. But he is ahead of Sarta. Behind Sarta in rear, we have Wadat always. Kahalat Dilmon is towards the back of the field. Tafa is just about last as they make the turn down the back straight. The leader is Nafathar going on here in the green cap. On the outside, the grey Alatam is right there in the pink and yellow colours. Coming off the rails then in the orange and blue is Modbek to go into 3rd. Looking for the big guns, Mashmook just in behind them at the moment, the red colours, and trying to get a bit closer on the outside is Salam Alayez in the white cap. That one's going quite well as they head down now for the final 800 metres or so. So on the inside rails, it's still Nafitha in front, but he's being tackled now on the outside by Muhabukum in the blue colours. These two go on. Mashmook's under a drive here, about 4th place. Red colours needs to get a bit of a hurry up going on here. Staying off the back in the yellow spots is Najd Al Wafa, but a bit to do from there. And up front, the leader is still going well. Nafitha, can they get past Nafitha? Leads by a neck to Muhabukum, who's racing in 2nd place. Now Mashmook is suddenly improving and going a lot better than he was about a third on the go. Goes into 3rd place now ahead of Salam Alayez. Around the home turn they go, and up front on the inside, Nafitha pressed hard by Muhabukum, but now Mashmook looks to be going much better, and here he comes in the red colours, and Mashmook has just ambled up to come and pick up the lead, and all of a sudden it could be game over for the others because Mashmook has shaken the reins and whoosh, away he goes for Ricardo Ferreira. The favourite's bounding clear to in 2nd place, running on well in the spots. Into 2nd place goes Najd Al Wafa. There's only one winner here, Mashmook. The international market favourite is going to trounce them here. Oh, he's ripped them to pieces, Mashmook, for Ricardo Ferreira has won this by a street. Mashmook, the easiest winner of the day. 2nd place, Najd Al Wafa, who in turn was well clear. Modbek, who finishes 3rd ahead of Salam Alayez. So easy. At one point I wasn't sure he was going that well, but once he got into the straight, into the 3 path, he's absolutely beaten these up badly. Mashmook the winner, number 5 for Ricardo Ferreira. He probably won't ride an easier winner his whole career than this one. Totally different class. Lands the Al Madina Al Manawara Region Governor Cup in style. 2nd place, good run by Najd Al Wafa. Still he bumped into a good horse today, but was best of the rest in 2nd. I think Modbek will get 3rd ultimately, number 6. Ahead of Salam Alayez, number 10. A good performance from the winner, who destroys them. Mashmook, the winner of our final race, and wins by a big old margin. Winning time 2 minutes 39.42 seconds. Mashmook the winner. 2nd was 9, Najd Al Wafa. This side Modbek. Oh, it's tight actually, isn't it? Modbek this side, Salam Alayez far side. Judge might be required to split those two in the end. Second, number 9, Najd Al Wafa. Look at that winning margin, 17 lengths. For Mashmook, the biggest winning margin by some way of the afternoon here at Riyadh. Third's really close. Modbeck and Salam Alayez. Waiting for that to be called. It was Modbeck, so we were right first time. Number 6 was just third. Modbeck. And that's it from me. 596 Mashmook, very easy in the last.
Mashmook has taken the finale here in grand style. 17 lengths, the winner in our finale. Our thanks to Anthony Ennis for his commentary today in 12 races. What an impressive winner that was, Rory. 17 lengths.
A huge margin for a cup race, wasn't it? And he just went further and further clear in the straight. Travelled up nicely enough, and you thought he's going to win this. He's going to win cozily, but I didn't think the margin would be anything like that. And Ricardo Sousa Ferreira didn't have to be very hard on him either, but he's not a joker. He's ever hard on his horses either. So very, very nice to see the way Ricardo Sousa Ferreira's ridden this horse to the line, and he's absolutely blown them away, hasn't he?
Yeah, just confirming the placings as well. Najd Al Wafa, second best today, but 17 lengths behind the winner, who was very impressive. And Modbeck did get the verdict for third ahead of Salam Al-Ez. Ricardo Sousa Ferreira said to Callum yesterday he was going to win a cup race. And well done to you. 36 races this weekend, 15 winners. Rory Delagi, you're back.
Yes, I thought I should take it very seriously this week, and well, also I've got to write the selections down now when I'm writing the races up the night before, so I have to concentrate. Whereas in the old days, I would sometimes change my mind at the last minute and throw in an odd one, but now I'm kind of tied to what I've written down there.
But this looked pretty obvious on paper. I know we've had a few shorties beat, but this was very well supported. 6-4 into odds on. By miles the best horse on the day. They went a good clip, and we saw them going around us for the first time. They were going hard enough.
Yeah, they went fast, and I think that's really suited him. It just made for a truly run race, and he was in his element. We talked about his run last time. I'd probably was underrated at the time. Two of the horses who chased him home in the frame that day have finished in third and fourth places here again. So the form has worked out very well. He's just shown himself to be a class apart.
Yeah, we're just watching Winning Connections all greet each other here. This is a facile success from number 5 Mashmook, who lands the hat-trick here in terrific style. Ricardo Sousa Ferreira about to give the debrief to Connections. The Red Stable, one of their quieter days, but they've still had 2 winners on the card. Of course, Sayadad was the other impressive scorer back in race number 8. That was for Eddie Castro. But Mashmook, his rider, Ricardo Sousa Ferreira, thumbs up now, getting weighed in. All seems okay. Produced beautifully around the home turn. And as Enzo said in commentary, what a performance in the closing stages. Just went further and further clear.
Yeah, enormously impressive to watch. Not the prettiest stride to watch, but it's very effective, and it powers him clear.
The rest are
others.
knackered, aren't they?
No, aside from the runner-up has run on late down the outside to pick up the pieces. It was a strong pace set by Nafitha, who sort of plugged on and ended up finishing about 5th or 6th in the end. But yeah, Nafitha went too fast, and the others have sort of followed her because she's got a chance on paper, but they've got very tired in the end. They've gone off a 2,000 metre pace, and they haven't lasted it out. But the winners always cruise through here. You see on the replay how easily he goes around the bend, and he's clearly going to win because the 2 who were in front of him at that stage were both very, very tired. And there was just, could something finish from the rear of the field? And the answer really was no, because he was finishing faster than anything and has absolutely relished this 2,400 metre trip. He'd stay further, wouldn't he? But
He'd go out again.
Sadly, no race for him over further here. But yes, he's absolutely loved every moment of this, and it's nice to see a winner hitting the line so hard in the final race of the day.
Absolutely. Ricardo Sousa Ferreira, who had a quiet day here today, was best away and the best one at the finish. 17 lengths, has absolutely annihilated them, given that Najd Al Wafa is a very useful horse in second, but a long, long way behind. Modbek a nose ahead of Salam Al Ez, who is still looking to score. Muhi Bukum was confirmed in 5th place ahead of Ward Dat Always in 6th. One-way traffic from the Red Stable in the finale. We're just watching the replay from a distance, Rory. We can see Mashmoog in about 6th or 7th. I'm not too sure how your eyesight is, but as I say...
Not as good as yours, I imagine. But, yeah.
The race was over on the home turn. As I say, the last 2 furlongs, it was one-way traffic.
Yeah, essentially the jockey's job at this stage was just to navigate a clear passage. You never want to lose momentum here, and so Ricardo Sousa Ferreira was just looking to make sure that nothing fell into his lap, and once he ensured that wasn't the case, he was always going to win. Very patient, didn't need to sit too close to the pace, but his horse always travelled very well, and the longer this race goes on, the more comfortable it looks for him.
It certainly was. Mashmook was far, far too good in our finale. I'm delighted to say that joining us here on set in the closing stages of the programme is Camilo Ospina. Camilo, no luck in the last, but a really good day for you today.
Thank you very much to the Prince Mita bin Abdullah, Talal bin Sharan, our manager, the whole white stable, we making very good. We won many races, and we working for those races. And then I have lucky, lucky in some racing and some races. Some horses, very good horses, no run well, but still no 100%. But we try.
The yard is really starting to hit form now, isn't it? It's really starting to hit form.
Yeah. No, he's now we have to prepare some horses for the big races, and the last week, yesterday he ran Carmel Row. He's very good horse, but still no 100%. Any race before the big races, and Daidan is another horse very good, but he ran very good yesterday.
Indeed. We can look back at the highlights of the day, which was back in race number 10. This was Hey Nibaha, I guess for us was our highlight of the day. How impressed were you by this performance?
This is very nice filly. Always she ran very good. Before she has some problem in the breathing last year, but she making the surgery and she come back very good. She's supposed to run in the Prince Mohammed Cup, but the filly still not ready, 100%, and the Prince the size waiting a little bit. But today she's coming very good, and she won nice race.
Where might we see her next?
Yeah, I don't know. But it depends on the Prince. The Prince he take the decision, and maybe she will run in the Carnival or before. I don't know.
Camilo, I've been really happy to see your success today, especially after such a challenging day yesterday. Talk to me just about how the team felt after yesterday's performance and how they built on that today.
Yeah, when I win the races in my stable and another jockey win in my stable, I'm very happy, because we working hard for those races, and yesterday when Abdullah he won the cup, I'm very happy. I think more happy than him, but this is the war, we work together, we won together,
And you could have had another winner today, but one of your minds was a non-runner, and I think in where we come from, you would have jumped on the other runner, but Rayan Altawesh was able to keep that ride and had a winner for himself today.
Mutawathaba.
Yeah. This is nice. This is nice, But that's really she won with Rayan Altawesh.
Yes,
yeah. I had another feeling that race, but she's crashed.
Yeah.
She's crashed, But I'm very happy also because Rayan is our jockey. He has to win also, because I know he and is the number one in the stable, the Prince giving the first chance to me, but when my partners he ride the horse and they win, and I'm very happy also. Yeah.
Well, what we see, Camilo, it's a real team spirit. It doesn't matter who's on board, as long as the white stable have the winner, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, no, we are very happy, because this is our family. I've been there in this stable for 16 years and a half, I think maybe. And you know, this is our color, you know. I try to sleep with her, but you know, we are very happy because the horses is run very good now, and the best horses is coming, and we'll see.
Just want to ask you about two horses. I'm not too sure if they're still in training. Rebellious Stage, are we going to see it anytime soon?
Yeah, no, he's working. He's prepared for the race. Maybe no next week, we after, I don't know. And there is Power in Numbers. He's coming.
Yeah, he's already there.
That's the one I was going to ask you next. Power in Numbers.
No, I think he will come next week. I'm not sure, but I think it's 90% he will come next week.
Can I just ask you about Ricardo Sosa Ferreira? I spoke to him when he first arrived 2 weeks ago, and he said that you were really important to him as a guy to help him get involved with racing and settle into the weighing room and settle into the team, and you made him very comfortable. So that must feel really nice.
Yeah, no, he's a very good guy. You know, when he come here, he don't know anything about the races there in Saudi Arabia, and I try to help him. I try to show the system here in Saudi Arabia. But he's very good jockey. He's doing very good. The trainer and the owner, they looking here and they giving very good chance. You know, the Prince Faisal now is giving very good horses, and the Che Abdullah, he's working with the Che Abdullah.
Really flying
He
along.
has very good horses also, and he's nice jockey, you know.
We like him. We like you more, obviously, but we like Ricardo a lot.
Camillo, thank you so much for joining us here at the end of the show. If you don't mind just sticking around for 60 seconds, we're just going to sign off the end of the show. But thank you very much for your time, and in particular, speaking to that man. Thank you so much.
No, thank you very much. You know, it's very comfortable come to here, but sometimes I don't have time, you know. But I try to explain, you know.
No, you're perfect. Absolutely
thank
fine.
you very much.
Well, thank you very much to Camillo Ospina for joining us. We were just seeing the trophy presentation for the finale. Camillo's off he goes. Thanks to Camillo, who's left us. We're watching the trophy presentation for the finale here, of course. Mashmook absolutely dotting up in the finale. What a performance from horse and rider.
Can I just add on this? I've not quite had a chance to catch up with you about that, but that was a destructive performance, wasn't it? The owners will be over the moon with that because over this trip, hugely impressive.
It really was. Rory, you'd agree, wouldn't you?
Yeah, totally. I mean, he's rated 88 coming into it, but he really probably should have been higher for how well he won last time out. And he's beaten the same sort of horses again. You know, Mudbeck, who was behind him last time out, was in the frame, as was the runner-up from his last race. So that's very, very solid form.
Callum, thanks so much for your time. Rory as well, two of the biggest names in Saudi racing. That's my time over, sadly. Thanks very much indeed for watching the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia.